T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
My name is Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I don't remember the exact year it was. I feel like it was probably one of the first times that I ever was able to vote. And there's this guy that came out. He was in the primaries. He was running for president. And I don't even remember what his name was. But he just kept on saying my rent is too damn high. he kept yeah, this is the A-Team band, Einstein, it is. Yeah, but that guy kept saying my rent is too damn high. I was a renter at the time. It was probably closer to the end of when I stopped renting. Shortly thereafter, they started making it easy for first-time home buyers to get into their first home, and so in 1999, I purchased my first home. And but that always has stuck with me, that my rent is too damn high. And I'm telling you right now, guys, as this economy fails more and more and more and more, that's starting to become the same theme as it was before. And people are starting to look at what they're paying for everything, and they're starting to realize that their rent is too damn high. And it doesn't take even a blind man to understand that when your finances are low, when you're running short on money, your rent's one of the things that really hurts. it can really kind of kill you, especially if you're not making any money back in any kind of way from it. It's just lost revenue, right? You just put it into somebody else's pocket and you never ever see it again. It doesn't go back into your pocket, or there's no way for you to gain money off of that. It just disappears. It's gone. So I don't know, man. I'm feeling like my rent's too damn high. My rent's not really high, but I know that everybody who's in that position that I was when I was I don't even remember what election that was, but it had to have been before 19. It had to be before. I'm assuming it was before 1999. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel you. I feel you. If you're starting to feel like the pinch is on, it is. It's because it is, and it's not forever. I can promise you that. The pinch is not forever. But do note that a lot of times when things start getting rough, people start making irrational decisions. If I could go back in time to that period of time when the market first started crashing or heading down after 9/11, and I started seeing a lot of my money disappearing in the stock market, and I panicked and made a lot of rash decisions that I shouldn't have. That was the first opportunity for me to make decisions that I had never fully appreciated what the grasp of what I was doing. And so I'm telling you guys right now, not financial advice, obviously, but if you've got time on your side and you're investing your money and you're doing it properly to where it's only a portion of what it is you make, this will turn around. This will turn around, very much like AMC will turn around. AMC is not a bankrupt company. We're seeing big institutions coming in and saying, hey, I want to do business with you. Things will get better. I know it looks hopeless right now, and it's going to get worse. I can promise you that. But it will get better. And when it does get better, if you've done things right, which is just to stay where you're at and not do anything drastic, you'll be all right. You'll be okay. It turns out that way every single time, no matter what. Hold on. It's going to be a wild ride. It's going to be super wild. But you can do it. You can make it through it. We all have. It's not the end of the world. I promise. Mitch Nader says that was New York with the handlebar mustache. What was his name though? Yeah, I remember the mustache. The dude, I don't know who he was. Somebody tell me who his name was. I could have looked him up. I should have just looked him up. My American Trader says my beer is too damn high. All right. So I know you guys you're probably going like, Casey, but what about last night's earnings call? Come on, Casey, come on, the earnings call. We got to talk about that, right? We will. We're going to talk about that today. Actually, I have a guest speaker coming on, one of our very own from our own community, somebody who is qualified to talk about what we're going to be talking about when we go over the fundamentals of the company. Manjeet will be coming on today, later on this morning, after the market opens, and together, her and I are going to go over the fundamentals of AMC through their filing that they put out. We'll take a look at the numbers and we'll see what it is. What does it look like? I know I've already seen some fake numbers posted out there in regards to things like, how much cash is on hand right now, and the actual number is not what I think some of the numbers are that I've been seeing posted. So there's already been some fake information put out that's not correct. So we'll take a look at all that though, and we'll do it. I think she's going to come on somewhere between like 9:30 and 10:30. Not exactly sure when. Um, but when she comes in and says good morning, I know she'll be ready to go. So it's going to be somewhere around 9:30 or 10:30. Joe says, I'm so glad after college I bought my house instead of a new car. Man, I tell you what, Joe, that is probably one of the best things you can do for yourself, isn't it? Like that money legit's kind of going back into your own pocket in a way because you're getting equity out of your house. Like even though you're making house payments, the value you're eventually you start paying off the interest and you're paying on the principal, and when you're doing that you're paying yourself, and that is one of the most coolest things that's ever happened to me. Like when I started understanding the difference between renting and buying a house and knowing that that money is coming back into my own pocket eventually, dude, it is life changing. It changes everything about how you view money. When you start, you suddenly make that connection of like, holy crap, I was throwing away rent money for, a couple of years. That all could have been money that would have been back in my pocket, and it never will come back. And you go like, oh, geez, what was I doing? Oh, geez, Rick, it's just crazy. Griffin's mom says, thanks for the pep talk, Casey. Well, you're welcome. I just want you to remember that though. Things do get better before they always get worse. Everything always gets worse at some point in time. It gets better though. It does get better. Donkey Kong says AMC, Disney, AMC, and Netflix, and AMC and Zoom now as well. Jimmy McMillan. I don't remember his name. See, that's really weird, Mitch. I don't remember his name for the life of me. I know the Jimmy McMillan does not ring a bell at all. But I can sure remember him saying my rent is too damn high. And he said it so many times. And it rang true back in those days. It rang true. I remember thinking to myself, like, my rent is too high. Never felt more true, especially after those elections. But Donkey Kong says it's been pretty wild already. You just wait, sir. You just wait. Look at that Bitcoin there, 17.8. 17.8. I wonder when the bottom of this thing is going to just absolutely drop out and it drops down to 13. We got about 2 more minutes here and I'll take a look at the numbers. American Trader's like, FUD? What? Really? Already? Yeah. Yes. I feel like the guy from Matrix. Yes. Do you want to pick the red pill or the green pill? I wish I need to have the quote written down for that whole red pill, green pill part. In one hand, I hold the truth, and in the other hand, you take it, you'll fall asleep, and when you wake up, nothing will be different. I need to get the quote down somewhere. Doug plays guitar, says, "Yeah, don't rent if you can buy." Well, the problem is, Doug, is we're giving out this information just a tad bit too late, aren't we? With these interest rates being as high as they are right now, man. I feel bad for kids that were maybe young families that were thinking about maybe getting their first home, or kids that are getting out of college and got their first job, and luckily they may have their debt for college forgiven, but now they can't buy a home. So good luck renting. Hold on a second here, guys. I forgot to text my wife this morning. I gotta let her know I woke up on time. She's my alarm clock. Sometimes there has been a few occasions where I woke up late. Darren says, I don't think AMC or Ape are in a bad place at all. Look at FTT down 85% in 24 hours. Wow, now that's bad. Poor Sam Freedom lost 2.5 billion and now only has 958 million left. Laugh out loud. I don't feel they're in a bad place either, Darren. I mean, there's a lot of panic, and the problem is, Darren, is they're just, people are inherently just looking at the numbers, right, that in their account right now, and they're seeing red, and but they're not looking at the bigger picture and seeing AMC for what it is and how it's improving, and that's the problem, right? The inherent problem is looking at the small picture and not looking at the bigger picture of what's to come. And you really have to kind of expand your view and say, like, okay, where is this going? Are we improving, or are we getting worse? And the answer is we're improving. We're improving when everybody else is not improving, and yet our price is going down. Well, that's because price is simply manipulated. They have full control. The market has full control over the price. Their whole objective right now is to get you to sell your shares. You need to sell because we need your shares. But otherwise, this company is doing great. Javi the Great, good morning to you, sir. It is 6:22, guys. My glasses are clean. I just cleaned them. It is time to put the glasses on and get the morning started to take a look at our first morning's numbers. I fully anticipate, guys. I just want to warn you in advance. I felt like there was a massive. Sometimes it's my perspective is like based off of what it is that I'm seeing. I'm not seeing the bigger picture on Twitter. But I felt like there was a massive strike on Twitter last night to push certain narratives, and so I got in a little bit of a Twitter debate last night, some Twitter debates. So I fully expect to have some shillness going on today. So watch out, it's going to get a little chilly in here. But you know what though? I want you guys to treat them with respect. Treat them with respect, because you know what, there's going to be people who come in and be doubters, and maybe they're real investors. If they're just gonna, if you can treat them with respect, you can show them a difference and a different way of seeing. If you just simply jump on them and call them a shill, then there's no way that we're going to be able to come to eye to eye and see things. So I just want you guys to be careful. Watch out for the shills, but do note that there may be real investors that just don't see things for how they really are. And I feel like as a community we need to do our best effort in trying to make sure that people actually understand why the numbers work the way that they do, and that our retail investors, our fellow retail investors, are informed as best as they possibly can be. So be ready for it. It's coming. I can almost guarantee it. Let's take a look at our numbers. Street Credit says, how do you feel about Adam mentioning DRS? See, it's starting already. Here it comes. Here it comes. So I'll tell you what. I'll start this off with a little bit of a quote here from Adam Aaron. 50. If you go to 5031 in the shareholders meeting, I'm going to play the exact quote to you. Let me see if I'm going to try not to blast you guys out here. Hold on a second.
A primary benefit, I suppose.
A primary benefit, I suppose. He starts off with saying, a primary benefit, I suppose. Let me just make sure the volume levels are okay here. Hold on, I'm going to rewind it just a tad bit so that I can make sure that you're not getting blasted out here. Hold on a second.
Through our transfer agent. A primary benefit, I suppose, for you when you register your shares directly with the transfer agent is that transfer agents do not allow for shorting of shares.
Okay. Transfer agents do not allow for shorting of shares. How do you get a squeeze to happen? You need short interest to get a squeeze. So if DRSing your shares will not allow you to get short interest, then you're never going to see a squeeze because you don't have any short interest building. You got to have short interest building to get a short squeeze. That's the whole reason why it's called a short squeeze, because it's short. It's based off of the idea of squeezing the shorts. Short interest comes from the lending of shares by your brokers to hedge funds, right? It's the whole premise behind it. And so he's basically telling you, he's saying, if you put your shares into DRS, they will not be shorted. Well, what do you want? Do you want a short squeeze or not? If you want a short squeeze, you need short interest. So draw your own conclusions. I will say one more thing. Adam Aron has done a magnificent job of letting us know on several occasions that he holds his own shares, that because he is a shareholder with 4 different brokers. He's never once ever told us that he's got his shares in ComputerShare. He's always told us that he has his shares set up with brokers. He has 4 brokers that he's mentioned before. 4 brokers. He's told it to you. He's literally told you right to your face, I have 4 brokers. So just know. If you want to sign, and here's the best part about it is that whole DRS group that's over there that's saying you need to DRS your shares. They're the ones that were saying, don't listen to Adam Aron, he's not for the company. And now all of a sudden they're like, he said DRS. Wait a minute, which is it? Which is it? Do you trust in the CEO or do you not trust in the CEO? Like they want to have it both ways. You know, it's like, oh well, he said DRS, and we better trust him on that, but don't trust him on anything else. It's so funny. It just cracks me up. I think that's the irony behind all of that. I don't trust the CEO. I'm taking myself off the A list. I'm not gonna be on the A list anymore because I can't support Adam Aron. But he said DRS. So do that. Yeah. Go set up yourself a video to show how people to get off the A list subscription list, because that's what you tell everybody to do. Why don't you go do that and show your true colors? Oh man, the irony is thick. The irony is really thick. I love it. It's when you see people talking out of both sides of their mouth, it tells you real quick where they stand. Alrighty, guys, let's take a look at it. Let's look at our numbers here and understand what's actually happening to us. I'm going to head over to the other screen. You guys are not going to be able to see, or I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are saying so long as the A-Team van's not up there. So hold those thoughts or comments specifically for me until after you see the A-Team van back up there. Also, 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in there. Great safety device for you for keeping out potential crooks or anybody nefarious that may want to screw you up along the way. And while you're at it, when you do set that up, make sure you put in a secondary phone number in case something happens to your primary. You can always still get in by sending that code to another phone. Not a bad idea. Backup of backup. So let's take a look at our numbers here and see what we got going on here. So price predictions for the day yesterday, I had 655 to 955 for combined price of AMC and Ape. The combined, actually, let me pull that up real quick here and tell you what the combined price was. Combined price was $7.22 at market close. So I can just tell you right now off the top of my head, just looking at everybody's predictions, everybody got a price prediction tally point from yesterday. I had 655 to 955. Eric had 6 to 9. Keto had 678 to 978, and Monty had 601 to 901. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and add the points for the price predictions for the week. This is not financial advice. It is simply 4 individuals trying to stay sharp on where price is moving to within a $3 range on a daily basis. I know it seems like a lot, that $3 range, but believe it or not, we get it wrong. It is possible. Take Keto's word for it. Keto is one of the newer members on the list here. It is not as easy as it looks. And I gotta get rid of the tally point for the miss section because we didn't miss one this week. That was last week. All right, there we go. True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Let's take a look at what we got going on over there. First things first, short exempt volume was 153.5 thousand shares. For AMC. And let me pull up the data real quick here for Ape. Wait, is today's Wednesday, right? Oh yeah, here we go. My computer took a second to update. I was like, wait a minute. All right, Ape is approximately 337.8 thousand. 337.8. That's increasing. That is getting high. 338. Let me just make sure I get the right number here. 337.8. All right, let's take a look at price change yesterday. We were up 5.44% for AMC. And for Ape yesterday, we were up 5.96. Utilization. Showing 100% on AMC. Let me just verify the date here to make sure, because I've had instances where the date it's not updated yet. So it's showing November 8th for utilization being 100%. So that is correct. That's yesterday's data. That is day number 191 straight business trading days of 100% utilization. For Ape, today it's reporting at 80.56. A little bit of a drop there. Let's see here. Moving down to Max Pain. Max Pain was $6. Max Pain was $6 yesterday. Well, actually, the whole week it's been $6 so far. Let's check and see what it is today. I would imagine it's going to be still $6. It's going to be my guess. $6 it is. Still $6 for Max Pain. That is for AMC. Taking a look at off exchange volume on AMC. Yesterday we had some very abnormal CHX volume. We had 374,202 shares yesterday on AMC. That is definitely elevated and would be part of the reason. I do think that's a forced settlement exchange. I think there was a forced settlement that occurred yesterday, and you saw about almost 400,000 shares go through that exchange. 500,000 is exceptional, so we were really darn close to that. The total amount of volume that went through that exchange yesterday was 1.38%, when our normal 30-day average is 0.32, so it was a full percent higher than normal. But taking a look at the total amount of off-exchange and EDGX volume for the day yesterday, it was kind of low, 48.4% going through off-exchange, and 7.46 going through EDGX for a grand total 55.86. That's about 8% lower off-exchange volume than we're used to seeing going through there. So two reasons why price went up yesterday, and then in the aftermarket hours they just dropped it like crazy, but right back to where we started from basically. But two reasons why price went up: lower amount of off-exchange volume going through, number one, and number two, you had forced settlements that were occurring, it looks like, going through CHX. So I would say there was a two-factor reason there why price ran up on AMC. Taking a look at Ape, and I would imagine the Ape just follows AMC. So if AMC is going to rip, I think Ape's going to rip with it, or vice versa as well. Ape had 56.61% of its volume going through the off exchanges. EDGX was at 7.09 for a grand total of 63.7% of the volume going through those exchanges. That's actually really pretty much a normal day. Normal amount of volume going through those exchanges. Nothing unusual going on there. CHX volume was actually less than what it normally is. So nothing to report there. I would say that Ape was a sympathetic move to AMC running up. There was additional short exempt volume that was created yesterday because SSR was on. Oftentimes they won't use as much off-exchange volume if the market makers know that they can legally create short exempt volume, which they did yesterday. That's why the short exempt volume was so high. I would suggest that the reason that short exemption volume was so much higher was because they weren't using as much off exchange, and that's why off exchange ended up looking like a normal day. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume yesterday, nothing unusual to report there. It was very normal. HYMC CHX volume was very normal, and NCMI's CHX volume was 0 shares. Nothing went through there. Taking a look at institutional ownership, yesterday it was 148.759 million shares. Down by about 40,000 shares to 148.713. And let's take a look at options. We'll come back to Ortex data here in just a few minutes or less. Let's see what we got going on here with the options and open interest. So yesterday, highest amount of short interest for calls was at a $7 strike. Today it's down to $6. At $7 there was 12.5 contracts. There's 13.6 now at 7, but $6 is the clear winner in open interest, and there is approximately 15.5 thousand contracts from 12.5 at 7. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. Yesterday there was 12.1 thousand contracts. There's 15.7 today. So very almost identical amounts of volume, highest amount of volume in open interest on at a $5 strike for puts and a $6 strike. So it looks like the market is really signaling for a closing price for AMC by the end of the week to be somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the week. So here we are sitting at 562, or sorry, 538 in the pre-market hours this morning. So we're almost smack dab in the middle, not quite. But we're trending right inside that range. Let's take a look at, actually let me move a couple screens around here and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Actually, hold up one second, I'm going to put another screen in here first. Give me just one second. My rent's too damn high. I wish I could say it like that guy does. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to some of the videos from the past where he was saying that and see if I can't like mimic how he said it because it was so funny when he would say it too. It was a crack up, you know. And I remember thinking to myself like, there's no way this guy's ever gonna win presidency, but you know, he sure has a message. If there's anything he's got a message. All right, let's take a look at what our combined price of AMC and Ape looks like right now. $6.94 is where we're currently at. Man, look at that aftermarket trading that occurred yesterday. It's starting to become a little bit of a little volatile right there in the aftermarket hours. Why does it get so volatile in the aftermarket hours? Why? Because circuit breakers do not trip in aftermarket hours, right? So some of your most violent moves that you will ever see on a stock are more often than not happening in the aftermarket and pre-market hours, anything that's extended hour trading. This is why it's so crucial to make sure that you have, when it comes time that you're going to want to sell your shares, it's very, very crucial to be able to utilize as much time from that as you possibly can in the after hours. It becomes a very, very crucial thing. But we did have a break out of that wedge. This wedge right here looked like it was this triangle. It's more of a triangle. It looked more like it was going to be a bearish triangle, but it ended up breaking up at the very last minute at the end of the day. I'll go into a little bit here with this price jump up to the combined price of 765, getting up that high. That did on AMC and Ape reset synthetic price failure on both of them, and I'll show that here to you in just a minute. But now prices jumping back down here. I don't have any kind of charting for this as of yet. I think we're going to have to kind of see how the day plays out to see how I'm going to chart this. But we definitely broke this multi-day trend line, and as an end result of that, had some explosive price movement. It looked like we had a head and shoulders, inverted head and shoulders going on here, and I know it's kind of hard to see because of my the way that I drew these lines here. Let me just get rid of them. It's too late now. I don't think that that inverted head and shoulders is going to form into anything. I know we did have a little bit of a price spike up to a previous level of resistance right here, but I tend to think that I don't think this is going to result in normal price movement right now. You know, abnormal things are happening. We're seeing it throughout the day as the stock prices are trading. You can see that they're trying to pin price where it's at. Let's take a look at Ortex data here. For the day today on short share interest of the free float, we're at 20.27% of the free float in short interest. Somebody was asking me, I think Manjeet actually might have been asking me this. She said, what was, or actually, no, she was telling me this. She was saying short share interest of the free float that was being reported prior to the run up in June of last year was 24.49, or basically 24.5%. Right about the time. That's how much was being reported. So we're only a few percent away from potentially seeing some potential price improvement if that's going to hold true, if those kind of levels are going to hold true. I do want to note that the exchange reported short interest prior to that though was a bit higher and may have been what led or caused some of the more violent movement that we had going into June or late May. That we're just not quite seeing like we used to. But let's see what we got going on here. Here's your utilization for 81 or 91? 191. 191 straight trading days is your utilization right there at 100%. Let's take a look at what we're looking at here currently. Let me erase my numbers from yesterday. It's a new numbers kind of day. All right, we had on loan amount increasing day over day from 183.02 to 184.03, so 1 million increase. Shares on loan. I can almost guarantee you right now that the short share interest of the free float that's going to be reported by Ortex is going to be right around 330,000 of that. But let's check it out and verify. Ortex's estimated short share interest of the free float rising from 20.2 to 20.27, so 0.07 times the free float comes out to 361,000 shares. Really close. I was close. I said 330. They're reporting 360. I was close. They usually do about 1/3, but I think they adjust the formula based off of actual reported numbers. So it's maybe the reported amount's starting to increase a little bit in contrast to what they actually report. Taking a look at on loan average age per day. Now, 1 million new shares coming on to the books is probably not going to be enough to push this down because these shares that are on loan right now are really super old. So I expect this number to be going up. It is. Day over day, it went from 77.52 to 78. So we got a little bit of a jump there. Security lending volume day over day dropped from 4.29 million to 2.31 million. I want to explain this real quick because I don't think I've done a good enough job of explaining this, or maybe I just don't explain it enough. Security lending volume, guys, when that jumps, that has definitely been an indicator to show that there's been some volatile times in the market. If I go back to pre-June's run-up, you can see that security lending volume spiked just before the run-up. If I get rid of all the rest of this information on here, it might be a little bit easier to see. You see the spike right here in security lending volume? It occurred just a little bit before price started running. So what I would say that is two things. It's just a two-factor thing. whenever shorts know that price is going to start running, they borrow shares in advance because they know that if they can borrow the shares at a low cost, sell them at a higher cost, and then as price comes back down later, get those shares back again at a lower cost, then they make all that money. They make all the difference between all of that. So why would security lending go up before price run? Or why would security lending volume go up during just before price run? Because you're getting active shorting that's occurring prior to the run up. They know what's coming, and they're going to try and short that to keep it from exploding out of control. So just throwing that out there, just so you guys understand the relationship to some of the numbers. Let's take a look at Ape. Ape's showing 9.54% short interest of the free flow, which has been on the constant rise here. Utilization day over day decreasing ever so slightly from 84.12 to 80.56, which either means that can mean one of two things: either less shares, or sorry, more shares are available to borrow, or shares were returned. One of the two. It was less shares are available to borrow because on loan amount increased. On loan amount increased from 44.44 to 46, which is about 1.5 million shares of new short interest. On loan average age per day, we've been seeing about 2 days in a row. We've seen about 3 million shares borrowed in new short interest, and today or yesterday was only 1.5 million. And on loan average age per day has been skyrocketing, even with 3 million shares. So I expect it to be skyrocketing again. It didn't. It did not skyrocket. So it seems like they may have replaced some newer loans with some older ones. There was a swap. It's gone back down. I need 2 days. We did not find a bottom. I need 2 days in order for me to count it as a bottom. And since this is trending back down the other direction, we did not hit a bottom on this yet, so I can't give you guys a date on when we may see a price increase incoming. But it went from 14.95 to 14.45. So they may have used some of the newer loans that they've done over the last 2 days to replace some of the older loans that they've had. Security lending volume day over day. We have had a spike more recently of more security lending volume. Yesterday was a little bit of a decrease from 11.34 to 10.74. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, this is only for the last 4 minutes of the day yesterday. The settlements for the last 4 minutes. The SEC has a new rule out that allows them to an additional 4 minutes into the end of the day to close out positions that were made. And so let's take a look at the volume. The most heavily traded stocks that were closed out in the last 4 minutes of yesterday. GME is on the list. That's the only one. I do not see AMC and Ape. Let me just scroll this one more time. Yeah, I don't see AMC and Ape. GME did make the list here, and of those closed positions in the last 4 minutes, 80% of them were buy, or actually 81%, because I round these numbers a little bit. 81% to 19% buy to sell ratio. So amazing looking buy to sell ratio off of GME from yesterday's numbers. So the dip was being bought. I believe it was the dip. Pretty sure. Maybe not. We'll have to look. I can't remember if the GME was up by the end of the day or not. Trigger price for AMC for SSR for the day today is at $5.06. For Ape, it's at $1.44. SSR is not on for either for the day today. Shares available to borrow. It looks like we haven't had any changes since yesterday at 11:20 in the afternoon. No change. Last known fees for borrowing was at 17.8%, so we should be seeing cost to borrow rising. Currently, the markets are showing a little bit of downwards momentum. The VIX is showing, so the futures on the VIX are up. Let's see, we're looking at somewhere between 1/4 and 1/2% down on the market for market open. Let's see here. the eastern side of the world, we had markets down anywhere from 0.5%, actually from a quarter, I guess, really, to 1.25% down. But for the most part, the other side of the world was red last night while we were sleeping, and maybe actually some of it's still kind of trading a little bit. But yeah, not looking good for our futures for our markets. We'll take a look at some of the other numbers and see if that's going to be the case. Let's see here. Taking a look at the dollar. What is the dollar doing? It is up right now 0.3%. That does usually mean that we're going to see some downwards pressure in the market. The SPY is down 0.09%. We've got Tesla up 1.41, Amazon is up 0.36, Cinemark is down 0.66, Doge is up 2.31, Bitcoin is down 4.97, GME is down 1.55, HYMC down 0.25, Hood is down 0.62, CS is down 1.2 in the pre-market, NCMI is up 0.88, Ape is down 6.88, and AMC is down 3.91. I would not doubt I don't doubt for a minute that we're going to end up seeing SSR tripped on Ape for the day today. So expect to see that. They've already got it down 6.88%. They only have about 3% left to go, 3.2% left to push to hit that number. If they need to create short exempt volume, that's what they're going to do. So far this morning on AMC, we've got about 12.6 thousand shares having been traded so far. That is very low volume. Yesterday, we had approximately just about $4 million more inflow than outflow. So we had an incredible buying day yesterday. Great job. Everybody did what it is that they needed to do. Our buy-sell ratio is, I'm sure, just off the chain. Although I don't have the data to prove it. I do know that we started out the day on the list for Fidelity's most heavily traded stocks, and we were showing great numbers. So I have no doubt that there was additional buying pressure yesterday. Taking a look at the 1 hour time interval for AMC, we do have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.02, which is it's pretty much average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.01, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.87, which is average. Taking a look at Ape. We have about $200,000 more inflow than outflow on Ape as of yesterday, and so far for the day, that can't possibly be right. Wow. Okay, so AMC's traded 12.63 thousand shares so far for the morning, and Ape's traded 12.34, so very similar volume. At for a second there, I didn't even think I had clicked on the other one. I was like, I'm still looking at AMC's data. Very, very similar pre-market volume so far for the day today. On the 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.98, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.32, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.2, which is below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto and guys, it's not Ichimoto, it's really Ichimoku. It's just that I don't, it's funnier to say Ichimoto, Ichi Booger. Let's see what we got going on here on the 1 hour for Ichimoto for Ape. So we've got on the 1 hour, we've got the with the price movements that we had last night and even into the aftermarket hours today, we've got the conversion line that crossed over the baseline. We have lagging line just below price line. In order to see some positive movement on Ape for the day to day, we're going to need to hit somewhere around $1.50. Let's just call it $1.60. It was $1.75 yesterday and $2.40 were the two numbers that I was suggesting yesterday would be big pushes. Today, I can see why they pushed the price down like they did, because yesterday we closed at 160, and 160 would be the perfect number for us to start ripping on price. You might see a lot of institutional investors and swing traders coming in off of a price around $1.60. It's got to maintain that price and above. But we may see some additional buying pressure coming in if we were to hit that. Taking a look at the 4 hour, a little bit of different story here. Conversion line's below base, the lagging line is below price line, and we have a thicker portion of the cloud starting to occur. The 4 hour chart's kind of making a suggestion that we may not see price turning around until sometime into next week if there is if we continue to, unless we see continued movement downwards in price. As it stands right now, buying support on a 4-hour suggests that maybe price would have to get somewhere above $2. But once it hits 2, it's going to start, it's very close to $2. It's going to start entering into the cloud, and more than likely price would stall out. So $2 is going to be, I don't expect to see a whole lot of buying pressure at $2. But it would get us just up underneath the cloud though. The big buying pressure, maybe I should just go with that. The big buying pressure really starts to come in at around 240. I'll write that number down instead. So kind of a gap there, 160 to 240. Taking a look at AMC, the big buying pressure starts to happen. So we got conversion and base are the same number. Yep, conversion and base are the same number. The lagging line is just slightly above price line. And we are at a thinning portion of the red cloud, which means you could see potential price move up today. But if price gets up into the cloud, that's where you tend to see price stall a little bit. So we would need to see price rise above $5.65 and maintaining that. Yesterday it was $5.90, so it's dropped a little bit. 560. What did I say? 565. And taking a look at the 4-hour, thinning parts of the red cloud coming up. Conversion is below base. Lagging line is below price line. Lagging line is going to have to get above price line for this to become a buy signal. And as you can see, as I kind of draw this line here across, you can see that price is going to have to get way up here before you could see a potential buy signal coming in. That price point is outside the cloud, and since the cloud is so thin today that it would be really simple to drive through this and can see continued buying support for a signal. That signal comes in at about $6.40. So again, another gap between those values, 565 and 640. We do have what I would say is decent amount of volatility occurring right now on AMC. And on Ape, same thing, good volatility. Do you guys remember? I'm gonna come back on here on the screen again. Do you guys remember when I mentioned to you on the 20th that I felt like something was happening, and it was kind of one of those things where I was telling you guys like, hey, look, it looks to me like Adam Aron may have sold some shares into the market for Ape. Do you guys remember that? I ended up posting a tweet on it, both on the 20th and last night. I retweeted what it was that I posted on the 20th, and the prediction that I had was that that we were basically seeing somewhere between 10 and 15 million shares that were likely sold by AMC into the market. Well, guess what? They said that since the reporting or since the write-up of the quarterly meeting, the AMC has sold 14.9 million shares. Let me show what that looks like. Let me see. Let me pull that up here. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up here. Oh, our pokey stick of volume came in. I'll pull that up here in just a second. I just got to look at the pokey stick of volume real quick. So we've got 71,000 shares for our pokey stick of volume. 84,000 shares is the total volume afterwards for AMC, and that's basically a 12 or 13,000 was traded going into it. But 84,000 shares for AMC is only going to equate to about 10 to 30 million shares in total volume for the day to day. Looking at Ape, pokey stick of volume on Ape was 20,000 shares. This is extremely low volume on Ape. The pokey stick of volume today, very, very low. Volume 20,000 shares, and the total shares going into it was about 12,000 shares. Something abnormal is happening right here. Very, very abnormal. 33,000. I mean, I'm going to say 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day today, but something's happening here. That is extremely low because we're seeing like just a doubling of the volume, and it's keeping the volume super, super low. Expect a low volume day today on Ape. All right, let me pull over the page real quick here and check this out. So on the 20th, you can see right down here, I posted on the 20th. On the 20th, I said, FYI, I think Adam Aaron approved selling Ape shares today, and I'll tell you why. I listed out, I think it was 5 reasons. Today, Ape traded more volume than AMC. It was the first time that Ape had ever traded more volume than AMC. Price was increasing on that day. It was up 18% on that day. Off exchange plus CBO EDGX volume was equaling 75% of the total volume traded on that day. And even though there was, and as I've mentioned to you guys on plenty of occasions, that usually price discovery is hidden through off exchange traded volume. Even though we had 75% of our total volume going through off exchanges and options, we still had an up day of 18%. So that was like one of the big key indicators right there for me. Ortex is showing 13 million shares returned that day. Ortex ended up reporting 13 million shares. So how did I know how many shares ended up getting released by Adam Aaron? That was the big indicator for me, showing me, this is what happens to dilution, right? They return short interest whenever there's dilution that occurs. I've mentioned this to you before plenty of times. When they get brand new shares that come into the market, they use those to close positions, right? That's exactly that's what they do. They close out short interest whenever they get new shares. And when we had 13 million shares show up in returns for that day, it told me that hedge funds were basically closing out as much short interest as they possibly could, and that it was going to be somewhere really close to that 13 number. So somewhere between 10 and 15 million is what I said, because I kind of swung off the 13 and just said 10 to 15, and that should be about how much they've traded into the market. And so this is one of the other big signs as to how I knew how much was traded into the market. And besides the fact that the 5th point that I listed, which was level 2 order book, had excessively large orders showing signs of increased liquidity. The order book was crazy that day. We hadn't seen order book do anything like that. It was absolutely nutso. And next thing you know, it was just the nuttiest thing I've ever seen, right? And so when you see something change like that, it's almost an instant, like, something's changed, something has happened. So you have to play detective, and you have to go, okay, why did this change? What numbers affect what numbers, and why did we see this massive change? So that's why I made that prediction of somewhere between 10 and 15 million shares. And then I said, prepare for incoming FUD about the dilution. I warned you guys on the 20th. They reported 14.9 million shares were sold. I nailed it. I nailed it, guys. I nailed that thing, man. I got it like perfect. I'm telling you, it's like these numbers, sure, they're self-reported, and they may not be complete, but they tell you a story. They paint you a picture. These numbers don't lie. They don't lie. They may be an impartial picture, but you can still tell. If you're putting together a puzzle, you may not know exactly where all the pieces go at every single minute, but you can put together the piece of the puzzle in your mind. You could be missing 100 pieces out of a thousand piece puzzle, but you're still going to be able to put the puzzle together and see with your mind what the picture is without those 100 pieces. You can see it. You don't need the full picture. Have you guys ever seen that test where somebody leaves out vowels out of words and you can still read what it is that people are writing when you take the vowels out? It's because your mind can see the full picture. You don't have to have the whole story to get the full picture. Your mind will automatically put it together for you if you just allow it to, but you have to do some investigating and understanding the numbers. FGCV says, Casey, like incoming Rippy today. I'm not going to say that. I mean, I see the market's down right now, and until I start seeing margin calls, I'm more likely to lean towards the idea that we'll be heading with the market with the way it's heading. So I'm not leaning that direction. Big aids or big aids. Sorry, man. I totally misread that. It's big ads. Big ads said if they sold the lot of the ape, ape would skyrocket. I don't agree. JP says only 14 million apes sold. That's a drop in the bucket. It is. So, in regards to how much that was sold, the one thing that I have to say about that, in regards to the 14 million, we don't. I particularly would prefer, and Adam Aaron I think has even mentioned this, that he sees those shares as extremely valuable. You can't possibly look at those shares and that our current price and say that's valuable, right? So he knows that there's value to the shares. So why only release a portion of the shares to sell? And the answer to that is if you go and you look at what happened with Tesla, they released somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares in each share offering, and they did it like once a quarter, right? And the reason you do small amounts is you force you force everybody out there institutionally to have to buy those shares, and they want them. They want them really, really, really bad, and so they go out and they start buying, but they can't help but raise the price as that happens. So they're fighting over the shares, but then they start knocking the price back down. Well, that's when you start injecting another 10 to 30 million shares again. You drop some more shares on them. So you do this incremental rise. And if you look at what happened with Tesla and the way that it was squeezing, because a lot of people have asked me from the past, they said, is this a Tesla squeeze or is this a VW squeeze? And this was a VW squeeze, but now Adam Aaron's turned it into both. AMC has the potential to be like Tesla, or sorry, but like VW, but Ape has the ability to be more like Tesla, where you have nice, healthy, slow growth due to small injections of liquidity into the market, which causes forced buying. Monty says Adam Aaron said they are precious. Exactly. Exactly. He did not release those to pay for his bonus. Like I said, guys, you got watch out for the shills, man. Watch out for the shills. There's some salty, salty people right now. Tammy, it is. It's the A-Team van. That's exactly what it is. Price prediction for the day, 590 to 890. Got it. I love it when a plan comes together. I need a cigar. I need to go out and buy a cigar real quick that I can just chew on constantly. Did he ever light those cigars? I don't ever remember. Did he? I can't remember him lighting those cigars. I feel like he was always. I feel like why can't I think of his name right now? Man, I can't remember his name now. What was the leader's name? I can't remember what. Shoot, I can't remember. Barack Obama's Murdoch face and Hannibal. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. Hannibal. I wonder if Hannibal actually ever lit those cigars. I don't remember him. I can't remember. I feel like he always like. I feel like you always saw him cutting them, but I can't remember him ever lighting them though. And I can't remember Face's name either. I just know it was Face, Murdoch, B.A. Baracus, and then Hannibal. But I don't know that. And then I think they added somebody later on in the series, and I can't remember who it is, but I think it was a female, and I can't remember what her name was. That was like later on, I think, down the road. Oh, American Trader says he only lit them when he wanted to blow shit up. That's right. That's right. He would like light it and then he'd throw the, or he'd like touch it to something and then things would like start sizzling, like a MacGyver, kind of thing, and then blow up. Yeah, that's right. I think I remember that now. Uh, Dana, no leopard print. The van's definitely gonna have floor to ceiling plush carpeting. But I don't know about leopard print. That seems a little. That's going too far. can't I can't imagine leopard print. Canapian says when the plan came together, he lit. Okay, so he was always it was the fat lady singing cigar. Okay, I guess I just don't remember that part as a kid. Doug says just remember that just because somebody is down on this play, disappointed in AMC, does not mean that they are shilly. Yes, it does. If you're outright outspoken against the company, then it does make you shilly. It does, absolutely, because you're invested in it and then your voice matters, right? So if you're going around saying negative things about something that you're invested in, then you're being shilly. It's just a word, man. Let it go. It's not a cut. It's just saying that you're being shilly about it. And it's true. The van is going to get someone wet between the jacuzzi and the water. What? What the heck, Dana? Danny's laughing over here. Let's check and see if we've got any new tweets going out here from Adam Aaron. I don't expect anything right now. He's just got. Oh, hey Monty, guess what? Adam Aaron, he did say that Zoom came to them. Remember what we were talking about yesterday? I was right. You got to give me some credit. I was right that they came to him, not the other way around. There are no leaders here, Monty. There are no leaders. We're all the same. Yes, bird eye photography. So I was in the space call last night, and David versus Goliath actually mentioned that. That is probably one of the most important distinctions that could possibly be made about what it is that he said about the whole topic. 10 million DRS shares with 15,000 holders. Now, if you want to understand, like, obviously there's going to be some people who are extremely dedicated to this play, right? So you can't really take those numbers and say like, oh, well, that's an average shareholder is going to hold 666 shares per holder. But man, talk about that number. We've seen that number pop up a few times, haven't we? That 666 happening on Halloween happened before, didn't it? I thought that was really kind of interesting. I would never assume, though, that the average shareholder holds 666 shares just because of the fact that those are the numbers that he threw out for that example. And by the way, guys, when he mentioned that they're going to be putting it in the quarterly report, this isn't the first quarterly report that they would have that information out for how many shares were DRS. They actually had it out last quarterly report as well. It's not something new. Justin says, "What is the name of the author of the book you mentioned, Lights Out? I believe you mentioned the name was Half. It's Half. I think it's Fast. F-A-S-T. It's either Fast, F-A-S-T, or P-A-S-T. I can't remember if it's Half Past or Half Fast, but I'm pretty sure it's F-A-S-T. And you can't find it. Um, hold on a second. It's kind of a cool read. I think it's an online version of reading that you can find a free version of it. Let me just see if I can. Yeah, here it is. I found it already. I'm pretty sure that I can get you the free copy of it. Yep, here it is right here. I just found it. This is a PDF version of it if you want to read it, and it's right there. It's Lights Out by Half Fast, F-A-S-T. Amazing read. If you want to know what society, this is how, when I read this, I was like, this is how truly, honestly, society would break down if you had no power. It is a great read, and I think I honestly, the insight that this guy had on, the breakdown of society with no power is an amazing breakdown, because I really truly honestly believe that's exactly how it would go down. A lot of it makes sense, and I have no idea how he got there, but obviously he's well researched on his information. We have over $1 billion in cash left, Monty. Well, actually, not cash. We have about 900 million in cash left, but then we have about 220 million in credit as well. And the side part to that is I believe that hasn't really changed much since the last quarterly report. I'd have to go back and look and see for sure, but I don't think there's been much change, which is good. Yep, you're right. Credit is not cash. Check out the movie Roger and Me. It's a documentary. I'll have to check it out. Right. I got a couple different things I'm supposed to be looking up here. Without even reading it, I can say that Guy's view of breakdown of society is why they don't want to say their aliens would tear at the fabric of religion. I think I understand where you're going with that point, Break Thor, and I see what you're saying. You know, like a breakdown of society without you know, like Law and Order with, you know, that kind of stuff. I guess maybe a little bit. Jeffrey, I knew that was going to come in. Actually, we're going to take a look at the numbers today, Jeffrey. You're not right. Actually, I got the post right here. Some of the highlights. I don't have it pulled up, but let me just pull up my the highlights real quick here, and I'll show you. It's really simple to find out this information. All you got to do is do a little bit of research and look into it yourself instead of actually taking people's words for it. But it was very plain and clear that's what you're saying right there. It's kind of been one of those things that people are trying to push as a false narrative. But it says it in plain third quarter summary. The very last bullet point says 895 million. Let me take a picture of this. Oh, I do have a picture of it. Hold on a second. Right here. 895 million. 895 million is how much that they have on cash. 895.8 million, including 211 million point two. This including what this means is in addition to the 895.8 million in cash on hand, they have 211.2 million in undrawn capacity under the company's revolving credit facility. So they have a 211 in credit available to them should they need it, plus the 895.8 million in cash. So the number that you can't take the 211, subtract that from 895.8 and get the 600 number that you're getting. That's bad math. Plain and simple, that is really, really bad math, and you just can't do that. That's not how it works, unfortunately. So that is not correct. But you have to actually go read the information to know what it is that's being said and what's real and what's not real. And you know, this is how that stuff gets kind of like disseminated, right? Like people go out there and they just take whatever it is that somebody says instead of actually going out and reading it for themselves and understanding what's actually happening. You're just going out and taking what it is people say and then you repeat it. And that's where we have like a systemic problem inside of our community is that you're just going, instead of actually looking at the data and looking for it for yourself, you're just taking somebody's word for it and running with it. It happens so much. If you want to get to the root cause of these kind of things, go find the people who are pushing that information, find out where the source of that is coming from, and call them out and say, no, you're wrong. Why are you saying that? Why are you saying false information about the company? But Donkey Kong says that so that Roger and me is about breakdown of society and what happened to Flint, Michigan after the big car pullout. Okay, I'll check it out, man. JT says, Casey, do you think we'll ever see a 2 or 3 day rip? I think we will eventually, yeah. It hasn't been too long ago where we've seen that. If we draw back here just a tad bit on AMC, we had, let's see. Well, we did have one. There was actually a 4 day rip that we had, but right smack dab in the middle was a little bit of a pullback on it. Prior to that, though, the last time was in September, where we had 4 days of a rip as well. It's actually more than 4 days of a rip, but price did start coming back down a little bit. And actually, when you look at this one right here, more or less traded sideways. It was slightly down. It was trading sideways on that one day it went down. So yeah, I do think that we'll have another one. But my guess is that you probably mean something a little bit different when you're saying rip. You're probably meaning something much larger. And I would imagine that that will come, but we're going to need some correct market conditions to get there, and we're not quite seeing it just yet. But I'll let you know when it is, because we're getting very, very close on Ape on seeing some of the correct market conditions for that. Nope, Jeffrey, that is not correct. You cannot. They have credit available. You can't subtract your credit that's available to you from your cash on hand. That's not proper accounting, buddy. But that's all right. Don't you worry. I'm at somewhere between 9:30 and 10:30. I've got somebody coming on today who's going to go. Somebody who's qualified to look at these documents and tell you from a professional standpoint what it is that the books are showing. So don't you worry. We're gonna have somebody that's gonna come in and tell you for sure what the case is. Nikki, it is the A-Team van. It is definitely pimped out. Ray says, Casey, what's your opinion on Adam Aaron buying more theaters before the debt is paid off? It depends on how he does it, Ray. I can see there is one particular situation, and I don't want to quite talk about it yet because I think it might. I'm not willing to go there just yet. But there is one particular situation that I can think of where I would approve of it and think that it would be a good thing. But whether or not that situation is going to play out is an entirely different story, and I'd prefer not to talk about it because it's next thing I know, we're going to see people just making up these stories and blowing it out of proportion, and it's going to be like, oh, Casey said this is happening. It's not. I'm like, nah, I'm not saying that. But there are specific situations where I think that he could buy up some more movie theaters that is a potential possibility in the future. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it. That was Pantheon's job. That he did the paint job on this on the big tramp. I got to thank Pantheon. He did the good job. $900 million of liquidity may not be enough, giving the greater. Yes, I agree, Doug, and that's why I don't want to go with where it is that I'm going with this because it would involve nothing to do with the 900 million that Adam Aaron has in store. I think he has other ways that he could purchase without 900 million in his current liquidity that he has on cash on hand, and that's why I completely agree with what it is that you're saying. But it the it would take some creative thinking to get to what it is that I'm talking about. Ooh, Roseanne, you're in Maine, aren't you? You're like one of the few states that doesn't have an AMC theater. I know. I don't know if he's going to open one there or not, Roseanne. Probably not. Um, I'm sorry. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe there's something in the future. Who knows? Roseanne says that is correct. We don't have enough people in the city. Roseanne, can I ask you, like, how, like, if there is no AMC movie theater, is there any movie theaters, or is it just AMC that's not there? I'm just kind of curious, like, how far, like, if you wanted to go to a movie theater, how far would you have to drive to get to a movie theater? We're gonna locate where you're at living at exactly. Find the closest movie theater outside. I'm gonna be like, oh, she lives somewhere in this radius. You don't have to give me an exact distance. Just how long, how long would you have to drive in time in order to get to the closest movie theater to you? Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. Break time. Apex says, Casey, do you know if there is a volume shelf profile on TradingView under a different name? I don't look at that all that often, Apex, but I can probably find one for you. Let me get back to you. I'm gonna write that down on my board here, and I will get back to you, and I'll tell you tomorrow. I think, yeah, probably tomorrow, unless Adam's here, and he wants to answer that. Let's see. I just wrote it down. So I've got it down on my notes on my desk here so that I can look that up for you, and find out. I don't have the answers for everything, but when I don't have answers, I'll look them up and figure it out for you. We do 25 minutes to a movie theater. Well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's actually, I actually have a movie theater that's really close, but it's not AMC. So we drive to get to our closest AMC where I live. It's about a 25-minute drive. It's somewhere between 20 and 25 minutes depending on traffic. So that's actually how far I have to drive to get to an AMC as well. Glock says, instead of buying new theaters, wouldn't it be better to get us back in the black and then issue a blockchain-based cash dividend? I'll tell you, Glock, what would work best. If you really, really, really want to see squeeze potential, you want share buybacks, not dividends. Share buybacks create a situation to where it forces market makers to have to go find the shares to return them to the company, and that creates all, especially when there's high short interest, that creates massive havoc. So that would really be the best way to do it, is to do a share buyback. However, I don't see that in our near future. The only way that that would ever happen is with reduction of debt, and I do agree with you that reduction of debt would be a great thing to do. Believe it or not, without our current debt, we are in the black currently. We'll go over the numbers here and take a look, and I can show you later when we go over the numbers in about an hour, about two to 2.5 hours from now, or 2 to 3 hours from now. We'll be looking at the numbers, and I'll show you. We'll show you how that is. We're in the black right now, minus our debt. Apex. All right, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'll hit you up on Twitter. You're welcome. Point Break Thor says, I just drove 10 miles near Washington, D.C., and it took 75 minutes. You know, at Point Break Thor, when my parents used to live in Alexandria, Virginia, we lived really, really close to, we were just off the 395, and I can never remember the name of the other road, but we weren't too far out of DC, and it was supposed to be like a 15-minute drive to the Pentagon from my parents' house. But I remember the times where when the 395 would get backed up, and it was just like it was bad. I remember DC traffic really, really well, and that's from when I was a child, back in like 19 mid 80s. Mid 80s was when that was happening, and so I'm sure the traffic is still just as bad, if not worse. I'm sure of it. The Potomac. Oh my gosh. I can't remember the name of the bridge. Maybe it's just the Potomac Bridge. Worst thing ever. Sam says the 395 and the 295. I think that might be right, Sam. How did you know? Did we talk about that a long time ago? I think you're right. I think it was the 395 and the 295 was really close to where I lived. The Potomac Bridge, though, man, oh. He didn't acknowledge the shareholders yesterday in regards to saving AMC, did he? Yes, he did. He actually took some time out because he said a lot of people were saying that he's been silent, and he took he kind of took a little bit of time to kind of talk about that. But that's exactly like what it is you're saying, Monty. That's 100% what it is you're saying. The difference is, Monty, is that you don't have a treasure trove of shares that you can sell to reduce your debt. That's the difference. Unless you wanted to count your house, you could sell your house, I guess. Sam says it's a George Washington Bridge. Maybe that's what it was. I don't remember the name of the bridge. Bird Eye View Photography says the questions asked were junk. Oh, man. Yeah, I would. So Jabib's, he'd start talking. The only reason I know this is because I wrote down the time frame. But at maybe that's not correct. Hold on a second. I thought it was. I think the question was just before the 49:55 minute mark in the shareholder meeting. So if you go back maybe to like 47 minutes ish uh, shareholder the earnings call, you can find it. It's somewhere around that time frame. The one Belarke says they were setup questions. The one thing I've kind of found kind of interesting, Belarke, is that whenever they go to the phone section of the phone calls, they don't have very many of those phone call questions that are coming in. And I've always thought that was kind of interesting. Like Adam Aaron will be like, if I'm right that there's no more phone questions left, it always kind of makes me wonder, like, are they legitimately only getting one phone caller that's calling in for a question, or what's going on there? Like, I don't. It's kind of weird. Manjeet, good morning. So Manjeet is here, and Manjit would like to. I keep saying Manjeet, but Manjit would like to. I think talk with us a little bit later. She said she's ready to go as soon as she was putting in a good morning. So I'm thinking maybe we should do it a little bit earlier, Manjit. Maybe we can talk about it after I come back from a break and we get the market open and everything. If you're okay with that, maybe after the 9 o'clock numbers, we can do it at maybe like 9:30 ish or thereabouts. Yeah, Jabib's no problem, man. You're welcome. Oh, American Trader says drinky drink Wednesday. Huh. Yeah, she quit drinking. We're not doing those anymore. Oh, wait. She didn't quit drinking. She's quit drinking at home. She just corrected me. That's right, because when we went out to when we went out to the concert, we had drinks. I remember that now. So that's correct. She says I'm not a quitter, just not at home. I guess they're not really called the Redskins anymore now, are they? The Washington Patriots or something. What are they calling them now? I forget what they call them. The Nationals, the Washington Nationals. Is that what it is? I forget what the name change is now. But how am I okay? Am I okay with Jeff Bezos buying my childhood team? You know what, dude? Ever since I was a kid and I'm trying to think of the name of the Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego got turned into the Qualcomm Stadium, I pretty much just lost it at that point. I was kind of like, you know what, I give up. Corporate America has taken over everything, and it like, when in regards to sports, it kind of makes me sad a little bit. So it's gonna be what it is. There's nothing you can do about it, and I don't really care, I guess. All right, Manjit, thank you very much. I will see you at 9:30. So it depends, BioLife. It's really funny that you should ask that. What is the DRS thesis? It changes depending on what your argument is. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. So I can't, they have multiple theses that they use depending on how you argue against them. So it changes. It could be anything from infinite liquidity, or sorry, infinity loop. Sorry, infinity loop. I said the wrong thing. Infinity loop to share count to the stopping of lending of shares to having shares in ownership in your name to, and I think there might be a fifth one. I'm trying to remember what it is, but it's always constantly changing depending on what it is you're arguing against them. They don't really. It just depends. They always have. If you destroy one of their theses, then they move on to the next one. And so the only way that you can really prove to them is you just take a year's worth of data and you show them what it's done, and you say like, here you go. Here's 1 year's worth of data of what it's done so far. Congratulations. And because it destroys everything that it is there is no argument against it when you do that. American Trader says, laugh out loud. You tell him, Casey's wife. Her name's Melissa. Casey wanted to know. And she laughed, by the way. Yeah, there's like five different theses that they have BioLife Hemp, and they're all false. All five of them are all false theses. So the problem is the legal rehypothecation with that we know there is over 560 million shares. Yes. I mean, that's sometimes they use that as one of the arguments is that it would stop rehypothecation of shares, and that's not true. It's infinite liquidity regardless of whether your shares are DRS or not. Yep, that's correct. DRS for account is useless because we know there's more shares available. That is the correct argument against that one. And so they say, I don't care. I'm just going to hold my shares there because they're in my name. And then you're now you're fighting a completely different thesis. That's the funniest thing about the whole DRS group is they keep changing their thesis based off of whatever it is that you're arguing against them. You prove them wrong, and then they just move on to another. Are people pushing DRS shills? I would call them a shill if they're trying to tell you that they're trying to convince you that something won't happen if you don't do it. Yes, because it's not true. Whenever somebody's pushing out false narratives that aren't true, that is being shilly. Absolutely. And just like Adam Aaron said, and I've said many times myself, if you want to DRS your shares, go for it. It's your choice. It's your money. It's your choice. Don't let anybody tell you what to do, but be informed. Be informed about what it is that the numbers actually are proving and show. Understand the mechanics behind what actually happens in a marketplace, and understand why what it is that you're doing, what the side effects are of that. And understand that the reason that GME started to squeeze in the first place last time wasn't because people were DRSing their shares. Nobody was DRSing back in those days. And you look at the contrast between what happened after they started DRSing and before DRSing, and you can see the market mechanics of how a market fails when there's shares that are being lent out by brokers, and there's additional liquidity in the market to be able to cause volume to spike when price spikes, and you see actual price improvements. Jeffrey Stein says cough. Okay. Once again, we know there's more than 516 million. So if 560 million shares logged in DRS, they will use the rehypothecated shares to short. Yes. So that's the part, BioLife Hemp. Institutions own shares, right? You can go right now to Fintel and you can see that institutions are reporting that they own almost 30% of the entire float. Well, if they own part of the float, then they can still lend. That doesn't stop lending from happening, right? So you could never possibly tie up the entire float because they still have shares. It doesn't matter if you every single share can be DRS and they still can do what it is that they're doing. Sam says, I wouldn't worry about the DRS convo. In my opinion, we can't even get apes to buy on lit markets. Sam, you're not really wrong, and that's part of the reason, Sam, why I tell people if you want to DRS your shares, go ahead and do it. That's your choice. It's just going to take longer. It's not going to stop the squeeze from happening, but it's definitely going to make things play out longer. So I'm not really worried about it because it's not one of those things. It's not a factor that's going to be. It's not going to be the end all to a squeeze play. So I'm not really worried about it. Just kind of like how buying lit market's never going to be. It would be amazing if everybody did buy lit market, but it's never going to be the case. And it's not going to end the squeeze play if people don't do it. So again, you're not wrong with what it is that you're saying right there. Yes, Doug. I am absolutely, like, I've got pretty good proof that there's instances that there are people who are pushing for DRS that shouldn't be. Really good proof that there are institutions that are pushing for DRS because they know that they can use those shares. But that's to come. I'm not going to release that information just yet because I have to wait for somebody to give me the follow up on that. But yes, if the idea behind it, Doug, is that if you reduce the amount of liquidity in the market and short institutions don't have to continue to borrow heavy amounts of shares in borrowing short interest, right? If they don't have to do that, then it saves them from being in a bad position, especially when they're low on collateral. So how do they benefit from it? They don't have spikes in price that are out of control, causing them to have to borrow additional amounts of shares to keep price in control. So that's how they benefit. That's they absolutely benefit from that. All Adam Aaron said yesterday was you can't short DRS shares. That is correct. So certain people think that means he said no, that he said to DRS. Not the case. He just answered a DRS only removes shares to short. And what are we here for? A short squeeze. You're not wrong, BioLife. You're not wrong. That is right. We're here for a short squeeze. You don't have short interest and you can't get a short squeeze, so it makes sense. It's pointless to really. I mean, Sam's not wrong. I feel like a lot of times I'm spending more time on it than I really even care to, because really ultimately what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help people to understand that while it may be taking longer for a squeeze to occur, it's not going to be the end all of what's happening here. And those people who are DRSing their shares are going to be sadly mistaken when they find out what it looks like on the back side of a squeeze or on the front side, whatever it is that they choose to sell their shares. But then that's where I hate saying that because then that's where DRS people come in and they go like, well, I just gonna put my shares there because I don't ever plan on selling these shares. Okay, cool, good for you. If that's the case, and then go for it. Did Ape effectively do the same thing as DRS? No. Forrest, it is Manjit. Manjit is coming on at 9:30. I need to take a break. I just realized I forgot what time it was. Jay already reminded me and I forgot. But Manjit's going to come on and she'll discuss her background and why she's able to speak on with authority on what it is we're talking about in regards to the earnings report, and we'll go through it a little bit and take a look at all the numbers. MGTO says, what if the only shares being traded on the lit market were the shares being sent from the dark pools? How do we know? Well, usually dark pool trades, MGTO, are usually going to be the synthetics that are being traded, right? You know, if you're an institution and you don't actually have the shares to trade back and forth, then you create a situation where you're trading through hey, let me give you an example. It's like, hey, I have 100,000 shares here that I need to get rid of. Do you want to buy these fake shares from me and an off exchange between my position and your position? And the other side says, yes, I need those 100,000 shares. Let's go ahead and make that exchange. So then they do the swap between the two individuals. You have volume discovery, which happens on the marketplace, but no price discovery. Right? Lit market means that those shares are actually doing price discovery and volume. So buying lit market has nothing to do with dark pools whatsoever. But how do we know that if any broker is actually dealing directly with the lit exchange? In regards to that, there's been some individuals out there who's researched that. Keto, thank you for the price prediction. There's some individuals out there who've researched that information and done a really good presentation on that. I haven't done it myself, but to my knowledge, there's only 3 brokers out there that actually trade straight to the lit market, and the way that you have to do it is very specific. Roseanne, she's going to come on at 9:30, Central Standard Time. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take my break. I'll be back at 8:15. I got to get out of here so I can get a little bit of sit-down time. Just kind of focus on the open of the market for the day today because it is another trading day. So let's get prepared for. I would definitely expect to see Ape to drop down to trigger SSR. The red line's already on the page. It is down 7.5%. They will more than likely try to drop that right down to SSR, trigger it right off the bat first thing this morning. And the reason for that is that legally allows them to create short exempt volume. And that's exactly what it is that we're talking about right now. That it doesn't matter if you have your shares DRS or not. It's legal for them to create short exempt volume. Legal. Alrighty, guys. I am going to head out. I will see you guys after my break at 8:15 before market opens.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
All right, I'm back, guys, and let's see here. So I'm trying to get an idea for where I think price predictions are going to go for the day today. I do want to note here. Right now we're looking at Ape, and if you'll see this blue line that I've got up here at $1.62, that is a reset for synthetic price failure. It drove up far enough beyond this, even though for a short period of time that it drove up to 1.7 in the aftermarket hours yesterday. That is enough to reset a synthetic price failure, which means price could fail up to 20%. I am expecting a potential touchdown possibility for a double bottom on SSR at $1.44, which would put us really, really close to that the double touch point here for Ape. We're currently at 149, so not a whole lot of a stretch to imagine that dropping down a few cents to tag that. I do expect that to have happen, although I would expect to see a bounce off of that as well. So I think that we could potentially see with a double bottom on that price maybe going back maybe slightly up to maybe 148. So I'm going to guess 125 is being my point at where I'm going to guess for like a low. Possibility, just giving myself a little bit of breathing room on this price prediction. And then on AMC, it's very, very obvious that we're going to be breaking out of a wedge pattern that's forming here, leading into market open. I can imagine this, it's pretty obvious what's going on here. Consolidation coming down to the tip here, just the tip, and breaking out as soon as market opens. The question is which way is this going to go at market open? Currently, let me check the futures on the market. Let's see here. Currently, we got the VIX up 0.3 in the futures and the market down somewhere between 0.25% still. That's about what it was earlier this morning when we looked at it. So I do imagine or I do foresee a downwards trend with this. Let me check the trend channel just to see. Yeah, the trend channel is showing that it's pointing towards the top of the wedge, so I would expect a breakdown in price. Not very uncommon, anyways. The question is how far down will it go before seeing a bottom here? $5.17 is what it was before. To get a double bottom out of today, hitting 5.17 is a very strong possibility. If they're going to get it down to 5.17, they might as well shoot for 5.06 and trigger that SSR printing those synthetic shares. And we do have a level of support there at 508, so we will probably bounce off that. So I can't imagine anything lower than 5. We do have max pain at $6 for the week, so and the options are kind of signaling for a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6. So I'm gonna go ahead and put $5 in for my low side guesstimate on price prediction for Ape. So $6.25 is going to be 625 to 925 is going to be my range for a combined price of AMC and Ape. And let's see here. Looks like we got some news on AMC. U.S. stocks poised to lose steam as traders digest early midterm results and eye Thursday's inflation data. Wait, do we have inflation data coming out on Thursday? Hold on a second, I forgot about that. Yep, November 10th. Thursday we have inflation CPI data coming out on Thursday. I guess we will see how these rate hikes are doing. Apex says Bitcoin's going to test 17,500 again at market open. I'm calling it now. Man, it's down 5.39% right now. It's rough. The Big Tramp says, love the barcoding on Ape every day. There's no changes there, is there? Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't see. Just letting you guys know, we have Manjit is going to be coming on. She's going to explain why she's particularly capable of analyzing a quarterly earnings report and she's going to tell you a little bit about her background and why she's capable of reading that information. And we're going to go over it together and take a look at the total numbers and everything that was filed yesterday and just kind of go through with a fine tooth comb and or maybe even just a loose tooth comb and kind of pick out some of the things that I know. One of the things that I had to ask a question about last night because there was a tweet that went out from somebody that was posing as Adam Aaron. Their picture is a picture of Adam Aaron, but it's not Adam Aaron. And they were talking about total amount of cash on hand being 600 million. And essentially what they were doing is they were taking the total cash on hand, subtracting out the credit that's left available, and then stating that that's how much cash that was actually on hand. And that's not how the numbers work. So, but we'll get somebody in here to talk about it who's actually a professional. Because who am I? I'm just another guy here. I'm just another guy sitting in a van. I'm just like the rest of you guys. I'm not a certified. I don't have a degree in finances, and I'm obviously not a certified CPA or anything like that. So we'll get somebody in here who can talk about it though, and we'll take a look at those numbers and see what happens. Runscape Killer, I think the reason that your message got stamped out there by Javi was just, we're trying to protect people. Just putting in how much that you're buying is good. Putting how many you're buying is there's no need to do that, but just letting people know that you're buying is okay. Just to kind of protect you. But thank you for letting us know that you're buying some shares. It's awesome. Congratulations on your new shares and also your coworkers as well. Corbin, thank you so much. Pantheon gave me this sweet ride. Thanks to Pantheon. So, throat yogurt, the serious answer is that you can still have a short squeeze even with, let's say, for example, you did DRS the entire float. You could still have a short squeeze with a catalyst situation, right? It doesn't take out the idea that there would be a lack of liquidity in a market crash. Sorry, I said liquidity. Lack of collateral in a market crash. So catalysts can still cause short squeezes to occur. But the only reason for that though, throat yogurt, is because we already have built up short interest, right? And short interest is what causes a short squeeze. And because we already have short interest built up, a large quantity of short interest, mind you, a catalyst would cause a short squeeze to occur. But otherwise, you'd be waiting for a catalyst instead of having the market do its own job of destroying itself. Actually, I shouldn't say destroying itself. It's basically the market making its own correction. The market likes balance. And if the market's in balance, it will try to correct for itself. And so essentially too much short interest is an imbalance. And that's when you start seeing a short squeeze starting to occur because it's the market trying to rebalance itself. Alrighty, guys, it's time to get this day started. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and advance.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
My name is
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, good morning, guys. It is good to see you all back again. My rent is too damn high as the title for the day today. We have a guest speaker for the day today. I'm probably not going to do a man in the van crinkle for your wrinkle hour for the day today. We'll go enough dry material with going over the books. But my guest speaker for the day today is going to be Manjit. She will be here to help talk about some of our numbers here in about an hour from now. But why my rent is too damn high. So, and you guys put up the name of the guy earlier this morning. I can't remember what it was, but so the reason that I had this thought, process that kind of came to me is that the first time when I got into the market was about 1998, and I remember I was renting at the time. I bought my first house in 1999, and there was this guy that started running for president. I don't remember what his name was. You guys will put it in here in a minute for me, and then I'll read it off and be like, oh yeah, that name. But all he would say all the time is, "My rent's too damn high." It was so funny. It was so funny, but it was so true. At the time. We weren't doing too poorly, but the market started turning. And I remember thinking to myself, like, man, things are starting to get kind of tight a little bit. And I just think back to that sometimes because that's the only thing that I can remember about what it is that he was saying. And you know what? Our kids, everybody who's young is seeing that kind of stuff, and some of us who aren't young, some of us who are renters, or it actually really doesn't matter who you are. You're seeing it. You're seeing the tightening of the belts happening. You're seeing people start to spend more on credit, and I just want to say to you guys that, like, there is hope. There is hope. And I want to tell you that if I could go back in time and I could say to younger Casey, I would say, like, don't lose hope when the market's starting to turn and things are starting to get rough. Everything starts to turn back around later on. And if you know that, if you go back in history and you see that ultimately things do reverse and start continuing to head back up, very similarly like how price is doing right now in our stocks, it will turn around. Don't lose faith in the market. I know it's really easy to do because the market's so quote unquote manipulated, right? But don't lose faith in the idea that the market will turn around. Don't lose faith in the company that you're invested in that's making more money year over year as things will turn around. This is not a bankrupt company. You guys know it. I know it. This company is going places. Ultimately, this company is worth way more than what the valuation is that's showing up currently right now. And we all know it. That's why we're here. You've got your 5 whys. Remember your 5 whys. Why are you here? Why are you a part of this? And also remember that your words count. How you speak about your company that you're invested in is how everybody else is going to see it. So remember that. There is hope. Know that there's a better future. Because my rent's too damn high right now. And it can't continue on like this. You can't continue on when things are starting to break. Things have to change. Nana Ape says, my car insurance is too high. 4 cars, no accidents or tickets, $458 a month. That's not too bad for 4 cars, to be honest with you. But I'm only saying that, Nana, from the perspective of somebody who's got two young drivers on my books right now. So four cars at $458. I wish I had your problems. If you shelter your cost, takes all your money. The rest doesn't matter. Not sure what you mean by that. Sammy Boy, tell Casey to play it. Play it. What am I playing here? Let's see. Damn straight, Sammy Boy. I'm going back to where Sammy Boy said something here. Also, Thick Flare posted something here. Let me check it out real quick. And I'm going to open the link in a new window. It's a YouTube video. I can't. Am I supposed to be playing that? Is that what I'm supposed to be playing? What am I playing? Oh, Leon. Leon says, I want to ask you. I just saw it, Leon. Casey, I want to ask you a very serious question. Take some time to think about it for real. Do you split your do you split your two-ply tissue? Do you split your two-ply tissue? Do I split my two-ply tissue? Yes, but not in the same direction as the ply. I would say yes, but not in the same direction as the ply. How's that? You split it, but you don't split the plyness of it. You cut the roll in half or in less than half. Hopefully you don't use a whole roll or half a roll. But no, you don't split the two-ply tissue. The ply together, the two different sides are together. I'll actually, you know what, Leon? To be very honest with you, have you ever had those situations where you pull, like you get a brand new roll and you pull on it, and like somehow the two plies comes apart, and you're pulling one half of the ply, and it's like and somehow it's continuously unravels, and you're like, no, no, because now all you're getting is a single ply, and you're like, oh my God, I can't wipe with this. I've had that happen. I hate that. That's like one of the worst things ever. And those occasions, you are splitting the ply. Ugh, single ply. Ugh, never. I'll tell you what. Hope for a generation. There's a couple things that I can't stand in life: mosquitoes and single ply toilet paper. This is part of the reasons why I've mentioned to my wife that I can't live out in the country. It'd be super, super difficult for me to live out in the country because if you're on septic tanks, you're more than likely on single ply toilet paper. I'm a plush toilet paper kind of guy. I gotta have my two ply. Sub as the boss says, Nana, over here in Toronto, we pay about 6,000 for two cars. All insurance companies share the database of all the drivers. Yikes! Of course, is that $6,000 American money, or I mean, does I don't know if it matters. Oh, 6,000 for a year. Oh, that's different. All right, we did trigger a SSR trip at $1.44 on Ape. That's what the red line is on the page. Let's see here. Hillbilly says, have you ever seen anything on the Analytica Chart 3 platform, Polarity Automated Trading Interface? Interesting stuff. I have not. I have not. I feel like that's something I need to write down. Do me a favor, Hillbilly, and just send that to me in a DM or something if you don't mind, because I got a lot of stuff on my board right now, and I'd like to write that down, but I have not looked into it. Canapian says Casey knows how to treat himself. It's the simple things in life, Canapian. Like there's just some things you can't give up on. Oh man, this is why you never go to the restroom in public places. Number two, because you're always going to get that single ply toilet paper. That's not true. Justin says, "How long has it been since AMC hit SSR? Why haven't they done it? Don't they need to?" It has been a hot minute, but I don't believe it's been all that too long ago. I can pull up the data and try and see when exactly it was last. But I'm probably not going to do it just right now because I don't know if I have enough time for it right now. But I can try and pull that information up for you, Justin, and check it out. Francis, we'll take a look at Casa Bar here in 15 minutes. Just give me just a little bit time here. I usually like to wait for the first 30 minutes of trading to go through before we start taking a look at numbers. Ugh. I can't do bidet. I've never used a bidet before, BioLife, but that just sounds way too messy. Just, it's working safety for as many years as I did. One of the things that you never do is you never add water to an acid spill because it makes more acid and it's worse to clean up. So you don't add to it. So that's kind of how I view a bidet. I just kind of see that as making like more of a more of a mess. Yes, Meep actually, that's where it came from, the five whys. That's in the industry that I worked in. That's I come from an engineering background, and the whole five whys came from that. If you want to problem shoot what your root cause is, you do your five whys, and so you're not wrong. It's in engineering, Six Sigma. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You've obviously got experience. Don't you just love those five whys? I love those things. They're the best thing ever. But Donkey Kong, man, like I've said, you don't add water to acid. Why does the button say off? Which button? You guys, you guys are talking about crazy stuff here. I'm not talking about that. I don't even want to go there, guys. I just don't want to go there. You all can have your you can have your bidets. No thanks. I'm done. I don't even want to talk about it. It's such a weird topic. Corbin says the five whys has helped me, no doubt. It really does kind of tell you it gives you the root cause of something. So if you want to understand like why, if you understand why you're here, if you understand the root cause for why it is that you're here and what it is that you're doing, you can do your five whys, figure out why it is you're really here, the root cause of it, and then decide like has the cause changed, right? Like it didn't. If you're here for the same reasons as you were here for before, and nothing's changed, then you should still be in a part of it, right? It's nothing's changed. It's a more complex way of saying what dumbing. It's a way of making it sound smarter than the true easiest way that you can possibly say it is uh, have the shorts closed? No. Then what are we talking about? Phil for real's got it down. That's the basic five whys right there, all summarized in one comment. So yeah. But maybe those aren't part of your five whys. You could have a different set of five whys that leads you to a different conclusion. Corbin says, "Yeah, it's easy to forget and give up. It is. It is easy. You know what, Corbin? The big reason I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. The big reason why I'm telling you that, the whole reason for the whole five whys, isn't for right now. You may be using it right now, but it's not right now why I have you writing down your five whys. The five whys is for when we start running up in price. Because when we start running up in price, I guarantee you that we're going to see these massive swings in price, as large as 70% dips in price before we see a top. That's if you go back and you look at GME, that was happening. That happened to GME legit, straight up, 70% drop in price before seeing a top. That's when you're going to need your five whys because this stuff right here, what we're dealing with right now, this ain't nothing. This ain't nothing. You wait. It's going to get harder. It's going to be so much harder to hold on the way up than it is to hold right now. I know it doesn't seem like it, but those five whys are going to come in handy way later down the road. Thank you, Hillbilly. Appreciate it. Balarke says, I want it to get harder. uh, I bet you do. I don't rock. You guys rock. You guys rock hard. It's rock strong. Oh, Lake FX corrected me there. He said no way down the road. It's 2 weeks. Lake FX, I'm with you on that one, man. Sammy Boy says it's at 9:30 yet. No, we got about 40 minutes to go. 9 more minutes until I start reading the numbers. I'm gonna order my drinks like that, legit straight up. Did I say legit straight up? I don't know if I don't know if I did. If I said that, it's just something that just came out. I have no idea. Sometimes I just say things legit straight up. It's all no, Manji. It's Manja. It's 2 weeks. 2 weeks. It's not 4. Hey Jay, I'm here for you, man. I hold for you. I hold for you. I think that's probably one of the most powerful reasons why this whole community thing is important, right? It's the ability for me to be able to look over to the guy to my left, to look over to my gal to the right, whoever it may be, my apes in the community, and say like, "Are you still here?" And they say, "Yeah, I'm still here." And it's like, okay, well, it's good to see that you're still here. I know that you're still here. I'm still here. I'm holding for you. Ape SSR was triggered. It's that red line petrofire. It tripped it. The price was $1.44. Maggie says, how much longer before HYMC is delisted? They got time. They got lots of time. That stuff does not happen quick. Can we keep this green big tramp? It suits this green. Green? This big tramp's not green. What are you seeing, Manjit? Because this is not a green big tramp. This truck is black and gray and with a red stripe. I think you might be colorblind or something's wrong with your viewing device, whatever it is that I'm not sure. I want to ask you guys a question. Because I've seen this before. I've seen this before, and I just want to ask you guys what this means. When somebody puts up, for example, if somebody were to say 10 million, when I put it up, I write 10M, right? 1M. When somebody else writes MM, I typically assume that they're outside the U.S. And the reason I say that is because oftentimes that I've dealt with people outside the U.S., I'll see them write a double M. So I'm kind of curious, like, what does a double M mean when you see that? That usually kind of gives me an idea that somebody may be from outside the country. Yeah, because John Hannaford says millimeters. That's exactly what I think when I see that. When I see mm, I think millimeters. Delayed noise says 10 mm is the socket I always lose. Okay, so Sarah says 1M in the UK. MM means candy. Yo says MM is the legit straight up metric for million. But I feel like that's only used. I feel like MM is only used for other places outside the US. And the reason I say this is because I just recently saw somebody use MM in a post, and that person's from the US, and it kind of confused me a little bit to see that happen because usually you don't see people in the US post like that. It's like when a period is used instead of a comma. Nope, she hasn't spoken yet, Dana. She comes on in about just about 30 minutes from now. Yeah, I know. It's really funny, Javi, that you should say market maker. Those are the kind of things that I immediately start thinking of when I see those kind of things said. I think market maker, or I think millimeters. The last thing I think, yeah, millimeter rounds. Yeah, the last thing I think of is millions. I don't think of mm as being millions, and it's just I don't know. Thought it was kind of interesting when I saw it. Uh, Manjit says mm is for metric for million, and to show 1 billion, it would be 1 mmm. Well, that's confusing. Wouldn't it just be easier to put 1b? That's just way too difficult. I'll let her explain that, Sammy boy. I don't ever really want to know what people do for a living. For the most part, I try to stay out of people's business, and to keep her identity secured, I'll let her speak for herself and let her tell you why she's qualified to look at an earnings report and make some sense of the numbers. So I'll let her tell you. We got about 2 more minutes here. Maggie, it's kind of interesting you should say that. Maggie says, cases AMC being trashed by the media since the financials. I would say, there was one article from Benzinga that I saw pop up last night. And the only thing that the title was actually not trashed at all. It was actually one of the more, like, I guess, positive titles that I've seen in a long time. But you know what's going to happen when you get to the meat of the article. It's going to end up talking trash about AMC, but because they're just trying to get you in there to read the article in the first place. But I didn't actually read the article. I just read the title. I can actually pull that up right now and tell you what it says. Hold on a second here. It should still be on the news section here. Here it is. AMC Q3 earnings highlights: revenue and EPS beat. Company sells 14.9 million Ape shares. Q4 blockbuster slate. So it seemed like a really positive. That was at 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think, yesterday, which is odd because that was, I think that was prior to the report actually coming out, or before the shareholder meeting. The report might have been out by 4 o'clock. I forget what time it came out at, but it was really kind of interesting to see that coming through that early. Corbin Dallas, in regards to checkmate, I think what you're gonna have to take a step back and look at the bigger picture, and know that there's still moves that are yet to be made. That obviously we're not in checkmate, right? We haven't checkmated anybody yet. So if that's the case, then there's still moves that need to be played out. All he did was announce checkmate before it happened. He's saying that there's only so many moves that are left, and that checkmate is coming. So I would tell you that that's we haven't finished the moves, and if you can't see the moves that are ahead in order to get checkmate, then we're not privy to the information, or we don't see what it is that Adam Aaron is seeing from his side. So, and I'm with you. I don't. I'm not fully aware of what the checkmate moves are that's going to cause checkmate to happen, but he called it. And I don't expect Adam Aaron to be the kind of person who would call checkmate in advance without actually knowing there was checkmate within grasp. So that's a great question, MG2. Why sell shares? It's 9 o'clock. Let me answer that one last question. I'm not going to take any more questions until I'm done with MG2's question, and then I'm going to move on to some of the numbers for the day today. But let me answer that question real quick here. Why did Adam Aaron sell some shares? If you go back and you look at your history on Tesla, MG2, one of the great ways in order to get forced buying to occur is to sell shares into the market, because those shares are wanted. The liquidity is needed, and so the market needs to buy those shares. So by only injecting a small portion of the shares that he has at his in his war chest of shares to be able to sell, he essentially caught or forced buying pressure inside the market to elicit perhaps maybe a bit of a price rise on the stock. Now, if you go back, the 20th was the day that I said that it was pretty obvious that there were shares that were sold on the 20th. Let me take you over to that screen real quick here, because I do want to show you what that looks like on that time frame. On the 20th, let me get rid of the rest of this junk in here. There's the 20th right there. And I do believe that there were shares that were sold into the marketplace on the 20th. There was some pretty obvious signs, 5 of them that I outlined, and then even predicted somewhere between 10 and 15 million shares that were sold, and it ended up being 14.9. Now, some of those shares may have been sold slightly earlier than that. Some people are suggesting it may have actually sold prior to the 30th of September, which would be right here. There may have been some shares that were sold back in this time frame here, but it would have been a very small proportion of maybe 1 or 2 million shares. But the rest of it, I think the meat of it, of that 14.9 million, was sold right in here. So the idea there, though, is to create liquidity, number one, in the marketplace, so that you can actually have a lit market that's trading shares that are available for the exchange to trade. And you can see the market book right now is full. Both sides of the market book is full here, so you can get price discovery from this kind of movement. The other part to that is to kind of spike borrowing, right? Short interest. You want to see borrowing happen, because when you see that short interest rising, you get a squeeze. And right now the short interest on Ape is really, really, really low. It's under 10%. So until that short interest gets to a higher amount, you're not going to end up seeing spiking conditions on price that's going to cause a squeeze to occur. No, we're not. We're not seeing a moonshot right now. Not at all. But the idea is that it's creating more liquidity in the market and more borrowing availability. Now, if you look at the numbers, which I'll pull up here in just a minute. Actually, no, it's important to talk about it right now. I'm just going to address it right now, because what you're talking about is really important, because it's almost like you're saying that it's not doing the right thing. But if you look at it right here, take a look at what's actually happening to short interest over time. Exchange reported short interest is rising. The 20th is October 20th is right here. Short interest is starting to rise. That's a good thing. The more short interest you have, the more squeeze potential you have on the stock. Short interest is going up. Even though price is going down, short interest is going up. This is what you need for a squeeze to happen. So it's causing the right things to have happen. The mechanics that you need in order to get a squeeze to occur are happening. The short interest is going up. The on loan amount is starting to rise. Do you see the on loan amount starting to rise here? Why? Because there's liquidity in the market, new liquidity that's causing forced buying and forced lit market trades to be occurring. This is the recipe for a squeeze that you need to have happen. He's doing it. He's causing it to happen with very small amounts of shares being sold to make the market more liquid. This is the whole topic that we've been talking about, why DRS is not a good idea. You're bringing up great points. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It is time, and I got to get these numbers done before Menjit is ready to talk here, and it's going to be in about 25 minutes from now. Let's take a look at what we got going on here in our numbers. Remember, when the big tramp's not on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to get it, as it could help prevent from having somebody in your account being in your account. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Oh yeah, don't forget to set up if you're going to set up two-factor authentication, make sure you set up a secondary phone number so you don't have problems with accessing your account in case something happens to your primary phone number. All right, let me move a couple screens around and we'll start taking a look at the numbers. Alrighty, I think I got everything set up the way I need it. All right, here we go. Starting on the top left-hand side of the page, guys, price prediction tally points. Monty's got 1, Eric's got 2, I've got 2, and Keto's got 1. Price predictions for the day-to-day. Hold on one second, I got to write in Eric's because he texted it to me. All right, I've got 625 to 925. Eric has 6 to 9. Keto has 639 to 939, and Monty has 590 to 890. This is not financial advice. It's just simply for apes trying to figure out what price is going to be for the day on the combined price of AMC and Ape. So happy hump day, by the way. True Demons MOASS trigger indicators for AMC. We had 153.5 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Ape had 337.8 thousand shares, which was definitely an increase in the amount of short exempt volume that we had day over day. Typically, we see that number high when SSR is tripped because that's when it's legally appropriate for them to be able to do short exempt volume. They have rules and regulations that say that during times of low liquidity, you can start creating short exempt volume when SSR is tripped. So those shares will end up having to be delivered at some point in time. Those short exempt volume. Utilization currently at 100% for AMC. It is day number 191 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. For Ape, it dropped a little bit from 84% down to 80.56%. The interesting thing to note here is that usually when your utilization drops, it means one of two things. One, you either had shares returned, and so there's more shares available to loan, or two, more shares were made available to borrow. We had an increase in loan amount, which means that since utilization went down, more shares were made available to borrow. That's the only way that could have been possible, just based off of how the formula works for calculating out utilization. Day-over-day price increase. AMC was up 5.44% yesterday. Ape was up 5.96%. Max paying for the day today is $6. That's what it's been since the beginning of this week. Off exchange volume by this time of the day, which is the numbers sitting here right next to my head. As of this time of the morning, I would expect about 44% to be going through the off exchange and somewhere around 10 to 11% in EDGX volume. Let's see what we got going on here. 44.32 for AMC, and EDGX is at 11.08, which is only elevated by 1%. So our volume going through those exchanges is at 55.4%, 1.4% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0. Ape currently has 55.63 and EDGX at 10.43. The combined total of that is 66.06%. That's about 12% higher than normal for this time of the morning. That means price on Ape is being heavily price discovery is being heavily hidden through off exchanges currently. CHX volume is 0. CHX volume for GME is currently at 0.53%, which is elevated. Normally it's around by the end of the day, it's around 0.35%. HYMC has CHX volume in the range of 0.09, which is quite average. And NCMI has CHX volume of 0. No change. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, as of an hour ago, there was it's not an hour ago, what am I saying? Since earlier this morning when I was looking at it, we had 148.713 million shares owned by institutions. It is now 148.719. Slight increase. Very, very slight. Taking a look at options, we'll come back to Ortex here in just a minute. Highest amount of volume for the day today on call options is at a $6 strike. Yesterday it was at $6 as well. So far there's 4.3 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. That's the same value it was yesterday. There's 5.8 thousand contracts. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we are currently at $6.70. We are getting what appears to me maybe we may have had a little bit of a double bottom going on here on the chart. You can see this bottom right here, another bottom right here. We did break out of this this pattern at the very end of the day, moving into the aftermarket hours and then tumbling back down again on a larger scale. Let's see if I can draw something out here. Let me take this to a 5-minute. I'm going to draw this out like this. Just want to see what this looks like. It kind of looks like we might be on a descending broadening wedge, although there was never a secondary touch point back here where I would think you would see one. Because usually what would happen, if there would have been a touching point back here, our price level would have gotten right to that point to where it would have touched back here on a descending broad. Usually what you end up having is you have a touch point on the top, the bottom, and then you have a secondary touch point on the top. Followed by an eventual break. As price moves down the channel, price will usually break out back up and touch the point to where the top of it was, and then heading back down even further. And you can calculate how much of the distance is supposed to go down by looking at where some of the different touch points are here. However, it never quite got back up to the top in this section right here. It does look a little bit like a descending broadening wedge, though. If this were the case, let's keep an eye on this. I don't want to see it break this trend line right here. This descending trend line that we've got going down right here, I want to see that as a level of support at the very least. If it does break down below that, then you may see, let me calculate it out here real fast, but we may see the end completion of that descending broadening wedge, and let me just figure out what the value is. Let's see here. We could be seeing a price as low as $5.58 for a combined price of the two, but let me just see where that's going to show up at. 558 be right about here on that trend line. So let's watch and see. Hopefully we don't pass this, because I mean I can pull this box back over a little bit, because if this were to break past this trend line, it would go down much quicker, and when you could see that price kind of hit coming into play maybe by the end of the day today, or maybe even going into tomorrow. So I'm gonna move the box over just a little bit here. I don't want to see the price break past the trend line and head towards this box. If we hold support at this trend line here, we could see price spiking back up later on in the day, and hopefully breaking the trend line currently at $6.86, breaking that level of resistance. Taking a look at Ortex data. I know some of you guys were wanting to know what cost to borrow is at right now. Ooh. Ooh. There are no shares available to short right now, man. Okay, so AMC's got some good cost to borrow numbers here. It's looking pretty juicy. Taking a look at the total amount of shares that have been borrowed so far for the day today on AMC, it's 1.33 million shares. Do note that the short share interest, the free float at 20.36%, cost per hour average at 55.45. Yesterday, I think it was running around like 27, I think it was, or 28. You can see where our cost per hour average yesterday, where that was, and where the graph is at currently. Yesterday's numbers was 23.99. Apparently, I had the 27 wrong. It was 23.99 by the end of the day yesterday. Our trend is skyrocketing on cost per hour right now at 55.45. Shares on loan for the day today is at 184.03 million shares. That is 1 million more shares than there was yesterday on loan. Ortex is estimating about 360,000 of that to be in new short interest. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like on the page here. We've got our utilization for 191 straight trading days right there going across. We're going to zoom in on this just a tad bit here. Take a look at our current on loan amounts. Current on loan amounts rising, like I said, day over day from 183.02 to 184.03. On loan average age per day with new loans coming on the books. 1 million new loans is still rising. Went from 77.52 to 78. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising again from 20.2 to 20.27. And security lending volume for the day was down day over day from 4.2 million to 2.31 million. Look at that. That looks like a big middle finger right there. You do want to see security lending volume spiking. That is a good thing. Let's see here. Taking a look at Ape. Ape is also rising as well on cost to borrow. You can see current numbers today compared to what it was yesterday. So far for the day today, there's been 822,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.62%. Cost to borrow average is sitting at 10.61%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 46 million shares even on loan. That is 1.5 million new shares on loan day over day than what we had, all of that in new short interest. But what does this look like? Here's your utilization day over day dropping just slightly from 84.12 to 80.56. On loan amount, increasing day over day from 44.44 million to 46. On loan average age per day dipped. So let me explain to you what this means. You have on loan amount increasing, right? And your on loan average age dipping. How is that possible? Well, the answer to it is that they more than likely replace some of their older loan positions with newer loans. So you've got 1.5 million in new loans today. Something happened within the last 24 hours where they replaced some of their older positions with newer positions. That's likely what this is signaling. And then taking a look at security lending volume, day over day was slightly down from 11.34 to 10.74. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only curious about AMC, Ape, and GME. Let's take a look and see where they're on the list here. See if they're on here. AMC is on the list. GME is on the list. Ape is not on the. I don't see Ape. Hold on. Let me just scroll back up and make sure I didn't miss it. Ape. I don't see it. All right. Well, AMC is up on the list here. Pretty good. A fair amount up on the list. 68% buy to 32% sell ratio, which is looking very strong. I like that. Anything over 60-40 is a good number in my mind. So we have more buying than selling going on. GME has an excellent looking number here at 76% buying to 24% selling. Very good numbers here. We are definitely buying the dip based off of these numbers that I'm seeing. Stonko tracker. You want to know why? There's cost to borrow so high? Because they haven't borrowed any shares in a hot minute. It's been. I mean, look, we still have November 7th data showing up on Stonko tracker. They're just not borrowing shares because there's nothing available. Notice the ETFs do have a return of 35,000 shares. Normally, what happens is you'll see the ETFs will you'll see this number reduce, and then suddenly there will be available shares to borrow. So watch for that to happen. We'll probably see that happen later in the day. That tells me that they want to borrow some more since they did return about 30,000 shares into the ETFs. Watch for that to be the case. You'll see these disappear, and then you'll see available shares. They'll convert those shares to available amount of shares that can be borrowed. Watch for that to happen. There is currently 0 shares available to borrow, but the last borrow fee rate was at 17.8%. SSR triggers for the day today at $1.44 for Ape, and it already has triggered. Taking a look at the market, we've got NASDAQ down 0.55, Dow Jones down 0.33, and S&P 500 down 0.31. The market's not quite on fire yet, though. We do have 3,983 decliners to 2,547 advancers. The only time I ever say the market's on fire or either direction, either in buying or selling, I tend to need to see the number less than 2,000. So there's still a substantial amount of advancers in the market currently. The VIX is down. Actually, you know what? Let me not start with the VIX. Let me start with the US dollar. The US dollar is up right now 0.22. Let's take a look at that real quickly because I did feel like there may be a break upwards in this on the US dollar occurring somewhere between the 9th and the 15th. I tend to think that we're going to start seeing this break back upwards again. We'll see if that's the case or not. I feel like we're traveling down this descending wedge pretty well here, and I feel like this is I think this is going to start heading the US dollar. I think it might be heading up. SPY is down 0.34. Mortgage-backed securities are slightly up right now, and oil is down 16.21%. It's pretty massive. VIX is down 1.72. VTI is down 0.41. IWD is down 0.27. Tesla up 0.53. Amazon is down 2.03. Cinemark down 2.55. Doge is up 2.07. Bitcoin is down 4.68 at 17.6 coin. GME is down 5.1. HYMC is down 3.6. Hood is down 7.01. CS is Credit Suisse is down 2.14. NCMI is down 8.44. Ape is down 9.96, and AMC is down 6.56. Oops, wrong one. Taking a look at AMC. We currently have for the day-to-day so far, we got some good volume kind of going right now. Watch that. Watch them try to decrease the amount of volume happening, as that usually does tend to lead towards price discovery. We currently have about $400,000 more in inflow than outflow for the day-to-day, with 6.36 million shares traded so far after 54 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 45.93 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I do think that's going to be obtainable based off of the fact that usually volume kind of falls off a little bit as the day continues. Taking a look at the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.29, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.96. Give me a second here. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.43, which is below average. And then on Ape, so far traded for the day-to-day, we have about Man, we almost have double the amount of inflow today than we have in outflow. So there's like almost, not quite, but almost 700,000 shares traded so far. Almost. More inflow than outflow. 4.45 million shares having been traded so far after 56 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 31.06 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is way higher than I would have expected. In pre-market, we saw something very unusual happen. It's where we only had, like, I think it was 12. I want to say it was 12,000 shares having been traded in the pre-market, and we got a doubling of that in our pokey stick of volume at 7 a.m. So we ended up having like 36,000 shares for that single minute. That's extremely low volume, and I did not anticipate as much volume as we're getting. I mean, my volume prediction is 5 to 25 million, and I do think we'll hit that. But we're seeing way more volume than I would have anticipated. And the inflow versus outflow imbalance right now is pretty hefty. On the hourly, we have more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.69, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.17, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.93, which is below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1-hour time interval, we had some really ripe conditions for AMC or Ape rather, I should say, to start running in price. We had earlier this morning, we had the lagging line that was about ready to cross the price line, and conversion had already crossed the base. The only problem was we were just below the cloud, and now we're seeing price being pushed down. They're trying to suppress price to keep it out of this range in here. We're currently at $1.43 at this time, which is down 10.62%. You can see the conversion line cross back over the baseline. This is not a sign of strength right here. This is trying to show signs of weakness, trying to keep outside investors from investing into this. As you can see that the cloud is thinning. We are on the backside of a red cloud, which means we should be running up in price as this is happening, but it may not end up being for like at least another day or two. Some of the strong push points for price is if we were to get over $1.60 on a 4-hour chart here. You can see conversion is below base, a lagging line is below price line. The strong point that we're going to have to see here, which we're on the backside of a big thick cloud here, is for today is going to be about $2.40 to get above the cloud. So I don't have any expectations for the 240, but getting above 160 is potentially possible. Question is whether or not if we'll hit a double bottom first and then head up. Taking a look at AMC with the same charts, same kind of similar pattern exactly happening. It's almost a mirror image of it. We've got lagging line below price line, conversion line was above base, but then dropped below. Price was getting ready to run through the cloud. Getting up to $5.65 would have been absolutely amazing and produced probably a lot of outside investor buying. But instead we dropped down in price to $5.24. The next level of support on a 4-hour chart would be about $6.40 to push through the cloud up above. We do have conversion below base and lagging line below price line. It is down to 7% right now. VIX is currently down 1.92. So we've got the VIX moving down with the market moving down, which is very unusual. And I think that's it. I got 1 minute left. I finished in just enough time to go over and meet up with Manjit and talk with her. Hold on 1 second while I put these charts back to the way they're supposed to be. And I'm going to go over. Manjit, if you wouldn't mind just showing up in the back of the big tramp, and I will head over there and we can talk. I'll be there in just a minute. And this one's good. All right. We'll wait for Manjit to get here, and give me 1 second. I actually want to pull up. I'm going to ask her where she wants to start with that. Harry Parrott says, "Oh, Casey has a new victim in the back of the van." Why is it gotta be a victim?
Morning, Casey.
Good morning. How you doing? Hold on 1 second
I
here.
am good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Let me try and put your sound levels to the right amount so that people can hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm doing all right. Oh, you're gonna have to mute the stream.
You can hear what you're saying.
You need to mute the stream while you're talking.
You have to mute the stream.
Did that.
Okay, cool. So welcome. First off, Manjit, do you want to introduce yourself to everybody? First off, I want to thank you for coming on. I know that this is a little bit out of your comfort zone, and so I'm really appreciative of the fact that you're willing to come in here and talk to everybody, because it's you have some expertise in this, and so if you wouldn't mind, share with us a little bit about maybe why you feel it is that you're experienced enough to be able to talk about a earnings report. What experience do you have?
Well, my profession is accounting and finance. I've been working in this field for 28 years. My education is I have master's degree in accounting and financial management. I have been doing advisory services, consulting services, taxes, creating S corporations, LLCs, and also been submitting SEC reporting for some of my clients when I do my consulting jobs.
That is amazing.
So that's what I've been doing. I have my own firm called Mana Strategies. So I also do financial coaching, taxes, and stuff like that. I just do a little bit of everything.
Well, I really appreciate you taking your time to come and talk to us, because it is it's refreshing. It's really refreshing to know that there are some very qualified people who are in our group of retail investors who are a part of this play. Oftentimes, some people don't really think that there's people who are professionals in the workplace who are looking at financials and are part of this. And yet here you are. You're part of this. You're part of what's going on here. So I appreciate you coming in and taking your time to talk with us about the shareholders' earnings report. It really means a lot to me. I appreciate it so much.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I am one of you guys.
Yeah, you are. You've been around for a while. So first things first, I want to put up on the screen here what it is that you're going to be talking about. And we have not, I just want to let everybody know, we have not coordinated, other than just saying that Manjit was going to be here to discuss this with us, the earnings report. We have not discussed like exactly what we're going to be talking about exactly. So there's no predefined like script that we're going by here. We're just going to simply run through some of the numbers, and since you've already taken a look at it, I'm going to let you kind of lead the way, but I do want to show everybody what it is that you're talking about. So what item would you like me to open up first?
Well, I sent you a link about the investors relation report that basically gives you the meat of the report that I sent you yesterday in DM. So that's the one that tells you everything, basically what Adam talks about. Lots of people did listen to the report yesterday, but they were like wishy-washy in a way, negative, positive. So because if you look at Twitter, lots of people have been tweeting without understanding some of the stuff. So,
well, I am so glad that you're here to help clear some of that up, because I don't think that everybody's just going to take my word for it. but with your education and your background, hopefully people can take your word for it. Don't be offended by anybody's comments that that they disagree with whatever it is that you're saying. There's always going to be that. I promise you, no matter what, that we're not going to agree to on everything, even though you are professionally in your field. There's always going to be people who just don't agree, and so don't take that. In fact, just don't even look at the comments. It's probably
Um,
best if you just don't look at the comments.
Since I have been in this play for like almost, I would say, year and a half, not exactly 2 years, there's lots of people out there who just say stuff, and I have improved my skill of ignoring people. So I am going to be fine. So I'm not that sensitive because I am very blunt, and I'll say what I think is right. And if people doesn't agree, we all have our own opinions. You don't agree with me, the only thing I say is prove me wrong. That's it.
And that's a great attitude, right? Like, here's the data. I'm presenting data to you. If you're going to have an argument against it, come with me with some data and tell me that I'm wrong with that data, right? I mean, that
Yes.
makes the most
Yes.
sense. If you're gonna make a statement, support it with some kind of actual facts and hard data to make your statement. Don't just throw something out there and be like, this is the facts without any kind of support or material behind it. So I am 100% with you on that. And again, thank you so much for your time. I can't even express to you how grateful I am. And I think the community would probably attest to the fact that we are all happy that you're here to walk us through this. Where do you want me to start on this entertainment holdings report in order to was there a specific
Well,
place you want me to start?
well, no, we can start wherever you guys want to start. My only thing was that I wanted to bring to the attention of people is people are saying, why is it not happening? Why, what is going on with the numbers? So when people are looking at businesses, I'm not even talking about just AMC, just in general overview. When you are looking at businesses and they are doing better than their last quarter, we are going in a positive direction. So it's not like one day thing. Running a big business, running a big company like this, it takes time. It takes time to get out of debt. It takes time to have more revenues. And if we look at where we have been, when I'm looking at the report, last year, third quarter, we were at 763 million of the revenues. And this year it grew to 968 million. That is a big progress when I'm looking at the numbers.
So I just highlighted what you just said right there. I can see it very clearly. In 2021, 763.2 to current 968.4. So our current revenue exceeds last year's this time by $200 million. Am I correct?
Yes. So we
Right.
increased our revenue by $200 million in 9 months in a way,
Right.
I would say. So that is a pretty good increase. That is a pretty good increase. Lots of people in our community get worried about the debt situation or the debt that we have, the losses and stuff like that. Last year, whole year, we did not have as much revenue as we should have because of COVID. Now we are picking up. Now businesses are opening. Now things are happening. So we will have more revenues. Means I have full faith in Adam Aaron, and I have full faith in the business structure that it is going to be positive soon. If we go the way we are going, even in a year or so, we should be in a very better position comparative to where we were last year.
So one thing I want to point out too is that, and I don't know if people know this or not, but this revenue the 200 additional million dollars that we made in revenue, and I'm rounding here a little bit, it's a little slightly higher than 200 million, but the additional revenue that we've made in this year compared to last year is actually based off of less movies, right? I mean, they don't even put that in here, but there were less movies in this leading up to the third quarter of this year than there was last year. And yet we've managed to increase our revenue.
Yes. So if you look at it, when we are looking at the 3 month and September, when you are looking at the revenue, we are at 968.4 comparative to, it's a 3 month. It's only a 3 month revenue change of 26.9%. If you look at the 9 month ending 2022 September, we are at $39.20 million comparative to $13.56, and there's two asterisks right next to it. The change is more than 100%. We have more than 100% we have increased in revenue over the year.
Wow.
That says a lot. So if every quarter you are doing a 26% increase in your revenue, that is more than 100% year over year. And if it keeps going the way it is going, we should have a pretty strong fundamentals of the company.
Stop right now. Just stop. You're killing me already. This is too much to handle. I can't take this. This is too much. You're giving me goosebumps.
It is not too much. It's just that what really bothers me is when I see people when they don't understand everything and they just make comments or put tweets out there bringing our company down, all the FUD that we have, and that kind of like, I buy every week. I'm still buying.
Yeah. Don't tell me how much. I don't want to hear. Don't tell me how much.
Don't hear.
Yeah. 10 shares, right? You have 10 shares now, right?
Yes, I have 10 shares.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
I do have 10 shares. So the other thing I wanted to bring was like when people are saying, okay, what is Adam doing for us? Credit cards. We are going to have credit cards compared to probably, we are what, 4 million apes? Let's just be realistic. We are 4 million apes. And if we all get a credit card from AMC, we apply based on our credit score. There's going to be two different situations we have to see. If he offers credit cards, which is only AMC, which can only be used at AMC, that is going to have a different kind of revenue than comparative to if he offers us AMC credit card, but it's more like a Visa or MasterCard, which can be used everywhere. And let's be realistic. We all use credit cards. And then some people pay their debt at the end of the month, some people pay at the end of the year or whatsoever. That is also a good way for AMC to generate some revenue. Lots of credit cards, depending on what kind of credit cards they offer, they also charge fees and stuff like that. Imagine we have AMC credit card and we can use it everywhere. We can use it at Walmart, we can use it at grocery stores, we can go use it at Amazon.com, we can use it anywhere. That any revenue related to those credit cards will have some impact to the company as well. They will have some streamline of revenue there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what else? Where else do you want to take me into this report here that excites you or maybe even concerns you? I'm okay with concerns as well. Was there any concerns that you had or?
I don't have any concerns. I don't have any concerns except. I don't really have any concerns because he's a very smart guy. He's doing what needs to be done. Look at our availability liquidity. We have almost $896 million available, which is sufficient to run our business day-to-day basis, which is more than enough cash on hand that we need. If you look at the report, I'm trying to look at it, what it was last year.
Tell me what page to go to.
I'm looking at it. Give me 1 second. It's not on this report. I'm going to go to this one where we have, give me 1 second, cash and cash equivalent. So I'm looking at the 10K that they submitted. So in September 30, 2022, we have 684.6 in cash and cash equivalent, and we have 211 in restricted cash. When we are comparing it to December, it is less than what it was in December 2021. But when you are comparing it to June, numbers, June we had cash and cash equivalent of 965, and now we have it came down, but we also have to see that the money that came down, the cash equivalent that decreased from last quarter in June, is because there were some, business have expenses. So that's why they, it's very possible the money was spent somewhere to acquire maybe new assets, maybe have these new partnerships, maybe have, new ways of doing business. So that's what that doesn't concern me, but we are still in a very good position about that. The other concern that I wanted to bring up is, like, lots of times people are saying about the debt that we have for the AMC. And when we are looking at, first of all, when people are looking at the consolidated balance sheet, they look at this number and they say, okay, we are at total assets is $9,206 million. But there is a section called operating lease right of use assets. Operating leases are not supposed to be on the balance sheet to begin with. So that number can be taken out of there. It washes out. Operating lease right of use assets for 3873, it washes out with the number in the liabilities sections for 4246 million.
Because
are you looking at it?
It's because it's incurred losses that you're going to incur no matter what anyways, right?
Yes, it is going to incur losses. It is going to happen. But the thing is, we can wash those two line items to begin with. There's two kinds of leases in real estate. Whenever you are doing businesses, there's a capital lease and there's an operating lease. Capital leases goes on the balance sheets. Operating leases do not go on the balance sheets to begin with. But some businesses do that. What AMC have decided to do. Because it's not really an asset because it is it's not an asset. It's like for us, if I own a house, even though I pay the same amount of mortgage every month, it is still, eventually I will own it. Whereas if I rent an apartment, I pay the rent, but I will never own it. So operating leases are more like a rental, whereas capital leases are more like that the end of the time frame, or at the end of the lease or whatsoever, you will own the asset at certain price or whatsoever. Like, lots of houses, when they have option to buy at the end, even though they rent. Something like that, I would say, is those are more like capital leases. Operational leases have no option to, operational leases or real estate, they don't have any option to buy at the end of the lease.
Okay.
And the other thing why I say that is operating leases right of use. It says right of use. So they do have a right of use. They don't own it. Let's say we have, I'm not sure how many screens we have throughout US or throughout other countries. Let's say some screens are not producing as much as revenue. So later Aaron could say, hey, we are not going to lease this particular theater anymore because we are not creating as much revenue from here. That number will be deducted from there. So so what I'm saying is, from the balance sheet, those two line items can be ignored.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some comments about operational costs in leases over time being a part of the debt that's needed to be required to pay down AMC's debt, and that's just not true, because those operational costs are only leases that are open currently. Those leases can be closed at any given time, but it's also debt that's currently paid off on a month-to-month basis, and will be paid off by the time that the lease is over. It would be what you're trying to say is that if I went to if I went to go lease an apartment, and it was for a 3-year lease, and I took my monthly payments and multiplied it by 36 months, that would be my total debt on my balance sheet for the year. And that's not the case.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's not the case. Your current debt is only what it is that you're paying on a month-to-month basis. And it's just considered operational costs to live where you're living. So you don't have debt that's you can that you're stacking on top of each of itself. It's just part of your operational costs on what it's going to take you to make money.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what it is operational cost to make money. I have not seen a single business that does not have operational cost or operational debt or operational liabilities. How are you going to run a business if you don't have those kind of expenses? You are going to have those kinds of expenses. So those two numbers can be ignored to begin with, because they have nothing to do with, that's just the way our business is. That's just the way AMC business is,
Yeah.
So those two does not have any effect on us. When people tell me, oh, we have so much debt. No, we don't. We don't have as much debt as you're telling me, oh, we have 12 million or 12 billion or whatsoever. That's not the true debt. Sometimes you have to analyze, and that's the reason people analyze these numbers. It all depends on how you look at it. You can look at it half glass full or half glass empty. So people are going to do what they need to do based on which side they are.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about in the report whatsoever? Like, I think one of the things that that was discussed like earlier this morning, and I know we kind of already kind of touched on a little bit here, but that last bullet point under third quarter summary, and there's already been people out there who've been trying to make this assumption that if you have 895.8 million in cash and then you have 211.2 million in undrawn capacity under a company's revolving credit facility, you don't subtract that credit line of credit from your cash on hand to come up with how much cash you have available, correct?
Correct. Because if you look at the, for example, 895.8 is total of 895.8 includes the 211.2. But if you look at page, give me 1 second. If you look at right below it, whatever page number it is, page number 3. Page number 3. Do you see it? No, page number 2. Page number 2, yeah. Right under the numbers, right under where it says balance sheet, cash, and liquidity, where it explains you that. Look at the last comment. It says cash at September 30th, 2022 was 684.6 million, excluding restricted cash of 211.2. What basically he is telling you in that report is they do have that 684.6 cash, which is available immediately, which is basically in their cash accounts or whatsoever. Wherever 211.2 isn't restricted cash. Maybe they have something attached to it. Maybe they have this on a side for certain kind of contract, some kind of some kind of contracts or whatsoever. Maybe that money is attached to something. Maybe company have decided that we're going to keep this much money in restricted cash, so in case emergency comes up, or in case we have to dip into it. Just like you and me will have a regular savings account. We have our checking account and we have our savings account. Just like that, in a simple words. That's exactly what it is. But the total cash available is 895.8. So that 211.2 million of restricted cash he have available, he can use it anytime if he wants to. It all depends on if he decides to use it or not use it. Maybe that money is just setting aside for something. We might not be aware of it, why it's setting. Most companies have that. Most companies have restricted cash accounts. If you look at other balance sheets, you will see they have other kinds of restricted accounts.
Okay.
And if you look at it, it is almost like 25% of the total amount. 895. It's almost like 25% of the 25% of the money which is in restricted account.
Okay.
I think it is 25% almost. It's 25% almost. 25% is 223.95. Like I said, I also do like financial coaching, and the rule of the financial coaching, you want to make sure you have at least 25 to 30% in cash.
Okay.
Saved on a side for emergency. So that's what that is.
Wow.
And if you look at even the refinancing of what they did, the refinancing, people were like, oh, the interest rate is higher, this and this, but it still brought your debt down. By $71 million. So I'm not sure what people are complaining about. We are going in the right direction. It's going to take a little bit of time, but numbers look, promising to me.
Well, I've never really felt like the fundamentals were specifically the reason why we were here, but we do know that fundamental improvement will definitely help our situation. So the fact that you're telling me that our fundamentals are getting better, it's just taking time, is not something that I'm worried about. I'm okay with that. The people who don't have time. Go ahead.
We are not here for fundamentals. We are here for other reasons, and we all know that. But both of them somehow correlate with each other, and somehow it doesn't. For example, what we are here for is to make sure that our company is not shorted, so that we are here for MOASS and stuff like that. On the other side, we are also here supporting our company because we don't want our company to be like Toys R Us or something like that. So at the same time, yes, we are oversold. Yes, hedge funds have sold us over and over. We are sold like 10 times, 20 times the float or whatsoever the number is. But the squeeze have nothing to do with fundamentals. But if we have good, strong fundamentals, it is better for us. It can be done. So that means we can have MOASS sooner than that.
Yeah. Let me see here. Was there anything else in the report here? Let me go through some other stuff here real quick. I'm just going to scroll through this and see if I have any more specific. I should have probably come up with. Man, I'll tell you what, Manji. I was absolutely like inundated with Twitter stuff last night. And I should have been spending more time coming up with questions for you last night, but more often than not, I oftentimes become a sponge at nighttime. 9 hours, 9 hours of streaming turns me into a big giant sponge of just brain mass that's not really functioning as it should. So let me see here.
The other thing I wanted to, the other question that I had, and even I thought the same thing. I was like, what is the Zoom rooms going to do for AMC? But then I thought about it, and then I listened to some other people as well, thought about what Zoom is doing and stuff like that. So for Zoom rooms, they are going to be at AMC theaters anyhow. And there are companies who always have meetings, and like, for example, I used to work for a company. We used to travel. Sometimes we go to Florida office, sometimes we go to New York office, sometimes we go to Boston office. It all depends. Yeah, we can do Zoom calls from homes, but when you have 30 people, 40 people, some companies don't have offices in certain states, but they want to go to that particular state. They can rent those Zoom rooms, and there is Zoom rooms are separate than the AMC screens. So just like we all are working hybrid, we all are working remote. There are office places that we go and rent.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I have to work with a client, I don't invite that client to meet me at home or at Starbucks or something. You go meet that client at the office space. You pay whatever you need to pay per hour. You pay and you tell the client, I will meet you there at this conference room or this place. That's what you do. And the having Zoom rooms separate than the screens, it does not affect on our screens. So we can have our movies all the way, whatever time frames they have. And we can still have Zoom rooms there, which can be used for companies if they want to have their conferences and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I got to page number 7 right here. I'm sorry, I'm changing the subject on you a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna lead off with. I'm a terrible interviewer. I'm sorry. I need to get better at my interviewing skills. But let me lead off, or let me finish off with the whole Zoom comment with. I used to work for Samsung, and they used to have something called GWPs, which was a great workplace, and it was where they would issue funds for the company to be able to do events to where the employees would have some kind of like ability to do something together, have like team building kind of things that happened, right? And some of the things that we've done in the past is they would go out and they would rent movie theaters to go watch movies, and so they obviously never rented a movie theater for doing Zoom calls or anything like that, but you're talking about a company that's international, right? Samsung is international, and the idea behind addressing the entire company in a setting to where people could be more relaxed and sit back with popcorn or drinks or whatever. Believe it or not, they actually do let us drink sometimes at the events. It would be a really kind of cool thing, and potentially allow people who are working for a company to feel better about what it is they're doing. And sometimes movie theaters locations are actually more ideal for where people live, because the way that movie theaters are kind of positioned in certain locations, it's usually for uh, max attendance of people in neighborhoods that are living nearby. So it may actually be easier for people to get together at a movie theater than it is at their workplace.
It the Zoom rooms that they're going to have, it can also be used for events. Let's say you are in this country, let's say your family is all over the world or somewhere or whatsoever, and you are having an event or something. You could probably do that too. You could have so I don't know how big the sizes are for the rooms or but I think it's going to be a good revenue streamline eventually.
Yeah. One thing that I want to note here on the page that I'm looking at is I got to page number 7, and I just want to see if you're seeing this the same way that I'm seeing it. But I'm looking at other operating data, and it says attendance, and it's showing that the attendance increased from the 3 months ending in September. From 2021, we went from 13.3 thousand attendees in third quarter of last year, or leading up to the
Wait,
third quarter.
hey, are you looking on 10K?
No, I'm on page 7 of the other report.
Report is only 3 pages.
I'm looking at
Is that what you're looking at?
the attendance, other operating data, and I'm looking at attendance.
Yeah, your attendance in theaters, attendance in thousands. So go ahead.
So I'm seeing U.S. markets going. Well, actually, let me start with international. International markets went from 13.3 of last year to this year being 14.8. So there was an increase in international markets, but what I really want to key in on is that while that only increased by a thousand, the number of attendees or patrons in the thousands went from 26.6 to 38.3 this year compared to last year. Which
see when I'm looking at this attendance patrons in thousands, 22 consolidated is 53,000 people. 53,177. Where in September of 2021, it was only 39,999, almost $40,000, 40,000 people. But if you look at is the average on that increase is not that much. It did not increase a lot. But if you look at year over year to the right for the 9 months, we have almost more than doubled.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Attendance. Okay, so sometimes you have to analyze, and you don't have to look at only for 3 months. 3 months can be anything can happen in 3 months, you know. But if so, when I'm taking this 53,177, we increased only by 32%. 3 months period.
Yeah,
okay?
I got you.
Whereas with the other one, with the 9 months, 68,864, we increased by 120%.
Mm-hmm.
So do I care how much it increased in a quarter? No. I care about what it have done for the whole year.
Good point.
You know, 2021, we were only 68,864 people in September, and it was COVID. Now we don't have COVID. We have 151 people who have been there to watch this, watch the movies and stuff like that. You know, so more people going in, more popcorn sold out, more food sold out. You know, so just like revenue, that's why revenue increased by 100% last year for 9 months. When we are looking at revenue, we say, okay, we only went up by $200 million in a quarter. But if you look at for the 9 months, you was at 1356 comparative to 2920. So you went up by 115% on revenue in 9 months. Am I complaining? No, I'll just wait. I'll buy and hold.
Kevin Harrington has a question. He says, Samanjit, if AMC has about $600 million in cash on hand, less the 25% reserve, why wouldn't they pay more debt off? Not a criticism, just curious.
Sometimes when you're running businesses like this one or any other business, when I'm doing my sessions for coaching and stuff like that, we always think you should have at least 25% cash in hand, because anything can happen. The second thing we also teach people is you should have at least 3 to 6 months of expenses on hand. So maybe he's not paying the debt. Debt needs to be paid. He's paying monthly payments. He's doing what he needs to do. But that money that he have on the side, it maybe, who knows, let's say next month it doesn't do good, then he will have to dip into that money and pay his expenses. He still have to pay people. He still have to pay leases. He still have to have the lights and water and everything running in these places, right? So if I was in a situation like this one where my debt to income ratio is a little bit higher, I would not touch that money until I really need to touch it, because I would just, means if we're saying why they're not paying, we have $600 some million that we have in cash. why would I touch that money to pay the debt? Means the debt still got decreased by 71 million. So if we can go on that road, do the 71 million that he did this quarter, if we pay off debt that way, it will be paid off. But this money kind of gives the security to the company that we can still be up and running. Doesn't matter what happens.
So meaning it's not, he's running it smart instead of running it like the average household right now in America, where they have less than a month's worth of savings. Is that
Right.
what you're trying to tell me?
that is even when we are doing the financial coaching things, we always tell them that even though you have a lot of debt you want to pay, but you also want to make sure that you have a cushion on the side for 3 to 6 months in case you lose a job, in case something happens, you can still run your household, you can still have roof over your head, you can still have food, you can still have lights and water and everything, So that's exactly what I'm telling you, Casey.
Excellent advice. Or, I mean, it's not even excellent. I mean, it is excellent advice, but it's like, Adam Aaron's already doing it. So, excellent reason.
He's doing it, and he is doing it. He is doing it. And the best comment that made me more comfortable about the report yesterday, and I want to bring it up, is when he said, just because it's quiet doesn't mean nothing is done. You know what I mean? That was not his exact words, but that's what I got out of it when he said that.
Yeah. Okay, so one other thing that I wanted to point out here too, and this is just because I'm looking through the numbers here, and I want to get your take on this. And of course, this is not going to be really maybe something that you can really comment on. This is going to be more of a guessing kind of thing, tinfoil hat. But I am noticing here in average ticket price in the U.S. markets, the average price over the year increased by about 60 cents ish. For this 9 months, but notice that the international markets price dropped by 30 cents. What do you think would be the reason why the ticket price in international markets would have dropped by 30 cents? Just spitball. I know that's like really kind of reaching, but why do you think that the ticket prices in Europe or international? I shouldn't say Europe. It's international.
Look, our consolidation statement is in US dollars. It is US GAAP. We follow US GAAP, and that's what it is. Sometimes what happens is, for example, the revenue that is generated overseas in international markets, it's going to be in different currencies. Okay, it is in different currencies. You don't know what if the dollar is equal to 80 rupees in India, or it is, if our dollar is equal to 1.25 of the euro, or if it is a 0.75 to a euro. So what happens is, when we are doing financial statements, when we get financial statements for overseas from different countries, whatever month the conversion rate is, that what is used. So maybe this ticket price that they're telling you, it might not be a real ticket price. It might be just because of the conversion of what your dollar is valued at. If that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense. That's a great point.
Same thing with the foods and beverages. We might pay different price here to provide food and beverages at our theaters, whereas in Europe we might have different vendors who provide foods and beverages for us. In India it might be different. In China it might be different. Who knows where, in which countries or which states, how it is. But the biggest effect whenever you are consolidating companies which have international screens, international businesses, they have everything: expenses, revenue, food, tickets, whatever services they are selling, they are all converted at the end of the month, or at the end of the quarter, whatever the conversion rate is at that particular time. It's called a spot rate. If you go, you can find those kind of spot rates on like anda.com. That's a good place to see what the conversion rates are for companies and stuff like that.
Thank you for that answer. That's amazing. That's some pretty amazing insight. Let me see here. I'm looking through some of these numbers to see where I see some strange changes. See what I'm kind of see if there's anything.
The strange number that I saw is, if you look at our screens, average screen count.
Oh yeah.
This quarter we have 10,138 screens, whereas we had 10,151 screens. So we went down on the screens per quarter, but we still did good in revenue for the quarter.
Wait a minute.
And
I'm seeing consolidated at 8.6 last year to 10.1 this year. Oh, you're looking at the average 30 day trend, and you're right. It went from 151 to 138. It did drop screens. Yep. How about that?
So it went down on quarter over quarter, and we made $200 million in revenue with less screens and less movies. Over the year over year, we have more screens comparative to last year. So we went up on screens by 17% from last year. But on month over month, we went down by like what? Maybe a couple percent. So only thing I want to tell everybody that we have under, watching us and watch our stream is online with you every day, is when you're looking at financials, don't just listen to what people are saying on screens and stuff like that. Try to analyze these numbers yourself.
I'm going to just go ahead and step out on the line here and say that, and I guess that the reason why a lot of people don't just look at it themselves instead of taking other people's word for it is that it feels like you can get lost in a sea of words and numbers. And so unless you know what it is you're looking for, oftentimes it's easier to just take what it is that somebody else says and just run with it.
Yeah, well, then you be careful and not watch everybody on YouTube.
Hook, line, and sinker. No, yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Look, I have made a pact with myself. As long as Casey is covering it, I am in a safe zone. That's it. What I know. When the day Casey is not covering, that's the day I'm going to worry about it.
Well, there's more. There's more people out there besides just me. I promise you there are. There's some good people who are covering this, and I don't want to name any names because I don't want to leave anybody out and have anybody pissed off. But there are some really good names out there.
We have lots of good people. We have AMC Bigums, we have Pantheon, we have Tony. Lots of these people are very good. Boss Blunts, they do a very good job, and trust me, they're much, much smarter than I am. And I appreciate them all. It's just that in my daytime, I might not have time to watch all of them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But they're very good people. They put out lots of, it's like AMC Bigums talks about ISDA and all those banks and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, yeah, credit unions. And I have never had a bank account. I always had credit unions.
Interesting. What? Since you're here talking about it, why? Please tell me.
Okay, I'm going to tell you one thing.
Okay.
If I'm putting my money in credit union, I know my money is there. I can use it. And on the other side, if I get my loan from credit unions, I'm getting it at a lesser interest rates. And I'm still getting the same kinds of services that I'm getting from regular banks. The thing with regular banks is I put my money in the bank account. Let's say I keep for 3 months expenses in there. I put it in there. They're not giving me any interest. But on the other side, if I use anything, they are charging me interest on everything, and which is a hefty interest rate. Means credit cards are what, 24%? 24%, 25%. They have my money in the bank account. They are telling, I am thinking my money is in the bank account, but no, it's not in the bank account. They're probably invested. They are probably using my money to invest for their own goods and stuff like that. So I'm not really fond of bank accounts, and I hate it when, like I'll tell you, I used to have a bank. I had a bank account one time. I had a savings account and checking account. I did something. I used my checking account and stuff like that, but it didn't go through. Something happened. So they had end up charging me a fee instead of withdrawing money from my savings account, even though they were connected. Mm-hmm. That makes no sense. If you have a checking account and checking account and savings account with credit unions, so most of the time they'll do is, let's say you have, it's all your money. So they will eventually pay it out of your savings account without you worrying about these things like that. So I just feel like when I'm using the bank account, I feel like it's my arm, my knife, and my arm is being cut. So I like credit unions. Been using credit unions since 1993.
So going back to AMC, I'm the worst at segues. Going back to AMC and talking about AMC, let me ask you a really this is gonna be probably a question that you might have to sit back and think about and maybe come back with an answer later. I'm not gonna hold you to an answer right now, but how much money would AMC have to make in a quarter in order to be net profitable, including their debt liabilities that they currently have? How much more profitable would they have to be?
The way they are going, the pace that they are going at, if they do that, they should be out of debt. They should be out of debt sooner than later. That is like difficult to say how
Yeah,
much revenue.
it's a tough question. You'd have to probably sit down and crunch numbers for a little while, but
Yes, but on okay, I will have to crunch numbers on that. But look at on average, if they have doubled their revenue over the year, they double their revenue over the year, and if they keep doing that in this pace, we should be okay because they have extended their debt till what 2027 or 2024.
7. They're
7. That gives us what 5 years.
yeah.
Yeah, 5 years. So if you are going to double your revenue every year, the way they just did it, we should be out of debt by then. We should be out of debt before that. We should be out of debt before that. But look at on the other side, the revenue might, instead of being double the revenue, it might even go more than double the revenue because of the extra income streams he's providing, the Zoom, the popcorn, the credit cards. There might be more to the revenue. Revenue is not going to be coming. I feel like this company is evolving in different directions as well. It's not just the theaters.
I agree.
Means we all buy popcorn. Like I buy popcorn all the time. I just don't go to movies, but I buy popcorn all the times. And if the popcorn come to the store, I buy them from the store, and then I'll make sure I buy the AMC ones.
You know, it's really funny you should say that you don't go to the movies, and I want to touch on this real quickly too, because I know we actually talked about this last night. You know, not everybody has to go to some people can't even go to the movies. There are people who are invested in this that can't even go to the movies, but they you know they can still be an investor in this. Like you don't have to be a moviegoer to be invested into a company and still believe in what it is that's happening here. And so I see that quite often I've actually had plenty of people who have told me I'm an investor, but I don't go to the movies.
Well, look, I believe in the company. I like the company, but it is a personal thing for me not going to the movies. First of all, I can't sit still for 2 hours. Okay, nobody in my family wants to watch movie with me because we watch movies at home, which is 2.5 hours. I am probably, if you tell me a story, you just saved me 2.5 hours, but that's me.
Yeah. I'm the exact opposite because like I can't sit down and read and so I'd rather see a movie, and so it's like one of those things where it's like everybody tells me like you should read this book, and I go like I'll wait for it to come out on movie because I can't sit through a book.
I think it's my profession because I do like to talk about numbers. I love numbers. I like to analyze. I like to look at different things from different perspectives. I would rather have a conversation with somebody about numbers or do a financial coaching session or something like that instead of me watching, like I am not. You're going to find it funny. I don't even own a TV since 2013, Casey.
I don't find it funny. I actually think that's I think we would probably all be better if we did something like that, but unfortunately, that's not the case. But I've got lots of. Don't worry. I have plenty of TVs to make up for what you don't have in my household. So
yeah,
I
but
don't even want to count. Let me see. I'm gonna count how many TVs I have in my house. Hold on a second here. Do I get to count computer screens or no?
No.
Okay, hold on a second here. I have 6 TVs in my household. It's too many, right?
It's a lot of TVs, Casey.
I know. I know it is. I know it is, but everybody wants their own thing. Like nobody wants to do what everybody else is doing. They want their own whatever it is that they want to be doing. So it's like, all right, well, I guess we'll get you your own TV then.
Yeah. I have a question, and I have not looked into it, but somebody just put here for HYMC, Highcroft Mining. So Highcroft Mining, we when did they have their quarterly? Did they already have it?
Yeah, they already had their quarterly.
Yeah. I'm not invested in that yet. I will. Every time I have some extra money, I always go buy them. So that's what that is.
Their estimated EPS was negative 0.01, and they ended up having an actual of 0.08. So they're a little bit down though. So on their estimation for EPS,
you know
but
what? Highcroft, it is coming. Eventually, gold and silver and stuff like that. It's going to be valued more eventually if the way things keep going the way they are going.
yeah.
So it's it will be good. I think we are going in the right direction.
Well,
I'm trying to look in your chat if they have any questions. I don't see any, so I guess we are good.
I was just gonna open it up to question. Anybody else had any specific questions? Otherwise, if not, I'm gonna probably move into doing the numbers. Since I have taken up 50 minutes of your time already, and I appreciate it so much for you taking your time out of your day to spend it here and talking. It's been excellent. Ketan, if you want to go back to 9:30 when she came on. Manjit introduced herself and who she is and her experience. So just go back to the beginning of the interview. Go ahead.
I'll be more than happy if people have questions or something. I'll be more than happy to come and answer them later. Not today, but whenever, if I need to, I will be more than happy to do it.
Yeah, and you're always like, I feel like I see you oftentimes in the live chat talking, and so if you guys see Manjit and you ever want to ask her any questions, you're always more than welcome to send her a message in the in the chat box and ask her a question because she's here. So
you can send me questions in the chat bar, and if you are in Cases Discord, I'm there, so you can ask questions, and I will try my best to answer to my best knowledge. I could be wrong, but I'll try my best.
Yeah. Well, thank you again, and I really do appreciate it. You're helping out. You're doing a big service to the community by lending your time and your knowledge.
We all are. We are all in there together. We get our attendees, okay? We are in here. We're not leaving.
Yep, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. I hold for you.
Anywhere.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Manjit.
Thank you so much.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. You know what?
I hot caught you. Oh no. I hot caught you right at the very end. Gotcha.
That's okay. No problem. I'll let you have this one. No problem.
All right. I know.
All right. Have a nice day.
Take care.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
That was really nice of her to spend that time taking it out of the day to spend with us, and that was free financial expert look at your earnings report from Q3. And then there you have it. I think that was a really good talk that we had right there, and I think that a lot of the things that she's saying about what's happening with our numbers and in regards to our fundamentals are looking really good. Things are moving forward really well. Things don't just, rainbows and unicorns just don't appear out of nowhere. It takes time. I think that was probably one of the key takeaways that I think that she brought from that is that, things don't just happen overnight. But the company is doing everything that you could possibly want in regards to seeing improvement, especially year over year. So, how do we see or listen to her? What do you mean by that, Nana? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, how do you get in touch with her? She's very often in the chat room in here, so you just gotta watch for the name, or you can maybe reach out to her. you know, I probably that if it's up to her, if she wants to put in what her Twitter account is, you know, you can maybe reach her through Twitter or something like that. If she's willing to put that up, but I'm going to leave that up to her to decide. I don't want there to be any pressure on her part to, I don't know, to give that information out unless she wants to. Alrighty, guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers. It's actually past time to take a look at the numbers here. Let's do that. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying. So if you have any specific thoughts or comments that you want to hold on to those until you see the A-Team van back up on the screen again. Ape named Roscoe. I saw that just before I switched screens. I did. The Pantheon was very kind and helpful and created the A-Team van for me. So the big tramp it's got a paint job. And it's now the A Tramp. I just made that up. It's the A Tramp now instead of the Big Tramp. Because that's what A Team stands for, A Tramp. So yeah, I got a nice little paint job going on here. Let me log into my broker real quick. We'll take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you haven't gotten that for your account yet for your broker, you may want to consider it. Could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. When you do set it up and you want to give it a try, make sure and set up a secondary phone number for it so that in case something should happen, you can always send that code to another location and still have access to your account. All right, let's see what we got going on for our numbers here. Give me 1 second, I'm going to close stuff down here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time in the morning, and it's a little bit past the normal time that I would start looking at this, so expect numbers maybe slightly bit higher. I would expect to see about 49% in the off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Let's take a look. These are the numbers that are right next to me right here. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. For AMC, we have approximately 47.77% of our volume going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 11.25. Those numbers are pretty darn close to what it should be for the day, maybe down by like 1 or 2%. CHX volume, 0. APE, 56.9%, 56.99%. EDGX is at 9.37 for a grand total 66.36%. That's elevated by about 6% from where it should be. CHX volume, 0. GME. CHX volume is right where it should be at about 0.36% for the day. That's average. CHX volume for HYMC is at 0.07, which is under the 30-day average of 0.11. And CHX volume for NCMI is 0, when the average is usually 0.08%. So no big numbers to announce there. Taking a look at the numbers for AMC and Ape. Let's see what we got going on here. As of an hour ago, actually it's more like an hour and a half ago, we had approximately 1.33 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now 706,000 shares. So that drop is going to lower the short share interest of the free float to 20.32%. Cost to borrow average is at 62.51, and that is heavily elevated compared to what we've been seeing. 62.51% lets you know that there's not a whole lot of shares left to borrow. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 184.03 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase by 1 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 360,000 of that to be in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago we had 822,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 717. Not a whole lot of a change there, so I don't expect the short share interest of the free float to change much. It's at 9.61. Cost bar average right now today is elevated at 10.34%. Shares on loan for the day is at 46 million shares. That is 1.5 million more shares of loaned short interest shares day over day. Taking a look at volume for options. Currently we have at a $6 strike, itchy head. Let's see here. At a $6 strike for calls, we have an hour ago we had 4.3 thousand contracts. We now have 7.3. And on puts, at a $5 strike, we had 5.8 thousand contracts. We now have 10.5. That's going to have the that still has the derivatives pointing at AMC closing price somewhere between $5 and $6, and that's actually looking that way in open interest for the end of the week as well. Taking a look at the overall price between AMC and Ape, the combined price actually, I should say, is at $6.44. We did break below this threshold, this descending level of support here that I've got up here, and I said if that's the case, we may see price drop down into the 580 range, which is right where I've kind of got this box set up for. So I think they are targeting 580 for combined price between AMC and Ape. The launching number that we had for AMC last year when we went before we started going up towards the May-June was $5. It ended up going down to $5 before it launched. So that may be where we're heading towards, but it's currently at $6.44. We did trip SSR on both AMC and Ape for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME were on the list. Let's see where GME is now up higher than AMC, 89% buy to 10% sell ratio, or 11%. We'll just call it 89-11. Those numbers are really super high. So the dip on GME that's going on right now is being heavily purchased. AMC right now has 70. It's also on the list. Has a 73%. Let's just call it 74% to 26% buy sell ratio, looking very, very strong there as well. Ape also on the list now with a 79% buy to 21% sell ratio. So very elevated numbers on buy sell ratios, and we are all three stocks are on the top 30 list with most heavily traded stocks. So they are still hot items. Even though price is moving down, somebody's buying. SSR did trip today at $5.06 for SSR on AMC. On Ape, it was $1.44, also tripped. Shares available to borrow shows 0. They did return about 30,000 in ETFs earlier today around 10 a.m., but no, those do not seem to be converted as of yet into available amount of shares. We will go down with the market, guys. Been telling you it's going to happen. We will go down until those margin calls roll in. NASDAQ is down 1.26%. Dow Jones is down 0.86%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.89%. We currently have 4,319 decliners to 2,295 advancers. The market is looking pretty red. We have, let's start over here real quick. We've got the SPY, or actually, let's start with the dollar. The dollar is up 0.34%. WTI is down, which is oil, down 16.32. Most of our mortgage-backed securities are up for the day today, just slightly by 0.1 to 0.2%. SPY is down 0.87. VIX is down 0.39, VTI is down 1%, IWD is down 0.7, Tesla is down 2.53, Amazon is down 3.03%, Cinemark down 3.69, Doge is down 6.13, Bitcoin is down 8.14 and almost under 17K a coin, GME is down 10.72, HYMC is down 4%, HOOD is down 12.37, CS is down 2.99, NCMI is up 0.46, Ape is down 12.81, and AMC is down 10.05. On AMC, we have roughly about $100,000 more in inflow than outflow for the day today, with 11.23 million shares having been traded so far after 124 minutes, it looks like. Putting us on pace for 35.54 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. We'll see if that... there should be no reason why that volume shouldn't lower to below 30,000 or 30 million rather, and be within that range that I suggested in pre-market. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.87, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.1, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.45 after having been signaling oversold for since like 10:40 Eastern Standard Time. Taking a look at Ape, we've got about $200,000 roughly more in inflow than outflow, with 7.21 million shares having been traded so far. And let's see here. It's going to put our total volume at 22.49 million shares, and that are on averaging. That's our average pace. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 to 25. I do think we're going to be inside that range. Taking a look at the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.77, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.97, signaling oversold. And we do have a TD9 that's printed here, or TDM. Was it TDM? I always forget what this is. I think this is a TDM. So we should be seeing a reversal coming. And we've also had price crawling down the bottom side of this Bollinger Band, which means that there will be likely a reversal and more than likely an attempt to drive price back up to at least the simple moving average before seeing any kind of additional downwards downward selling pressure. Taking a look at the 5-minute interval here, we have more selling pressure than more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.18, which is below average. And I think that's it. They hit SSR, and man, they are just sitting there printing shares right now. They're willing to stop the price right there on top of SSR at 506. Was it 506 exactly? Hold on a second. Yep, 506 was the price. They're pinning it right on 506 and trying to print shares at that price. Ape is also trading sideways at this time. And Canapian, you can reach me through Twitter or Reddit. Either one of those is acceptable. My account names or profile names are under each one of those. If you do it through Twitter, I probably won't get it until I friend you back or follow you back. I guess it's follow. What is the percentage chance that AMC will make it back up to at least 40? I think it's pretty high. There's no way for me to give you an actual percentage, but I think it's really, really high. Yeah, myself saying same candle over and over and over. No doubt myself. Kind of weird. No, they borrowed shares yesterday, Turtle, but they haven't borrowed any today. Today would be day number 1 where they haven't borrowed any shares, at least through Stonko Tracker. You can obviously see that there's a borrow amount going through on Ortex. The difference there is what's being reported on different reporting sites. So Doug says, remember CPI, David comes out tomorrow if the Feds pivot, a little rally. If the Feds don't pivot, watch out. CPI data is not going to be a pivot. The Feds don't make any decision until, I guess, December, right? I think December is the next time that hold on a second here, I'll tell you for sure. The next one is the next Fed meeting, or the next Fed rate hike will be decided December 14th. CPE says, is the cost to borrow really 40+%? It is, CPE. It's very, very high right now. For AMC, the cost to borrow is currently at 62.51%. Based, I can refresh it and see if it's changed at all. And that's the average, by the way. That's not the max. Yeah, 62.51%. Is that showing up on the page here? Yeah, CTB is right in front of the bumper of the A-Team van. It's 62.51. That is correct. Myself, yes, I can. Give me just 1 second. All right. So I played it. I played that yesterday, but I can play it again when I come back later today. And you're messing with me. You're messing with me with the logo change on your icon there. Kind of fooled me for just a second. Dre Mullen says, "Hey Casey, think you could apply or show what we learned with the indicators over the last few days to show strength to the newbies?" I think if there's any one particular indicator that I would be looking at right now in regards to where price is moving to, you're not going to find any indicator that I don't think that's going to show. I mean, there's one indicator that I can show you. Give me just 1 second while I pull it up here. But I mean, what you essentially have happening right now, though, is you have an entire market that's tanking right now, right? And so we're going to continue to go down with this until those margin calls, and I promise you, we will continue to go down right up until they get those margin calls that come through, and they will get them. But it's just a matter of time, and you got to wait. You got to wait for it to happen. It's part of a process, and it sucks. It sucks, but it is part of what it is that I've been saying for a long time, that this is exactly what would end up playing out. So this is what happens. The only indicator that I think that I could probably pull up to you that's going to show signs of strength in regards to what's happening right now, us versus the rest of the market, is going to be OBV. That's it. It's the only one that I'm going to be able to show you that's going to give you any kind of ability to be able to look at and say, like, oh yeah, there's definitely signs of strength there. So let me show it to you real quick here. If it'll ever pop up. I'm having problems again with my trading view for some reason. For some reason. Am I losing you guys here? Is my internet speed like really crappy? Nope, it says excellent connection. For some reason this is not wanting to pull up. One of these days. I hate TradingView. This is why I just cannot stand TradingView. I've never had any problems with anything else. It's only TradingView. Let me sign out, sign back in, because for some reason that helps. Oh man. All right, I can't. Let's see if I can show it to you on. I don't even know if they have it on Webull. Let me check it out and see if they do. I'm pretty sure they do have OBB, but I don't know that I've ever pulled it up on here. Oh yeah, I can't even. All right, well I'll try to show this to you on TradingView. This is gonna be rough. So it's not going to look anywhere near as cool as it does when I show it to you on TradingView, but TradingView is being a jerk right now. So I'm going to have to show this to you on Webull, which really bites the big one. So in regards to where OBV is at now, OBV is a great indicator for signs of whether or not you have a sell-off, a real sell-off, or if you have unnatural price movement that's not really, it's price movement that's not based off of real volume. Normally, if you have price dropping, and this is OBV that you're looking at right now. If you have price dropping and you see a big drop in OBV, that means it's a real sell-off. If you see price rising and OBV rising with it, then that means there's real FOMO, there's real buying. If you see price moving up or down and OBV in relationship to where price is moving to is maintaining its or holding its position, then what you have there is you have a unnatural move in price movement. It's either overinflated or underinflated depending on which way the price is moving, or devalued price compared to where the holding pressure is at. So if you look at where we're at right now on OBV based off of a daily indicator right here, you can see that if I put a line straight across this, can I draw lines on here? Please tell me I can draw lines on here. Ah, you son of a, they won't let me place a line. That sucks so bad. All right, I can't place a line on here, but I'll just put this line up on the screen here so you can see. Our levels of holding as price is moving down here is maintaining levels of volume that we've seen plenty of times through the past at much higher prices. What does that mean? It means that we are holding this. The amount of people who are holding these shares through these lower prices remains the same as where it was when we saw much higher prices in the past, right? You would agree that our current price right now is much lower than what we've seen since anytime in June of last year. When I put up the line here, you can see that there's been several times in the past where price has been higher and yet we've seen lower OBV, which those were real sell-offs, real moves in the market of people selling, not necessarily people, but somebody selling, right? For example, back here in November, institutions reported a massive sell-off in November of, I want to say more than their entire positions were sold off and then rebought back in before the end of the year. This entire move right here in OBV was real, but it was all institutions selling and buying back in at a lower price. Right here, that whole move right there from essentially 1231 all the way down to 127 before OBV dropped or stopped dropping was real. It was completely real. But as you can see, as it stands right now, we are over that. People are holding more volume right now than they held back during that period of time, and price is much lower. So this is probably one of the only indicators that you can look at right now that'll tell you that there's signs of strength. Everything else is going to show you that's not necessarily the case. And the reason for it being is because, let me get rid of this indicator. The reason for that is because as most indicators are drawn off of where price movements are going to and may not reflect how volume is impacting exactly. Where is it at? Where's my indicators at? Oh, here we go. Indicators, OBV. I wish I could have shown you that on TradingView, but for some reason I'm gonna have to go figure out why it's acting up on me again. Nothing strange going on here, guys. This is just normal. Oh man, this is priceless. Joe Ponce says, "Be proud, friends. Not everyone has the guts to do what it is we're doing right now. We're strong. We strong." I agree, man. This is literally the first time in history with a company this size. And the real first time would have been last year with GME. But with a company in of this size, this is literally the first time that anybody's ever done anything like this whatsoever. Hillbilly says, Casey Shaw, Trailblazers always have the hardest path. I used to. My mom took us on a trip one time to. I want to say it was in Oregon. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was Oregon, but we did the Oregon Trail, which part of that's I think in California as well. But and I can't remember if we did the Dude. What do they call it? The Dude Ranch, where you go out and you ride the Oregon Trail on horses. My mom took us out to go do that when I was younger. And that was a lot of fun, by the way. It was kind of cool experiencing what it's like to, ride the trails and whatnot. But, dude, they had it rough, man. They had it rough. Everybody and I'm sure you guys have all played the video game at some point or another, the Oregon Trail game, which obviously doesn't even really clue you into how bad it really is. But everybody always dies of something. There's always like dysentery or whatever it is that they die from. Who knows? A snake bite or who. But yeah, I mean they had it rough. You're not wrong. Trailblazers absolutely do have it rough. It's not an easy path to take. But nobody ever said that anything great came at an easy cost. Tally Foreman, how's it going? I see you said my name. I didn't see what you wrote before. Write it again, or I can scroll up. Let me see. Hold on. Scrolling up here. I don't see anything else written by you. I guess. How's it going? Good to see you. Yucca says, Casey, Danny R is making a Yucca-mentary film to help boost AMC's revenue. This is a catalyst we've all been waiting for. Okay. Let's see here. Yes, those are Bollinger Bands on the charts. I've actually got my Bollinger Bands set up a little bit different than most. I kind of prefer a 3 Sigma in regards to the Bollinger Bands, so I've got mine set up for a 3 Sigma. And then to adjust for the 3 Sigma, this is not something I always used to do, but the length has changed to a 50 time period because of the fact that it is set up as a 3 Sigma. So I'm trying to collect more data, but basically stating that 99 point, whatever 8% of the data should be within the Bollinger Bands. And if not, then you've got an abnormal move on price, and it should head the other direction. Hillbilly's got a good quote in here. The stock market is a device to transfer money from the impatient to the patient. Warren Buffett. I think people have said that that's quoted from Warren Buffett, but that he didn't say it quite like that. But I don't know if that's just people who are trying to be jerks or if that's. I've never actually fact checked that one, but we'll go with it because I think it is true. You're welcome, Tally Foreman. Yeah, because you may be looking at the number, the Bollinger Bands tally for me. You may be going like, wait a minute, those don't look right. So I could totally understand why you would be looking at that, thinking that there's something wrong with them. It's just that the industry. I worked as an engineering technician for like 24 years or so, and one of the things that I'm used to seeing is Three Sigmas. Um, we don't really deal with Two Sigmas as much. I mean, Three Sigma is more like your operational, like how do you know you're failing, and it's when you're outside of a Three Sigma. And so I just prefer to see Three Sigmas. Usually you want to make changes after a Two Sigma failure, so you never get to a Three Sigma failure. But I just like seeing my upper control. I like seeing my upper spec limits and my lower spec limits. So those are kind of I view those as like the operating um, parameters for something that's happening, right? So when I see things outside of those operational parameters, it's not normal. There's something very obviously wrong here. So it's just the way that I've worked, and so it's more comforting for me to see the Bollinger Band set up that way. Maggie, I would say nay on that. The question is was there? The question there was a question to Adam Aaron about a reverse stock split, yay or nay? Usually, reverse stock splits are for companies that are going bankrupt or about to go bankrupt, and they need to do like, I mean, more often than not, you're going to see the company go bankrupt when you start seeing reverse splits. So I would say no, not a good idea. What would be a good idea for our particular position, and we probably aren't anywhere near close to seeing it have happen yet, but one of the things I think would be a great idea is seeing a share buyback. A share buyback would actually um, that would produce some very, very interesting results in the marketplace. Pretty sure, especially like right now when you have cost to borrow like so high, like it is right now on AMC. If they suddenly had to buy back a bunch of shares all at once, it would be kind of nasty. It feels that way, Rocket. Sometimes it feels that way when you say lost 2 years of my life. I'll tell you what. I've been through two market crashes two market recessions. I don't know if I want to call them crashes, but I've been through two market recessions in my lifetime, and it definitely feels like that. It doesn't matter what stock you're invested in. You look at it and you go like, "Oh crap, I just lost like 2 years worth of investments that I put into this, right? Or maybe even more. Maybe you lost even more than 2 years worth of investments. It just so happens that the very first time I went through it was about 2 years of investments that I had lost. I didn't lose all of it, but I lost a big chunk of it, and it hurt. It felt really really bad on the inside, and I said to myself like I really need to change what it is that I'm doing, how I'm looking at investing and everything, and so I made changes. And so when the 2008 market crash kind of came around, I didn't lose anything that time around. I held my position, and even though it looked like I lost money on paper, I didn't end up losing my positions where I was at because I held my position. I stayed where I was. I didn't change anything, and so when the market recovered, I gained it all back. So it's all about your perspective, is what it is from. So whenever there's anybody that's coming in here who is showing signs of doubt, fear, or upsetness about how long this is taking, it's taking everybody the same amount of time, guys. Look at the entire market. The entire market has tanked a ton since the beginning of this year. A ton. Everybody everywhere is looking at their 401ks going like, "Oh crap." It's not just us, right? And so the thing is what's going to happen on the other side of that? What happens? Are you in a position? Are you set up in a position where on the other side of that you're going to be making money? And the answer is yes. In this particular play, you're going to be some of the first people to start making money back. Hillbilly says, read your tweet last night about Adam Aaron's comments on DRS. Would be interested in hearing your thoughts on it more long form now. So I reversed what he said, right? Adam Aaron said, I actually quoted it. Give me 1 second, I'll pull it up. I actually took his quote and because somebody said he didn't say that at all, and I said, oh really? And I quoted it. Actually, you know what? Well, let's just listen to him. I've got it already set up to play here. Let's just hear what he said in his own words. I think I'm set up the right spot here. Let me just make sure I'm not going to blow you guys out of the water with sound. Let's see if this is the right spot.
Ultimately, their decision.
Great. And then a question on disclosure here. Someone is asking, will you provide information on the number of shareholders and the number of shares that have been directly registered with the transfer agent, Computershare?
So for those of you who don't know what direct registration of shares is, our transfer agent is Computershare, and most of you hold stock through brokerages.
All right, this is the important part right here. Listen to his words very carefully.
Some of you own stock that's directly registered with the company through our transfer agent. A primary benefit, I suppose.
A primary benefit, I suppose. He starts off with saying, a primary benefit, I suppose.
For you, when you register your shares directly with the transfer agent, is that transfer agents do not allow for shorting of shares.
Okay, so the answer that he's saying there is that if you have your shares tied up in DRS, you're not going to have any shorting of your position, right? Like your shares aren't going to be lent out for shorting. That's what he's saying. He's saying if you don't want short interest, then you put your shares into DRS. That's what he's saying. Because if they're in DRS, you can't get shorted shares. Well, my answer to that is guess what? Guess what? Short interest is what causes a short squeeze. So if you want short interest, if you want a short squeeze, you need short interest, which means, so basically what I'm saying is if you want to squeeze, you need short interest, which means don't put your shares in DRS. And I did tweet it last night, Belarkey. Now the other important thing to remember too is that Adam Aaron on multiple occasions has told us that his shares are held where? Where are his shares? He said, I'm an investor also. I'm an investor also. Where are his shares? His shares are with 4 different brokers. Computershare, and these are his exact words. Computershare is not a broker. Computershare is not a broker. If Adam Aaron has his shares with 4 different brokers, then that means his shares aren't with Computershare. Let that sink in. Adam Aaron does not have his shares in Computershare. No, not at all, Hillbilly. It seems to me like Adam Aaron understands it completely. The problem is that he can't sit there and tell you to do what he can't tell you what to do with your shares. He can't do that. That's not. He's saying if that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. But you know, that's all he can say. Tendies plus plus. I thought he was smacking on popcorn at first too, but the more I listened to it, I thought it started to sound more like a cough drop. And so I really kind of started wondering whether it was a cough drop or popcorn, and I was left at the very end thinking that it was more likely than not to be a cough drop. But I caught that as well. I really felt like he was smacking down on popcorn pretty good. But yeah. Yes, CEOs are allowed to DRS. Absolutely. In fact, their shares come from DRS, Aaron. They actually have to go through a process to get their shares out of DRS, in order for them to hold them within a broker. So it's beyond that. It's not just that CEOs have their shares DRS'd. They actually have to get them out of DRS in order to get them into a brokerage, which is that's actually going the extra mile. Woodstock says it sounded like a turkey leg. I don't know about that, but yeah. Bird Eye View Photography says they have to file to move DRS to broker and pay fees sometimes. Yep. Oh, dang, Yucca. That's crazy. All right, guys, it's 11:06. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's see what we have going on here. Let's see here. Island Dr. Moreau says, "Hey Casey, how many AMC shares is Adam Aaron on board getting next year?" I'd have to pull up the numbers and go back and check it out. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think he's mentioned on a couple occasions quite a few, and I'm not going to be able to remember off the top of my head. I'd hate to just throw out a number without going and looking and seeing. But I think that the board has to approve it as well. So that number, whether or not that number, or actually, let me rephrase that. The number may change. Whatever number it is may actually be modified based off of whether or not they meet expectations that they have for themselves as a company, because they usually receive those shares as a bonus. So, that number could potentially change. Alrighty, let's take a look at what we got going on with numbers here. I think that's how much they could receive, Island of Dr. Moreau. I think that's how much he could receive. He may not necessarily receive all that. Let's take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm going to go to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until I get through the numbers here. So hold on to those thoughts or comments until I get done with the numbers. Two-factor authenticate. Oh, I don't have to cover that. I actually got back in here quick enough to where I didn't have to. I'm going to spare you guys the speech. All right, starting with off exchange. AMC currently has 49.3% of our volume going through the off exchange, and EDGX is at 11.1 for a grand total. Oops, I did not do that right. Bad math. For a total of 60.4% of our volume going through off exchanges, or those exchanges, I should say, and that's low by about maybe 2 or 3%. CHX volume is 0 for AMC for the day-to-day. Off exchange for Ape is at 56.99%, EDGX at 9.37 for a grand total 66.36%. That's elevated by about 2%. CHX volume also 0 on Ape. GME has CHX volume in the range of 0.27% of their total daily volume, lower than the 30-day average. HYMC has CHX volume of 0.05% of their daily volume. That's lower than their 30-day average. And NCMI has 0 volume moving through CHX. Taking a look at options. No. Ortex. Taking a look at Ortex here. As of an hour ago for AMC, there was 706,000 shares having been borrowed, no change. Seeing as how price has been flatlined, it seems like there's a reason for that. Short share interest of the free float at 20.32%. Cost to borrow average at 62.51%, which is definitely elevated. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 104.3 million shares, which is 1 million shares more on loan today than there was previously. Ortex is estimated that 360,000 of that was in new short interest, day over day. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 717,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.51 million. That's going to increase the short share interest of the free float to 9.66%. Cost of borrow average is elevated at 10.4%. Shares on loan, 46 million shares. That is 1.5 million new short shares of interest day over day. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call options at a $6 strike. There was 7.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. There is now 8.1 thousand contracts. On puts, at a $5 strike price, an hour ago there was 10.5 thousand contracts. There's now 11.4. Market's still insinuating that there's going to be a closing price on AMC somewhere between $5 and $6 before the end of the day. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, we currently at $6.46. We're getting a little bit of a hook on this bottom down here. We'll see if this is able to push back through this level of what's turned into a level of resistance here now. But I am expecting maybe price combined between the two to maybe reach somewhere close to about 580 as a potential possibility. We'll see if it actually makes it that far. It is kind of heading in that direction. Let's see here. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have all been on the list for the day today. GME has moved into, let's see, 3. It is in the top 10 as of right now with the most heavily traded stocks. It's 91% buys to 8 or 9. Let's call it 9% sales, rounding on that one a little bit. AMC is probably about halfway down the list here with 76%, let's call it 77% buys to 23% sales. And Ape is also on the list here with a strong 81% to 19% buy to sell ratio. So AMC, Ape, and GME are all being heavily purchased as the price moves down. No signs of massive sell-offs going on by retail. Continued buying. SSR is at $5.06. Shares available and sorry, what am I saying? Yeah, that's right. SSR trips at 5.06 and did trip for the day today. For Ape, it also tripped at $1.44. Stonko Tracker is reporting right now that no shares have been borrowed whatsoever today, and only 30,000 shares were returned in ETFs. Usually, ETFs get converted into available shares, so watch for that to disappear at some point in the day if they need to borrow. But as you can see with the price pinning that they've been doing so far for the day today, nobody has to do anything if you're going to trade this market sideways and just discontinue trades. They're still continuing trades in here, but they're not moving the price at all. And it's just volume going through at this point. Taking a look at the total market, we have NASDAQ down 1.21, Dow Jones is down 0.94, the SP 500 is down 0.89. We currently have 4,391 decliners to 2,256 advancers. The market is declining over advancing, and the VIX is currently breaking even. Let's actually look at some of these other things here real quick here. The US dollar is up 0.41. WTI is down 14.36, which is oil. Mortgage-backed securities are both up around 0.15%-ish. SPY is down 0.86. VTI is down 1%. IWD is down 0.72. Tesla down 3.02. Amazon down 3.05. Cinemark down 4.52. Doge is down 3.61. Bitcoin down 7.6. GME is down 10.26. Obviously tripped SSR as well. HYMC is down 2.85. Hood is down 9.6. CS is down 3.23. NCMI is down 4.2. Ape is down 16.56. And AMC is down 10.05%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have about $400,000 more inflow than outflow, with 12.84 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. 31. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. After 164 minutes of trading, we are on pace for 3. Oh, man, I cannot do this better. Oh, man. I'm just going to... Do I just move the decimal place? Yeah, I'm just going to move the decimal place. We were on pace for 30.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and that's almost right within the target frame of 10 to 30 million shares traded by the end of the day that I suggested in pre-market. Man, I'm fat fingering the keyboard over here. Let's see, we've got on the 1 hour time interval more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.21, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure. No, wait, yep, just slightly. Some more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.1, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.97, signaling oversold. Taking a look at Ape, there's currently about $200,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today. Volume at 9.8 million shares traded so far. Let's see if I can not fat finger this again. 23.02 million shares traded by the end of the day today is what pace we're on for Ape, and I suggested 5 to 25 million shares by the end of the day, so I think we're on pace for that. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.18, which is right almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.42, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 22.71, signaling oversold. And we're also getting a TD9 that is showing up here, which means we should see price starting to reverse and heading back up towards that simple moving average. Look at the volatility just absolutely die down to nothing as they trade this out sideways. I love this. I think this is crazy. This, I mean, you want to talk about showing proof of market manipulation in here. You can't get better proof of this. We saw it on Ape. What was it, last week? I think, where we had like 4 straight hours of price just trading sideways at between a penny, and now you're getting it on Ape, or not on Ape, but on AMC. Like legit, like this started. I mean, it did have an additional penny added in here, but this legit started at 11:32 and it's now 12:17. So we have almost an hour's worth of data so far now, where it's basically traded within a penny and no change whatsoever. This is what a market looks like when it's broken. I get excited by this. I like seeing a broken market because what that tells me is that somebody's struggling. Somebody's absolutely struggling right now, and I like seeing it when they can't hide what it is that they're doing. That's good. I like that. Put it right out there for everybody to see. Show the whole world how bad the corruption is. Because that's the kind of proof right there that tells you that we're on the right track. But that's what I'm talking about, Donald. You know, they're essentially their systems, their computer systems that are making the trades are having problems. They're having a difficult time keeping up with this. Berlarke says, Casey, your opinion on the 14th for the report. Hold on a second here. Wait, are you talking about CPI for tomorrow? What do you mean the 14th? Are you talking about December 14th? Hold on a second, I gotta look up what. Are you talking about December 14th, or are you talking about 14th of this month? And if you're talking about 14th of this month, what report are you talking about? Oh, okay. I think it's going to be the same thing that they've. I think Powell. I think Powell basically told us the plan on what they're going to do for rate hikes, and I think that they're going to. They've been doing. I think they did 75, 75, and now they're going to go 50 next. I mean, he pretty much straight up told us what it was going to be. Like two. I guess it would have been like 4 months ago. About 4 months ago, maybe it was 3 months ago. 3 months ago, he basically outlined where he saw the numbers moving to. Yeah, I'm with you, Deborah. I pity the fool. Ape Famous says, have you seen Average Ape's latest tweet about evidence of Tony DeNaro, Massalorian being grifters you and Pantheon mentioned? Oh man, that's crazy. I have not seen it. Oh man, did Bitcoin really make 16.9 today at one point? Hold on a second, I gotta go over and check it out real quick. Oh man, there's some candles. Those some candles. There's my box. There's my box. It's coming for it. She's coming for you, Bitcoin. Yee, that's pretty rough looking. Nasty. Well, what would you prefer us to do, Monty? Would you prefer us to cry? I mean, I don't. What do you want me to do? You want me to cry about it? This doesn't affect me. It doesn't hurt me at all. I don't understand why I shouldn't be positive. Uh, I'm not going to cry about it. I don't see anything to cry about. So I prefer to be positive about what's happening here. Just if you don't like it, leave. If you don't like hearing cheerleaders, then you know what you can do. You can remove yourself. Just go away. You're like you're almost like it's like that whole saying of misery loves company. If you're feeling miserable then and you just want to get everybody else down too, go ahead and keep it on up. But I don't see this as a negative thing. This is exactly what I've been seeing for a long, long time that I felt needed to have happen. So I'm excited about the idea that everything that it is that I've been saying for over a year now is happening, and that's exciting to me. I think it's positive. How many signatures does a petition need in order? I think there's I can't remember the name of the website, Donald. There is a website where you can generate petitions to do stuff like that. I think it's like, oh man, I can't remember the number. Is it like 200,000 or 250,000 signatures? I think. It's like I'm trying to remember what the name of the website is, but I can't remember. I can look into it. Cater Keen says, if you DRS shares, does that not mean that shares that were being shorted have to then be closed? If so, would that not make the stock surge? Not necessarily. Only if they're being lent out would they necessarily have to be returned, and usually they're just reborrowed. All right, all right. I knew this was going to happen today, guys. I actually knew this was going to happen. I was prepared for this. All right, yeah, I'll take you off, Monty. Not a problem. Let's see. I knew this was going to happen today, Sam, and let me show you something. I'm going to show you guys all live because you know anybody who wants to call me a grifter can kiss my ass. Because let me show you. Let me show you what it looks. Let me show you what a grifter looks like. Let me go over here real quick and show you. Let me come over here. I'm going to come down here a little bit, and I'm going to go to my. Oh, it's up here. Customize channel. Come over here to the customized channel section, and then you can go to monetization over here on the left-hand side of the screen. You go to monetization, and it says grow with YouTube. As a YouTube partner, you'll be eligible to earn money from your videos, get creator support, and learn more. So I've done everything that is required to be monetized. I've got the correct amount of subscribers and the correct amount of watched hours, the two-step verification, and then the 0 active community guideline strikes that are needed in order to be that. And so you can notice now here that it says apply now, and I've not applied. And when I hit that, you'll see here step 1 has not been started for reviewing partner program terms. Step 2 says right here, sign up for Google AdSense has not been started. And step 3, get reviewed has not been started. Guess what? Do you guys know how you can tell that I've been monetized or not been monetized? It's really simple. It's a really simple way to tell whether or not I've been monetized or not. Songs. I wouldn't be able to play songs on this channel if I was monetized, and yet I do it on a daily basis. On a daily basis, I play songs for you guys to let you know where it is that I stand in this community. You have the ability to know where I am as an individual in this community just because I can play songs to you. I can sit down, I can have a real talk with you, and you don't have to be worried about me trying to steal from your pocket or trying to sell you on some kind of bullshit. And it's just me being another investor just like the rest of us, and that's it. That's how you can know. So anybody who wants to sit there and call me monetized, take that. I'm not monetized. There's no way you can prove that. JT says, Casey, the DTCC heard, I said CCC. The DTCC heard you mention the 1 penny move, so they reached out to Kenny and asked him to run up 1 more penny. So I don't think that it's manipulated. You're right, JT. You're right. This is normal. But Donkey Kong says you still haven't answered my super chat. Ah, man. You know what, Donkey Kong, on my Discord, there's a section in there for super chat refund requests. You may make your super chat request there, refund, and we'll take a look at it. Yeah, I know, Scott. I know I don't need to defend myself, but every once in a while I gotta show it and prove to people that that's the case, though, because there's people who don't believe, and so I have to prove it. And I think it's worth it. I think it's worth proving that that I am who I say I am, and that I don't yield to people out there who make false claims. Tech we love. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Hey, Lawless, don't worry about it. Don't worry about seeing my name drug down. The whole reason that I do what it is that I do is because I knew that eventually this would become an issue, right? And there's no way that you guys can trust or count on me as an individual if I start taking money either from you, the community, or from YouTube. Like, there's just no way that you can trust what it is that I'm saying if I do that. I understood, Monty. I understood a long time ago when you said to take away your uh, price predictions. Sounds good, man. We'll see you around. Alex says I didn't get my Casey Shaw body pillow. Oh man. Oh, that's hilarious. I can't even imagine that's going to be a big body pillow. I hope it's soft though. I hope it's soft and plush. But you know what though? There's going to be people that keep trying to come after me. And the only thing that they can try to say is that I'm monetized. That's the only thing that they can hold against me. That's it. That's all they got because there is nothing else for them to get on me. And so the fact that I'm not monetized it gives me the ability to be able to say no, go F yourself because I'm not. And now you can trust in what it is that I say. You can know that I'm just another person who's invested in this movement. It's been hard, guys. It's been really hard. I didn't, there's been times where I haven't thought about it. I've thought many times if I just monetize, things would be easier. It's crossed my mind. I'd be lying to you if I told you that it hasn't crossed my mind because monetization doesn't necessarily mean I have to do anything with you guys. It just means I'm collecting ad revenue from YouTube. But you have to understand that the minute that I start doing something like that, you can start doubting who I am and who I say I am. And the reason for that is because I've always told you that I would not do that. If I'm a man of my word and I'm going to do what it is that I say I'm going to do, I have to have integrity. And integrity means that I'm going to do what it is that I say I'm going to do. So when I tell you I'm not going to monetize, I'm not going to monetize. I will go away before that ever happens. But there's no way I'm going to tell you guys one thing and then lie to you in the next breath. Because that's not fair. And I don't believe in that kind of assholery. Is that a word? I don't even know if that's a word. I think I just made it up. It's 11:30, guys, and it's time for me to take a break. I'm just reading through all the comments here. I do want to say one more thing here. Anybody who is monetized does not make them bad. Okay? Do not take what I'm saying here to be me saying that anybody who's monetized is a bad individual in this community. I want you to understand that that's not what I believe. I'm telling you that I'm living to a different standard. Does not mean that somebody else who's going by a different standard should be held to my same standards. Hold me to my standards. Don't hold them to anything else other than what it is you hold them to. But hold me to my standards because that's all you can expect out of me. But do not take that as me saying that anybody who's monetized in this place in YouTube is a bad person because I am telling you right now for a fact that there are amazing people in this community who are giving out great content that are monetized. And I have no problem with that. They deserve the money for their hard work. They deserve it. They're putting in time and effort. I don't have a problem with them being monetized. I'm telling you that I'm taking a different road. That's it. That's all I'm telling you. But yeah, I agree. We need a little bit of a bobblehead Ross moment here before I go because I feel like I'm leaving a little bit on a little edgy here. So we know you'll be around, Monty. I know, man. I understand the frustration, Monty. I'm not mad at you by any means. I promise. I promise, bud. We've been through a lot here, and there's no way that I'm angry at you, Monty, by any means. Alrighty, guys. Here's a bobblehead Ross moment here for you. Here we go.
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
Bobblehead Ross. Such an amazing, smart individual, isn't he? Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head out to break. I will see you guys back at 12:10. I do not, since we had the guest speaker on today, I don't have anything prepared, and I'd like to prepare something for you guys for the next time. I think tomorrow when we do the Man in the Van Crinkle for Your Wrinkle hour or half hour, I'm gonna go over some basic charting, uh, pattern charting setups, and how you can perhaps do them on your own. So I will see you guys in a little bit. As I like to say, as my broker always tells me when I call him up on the phone, Please hold.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now. Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
We
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-Team.
I'm like Teflon, baby. Oh, man. What a break I just had. I gotta tell you guys a story. This is a great one. Hold on, I'll wait for the music to end. This is the best story ever, guys. This is great. Hold on a second. I ain't getting on no plane, fool! Yeah, I'm behind the wheel, JT. Oh, man. Alright. And Mr. T is Barack Obama. What does it say, Barack? Hold on a second. I gotta scroll back. I don't remember. Does it say it? Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, it does. B.A. Baracus. What does BA stand for? Bad attitude. Oh, man. Those were the days. I love it when a plan comes together. All right, let me tell you guys a little story here. This is really kind of funny. Should I do numbers first? Maybe I should do numbers first. Yeah, I'm going to do numbers first, and then I'm going to tell you guys a little story here. I think it's really kind of funny. One second. So check this out. This is really funny. I'm gonna tell you a quick version of the story, really fast. So there was a planned attack against several different YouTubers, and so they're trying to divide the community right now. There was a planned attack, very well timed attack. Especially with price coming down like this, there was an attempt to try and kind of create some kind of confusion within the community about who's doing what's happening, and it actually I think it was really close to working, except for I kind of got out there and was started kind of contacting people and being like, whoa, hold up here, let's talk about this for a second. So so we thwarted it, I believe, and essentially what you ended up happening was and we already saw it before. Froggy Stonks came in here and threatened to dox people. And so what it appears to have happened, and I don't know if this is actually the case or true or not, it appears that somehow somebody received that information that Froggy Styles had, and it was released to a quote unquote Darth something or other, Darth Vader person, and he's now posting this information, right? So the community is basically being torn now right now, and he's basically trying to expose Massalorian and Tony, and the funny thing is about all this is that somehow or another I somehow got lumped into the group. AMC Bigham's got lumped into the group. I think there might even been another individual. All these people who've essentially talked with either Mass or Tony in the past have all been. A Pantheon, I think, was lumped into the group. All these people were lumped into the group when in fact we know that those people are good people. Some of them, I should say all of them. All those guys I feel are good people and good individuals. But you have a very well defined attack here. Now, if this doesn't prove where it is that the people who are saying the negative things stand, and what position it is that they stand behind, and that is not correct because they're attacking us when we're down in price right now, and they're causing confusion and disruption within our own community. If it does not show you who it is that they are and what they stand for, it cannot be more clear than at this point in time. Because what a day to be trying to push this kind of information out. I cannot even begin to tell you. But that's all right, guys, because the A-team's here. Yeah! B.A. Baracus. The great thing is about this, guys, I knew this was going to happen. I told you this morning this was going to happen. I told you before we even started the day. I told you that the shills were going to be strong today, and sure enough, they came out swinging. They came out swinging, trying to discredit the people who are in this community who are doing amazing work for the community and trying to help the community out. And let me tell you, there's going to be some doubt, guys. I promise you, there's going to be doubt in people that are out there. I did a great job, I think, of showing you guys how I'm not monetized and that and that I'm not here trying to collect anything off of you guys. I'm simply just another investor who's in AMC doing this with you. I'm going through the process of creating history. We are forging our way and making history here, and I'm telling you guys, it's exciting. It's really exciting, but it comes with battles. There are battles along the way, and we have to fight them. And some of these battles come from within. And what you need to do is you need to identify who the people are, the disruptors inside the community, because they are there. There are people inside this community who are here to disrupt the community and try and make sure that we fail. And they will stick out like sore thumbs when they point out the wrong people. As soon as they start going after the wrong people, it's going to stand out like sore thumbs on who they are. Watch it. Watch and see who they are, because the bad actors are there and they're pointing them out. I'm telling you guys, it's real easy to figure out who they are. Right. It's not just Darth, though, man. It's more than Darth. It is more than Darth. Go check it out and figure it out. You'll see what I'm talking about. I've already done a little bit of damage control while I was on break. Not a big deal. I'm not worried about it. Quite frankly, whether there's one viewer here, if there's 0 viewers here, or there's 235 that we have right now, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other, because I'm still going to be here doing what it is I'm doing, because I'm here recording history. I'm here recording history. I'm here to watch us do something amazing in history, something that is never been actually done before to completion. And I'm here recording it. And I'm telling you guys, I am just like one of you, just like you. I'm just a regular investor like the rest of you guys, a retail investor. I don't play myself out to be somebody special. There's nothing special about me. I promise you. There's nothing special about me. I'm just another retail investor. But I'm sick and tired of watching people have their homes taken away from them, from their homes being foreclosed back in 2008. I'm tired of people seeing them lose their pension funds because our marketplace is structured on fraudulent activity. I'm just like one of you. There's nobody. I'm no different. No different. So I'm here to tell you guys that when you see the stuff that's happening in this community, understand that when I'm coming to you and I stand behind somebody, or I say that this person's good or bad, I promise you that I'm trying to give you the best information that I possibly can, the best possible information. There are people in this community who are actively trying to attack and tear down the community from within. Look for them, find them, point them out. Otherwise, it's just going to get worse. Make them go away. Make those people go away, because otherwise it's just going to get worse. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I said I was going to go through a quick rundown, but I actually just told you everything that I needed to tell you. I love you too, man. The real JP, I love you too, man. No homo. But watch out. They're hanging out within us, amongst us. There are people who are amongst us that are part of this. All right, let's take a look at what's going on. I fight for you guys, man. I fight for you on a constant basis. You don't understand the fights that I go through. I wish I could talk about them all. I wish I could talk about all the fights that I go through, but I can't, because there's just some things that I just can't talk about. I have to keep some things private, but there is some stuff that happens in this community that I never ever talk about, because they're big, massive fights that are just better not talked about. But there are some crazy things happening. Crazy stuff you wouldn't believe. Even if I told you, I don't even barely believe it. It's the kind of stuff where you go like, are you serious? That person? I'm telling you, they're inside of our community. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Donald says this is why we can't have nice things. Bro, you're sounding like a shill right now. Look, all right. I'm moving on, Joel. I'm moving on. Don't worry. Small example. Yeah, absolutely, JT. I'll give you a small example. Do you remember when well, I don't want to say any names here. Do you remember when there was discussion about whether or not we should buy puts? Do you remember that? Do you remember there was a discussion from several YouTubers about buying puts? I have insider information, direct words from their mouths saying that they were selling puts when that was happening. From their mouths. And I have it documented. They were selling puts as they were telling people to buy them. I've got it documented. I'm not making this shit up. But it's crazy. Crazy stuff. And it hurts. It hurts me, man. It hurts me on the inside because I go like, no, not that. No, come on. I know, right, Nick? I know. It's not. It's ugly. It's real super ugly stuff, and I'm not gonna go. I just don't. Yeah, Curtis Swallow says that's illegal. It is. You just wait, Curtis. Just wait, man. The ugly stuff, the real ugly stuff is gonna come out later. The real ugly stuff is gonna come out later. I promise you. When I say the DD is not done, the real ugly stuff, you'll find out about it later, and it's gonna be just shocking. Absolutely shocking when you see what's really happened within this community. It's gonna be insane when you see it. All right, let's take a look at these numbers here. There was multiple people, Annie. There was a group of them. There was a group of them that were telling people to do that. And it was more than just one. So, how am I doing? It's tough, yo. It's tough. There's some tough battles to fight, man. But I'm still strong. I'm rock strong through this, man. The great thing about this, yo, is that I don't have anything to, because of the way that I've set up my situation, I don't have anything to gain. I mean, other than my position in AMC and Ape, I have nothing to gain or lose monetarily from what it is that I'm doing. And so that's probably one of the smartest things I could have ever possibly have done, because it gives me the ability to act like Teflon, and shit just bounces right off of me. It's just like, pff, oh yeah, that's nice. It's like, oh, you're gonna hit me with a fling poo poo. I could dodge that one. And it's just like it doesn't bother me, because why? I'm just me. I'm just me. There's nothing special. Crazy. Crazy how that works. But yo, one of these days I want you to reconsider that question. I tried sending you a message earlier this morning and it won't allow me to, but I want you to reconsider that request that I gave you at some point. I know you probably don't want to, but I asked you if you'd do something for me, and one of these days I'd like you to do it for me, but I'll just let you kind of think about it. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It is time. Thanks, BioLife Hemp. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Give me 1 second. I gotta move my A-Team intro over to the side here, because that's a pretty good intro. I like that intro. Let's see what we got going on. I got you guys on the other page already. I remember I was reading what it was you guys were saying while I was talking. Don, I love you too, man. Full FOMO. Oh man. All right. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the A-Team truck van back on there, the A-Tramp back up on the screen, and two-factor authentication, guys. Again, I don't just say these things because I just in full hot air. I really want you to consider two-factor authentication. It may help prevent somebody from getting into your account that may not be able to otherwise get into your account because you have that set up. Protect yourselves while you can. When you set it up, make sure you have a secondary phone number set up for it so that in case something should happen, you can still get the code through on another device. Always a helpful thing to have. Dude, when we get together, when this is all said and done and we get together, we're gonna have some amazing stories. I mean, we are gonna get around bonfires. Like, I just envision like bonfires. I don't know why, but I envision bonfires and drinking and just like having like music and stuff. And we're gonna get together around bonfires and tell stories that are crazy. It's gonna be you guys are just gonna be like, no, and it's like, yes. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have a great time, but we got to get there first. We got to get there, and it's a painful process, but we will get there. It's just a matter of time. Off exchange right now is at 55.57%. EDGX is at 10.03%. The combined total on that is 65.6% on AMC. They are trying to suppress price discovery currently through those exchanges, as that is a little tiny elevated. Not much, just very, very tiny. But if you remember, for most of the day today, it's been like 2% less than what it should be. So they're definitely using the off exchanges a little bit more now. CHX volume is 0 for AMC. Taking a look at, excuse me, I got indigestion. I think it's always when I do the numbers, it's because it's like the rapid fire talking and it causes indigestion or something, like I don't get enough air. Or I don't know what it is, but Ape is at 57.66% and EDGX is at 9.05, giving us a grand total of 66.71% of our volume going through those exchanges. That is slightly elevated as well. CHX volume for Ape is also 0%. GME CHX volume showing up as 0.21, that's normal. HYMC CHX is 0.03, that's subnormal. CHX volume for NCMI is at 0. So nothing strange going on with CHX volume at all for any of those 5 tickers for the day today. Taking a look at AMC and Ape on Ortex. As of an hour or hour and a half ago, we had about 706,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now 420. Go smoke one if you got one, because that's what 420 is apparently. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float slightly to 20.3%. That actually seems like, yeah, I guess that is a little bit lower. Cost of borrow average still really high right now, guys, at 61.44%. Shares on loan, 184.03 million. Day over day, that is an increase in shares on loan by 1 million shares, and Ortex is estimating about 360,000 of that to be in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape. Earlier, there was 1.51 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now 3.12 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest to 9.93. It's getting higher and higher and higher. Remember, short interest causes what? Short squeezes. Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Cost of borrow average is at 9.15. That's actually a little bit lower than what it was an hour ago. Shares on loan is at 46 million shares. Currently, we have day over day, that's a 1.5 million share increase on loan, which is in all short interest. Remember, I can't see what you guys are saying, so if you're laughing at that, I have no idea. It was just consider it a moment. Let's see here. Call options, highest amount of volume at a strike price of $6. It went from 8.1 thousand contracts to 10.4, but we have a runner up at 5.5. Oh, snap. Nope. Scratch that. I just noticed that I did not see it until I looked down a little bit further. $7.5 strike price, up from $6. There's currently 17.1 thousand contracts. I missed it. I did not see that. I hope that I didn't miss that earlier. That's a lot of contracts. So the calls are starting to see some momentum. Oh, snap. Oh, there's even more here, guys. I just looked over the puts at a $5 strike. That used to be the highest amount of puts. They're in the money puts being purchased at $7.5 strike. The highest amount of volume we have right now for puts is at $7.5 with 15.3 thousand contracts when there was only 11.4 thousand contracts at $5 an hour ago. They are buying more in the money puts. Somebody needs shares bad. They're kind of indicating a closing price on AMC around $7.5 by doing this. But the problem is that when somebody buys in the money puts, it kind of creates an imbalance in what's happening in the current volume. And so really what that is that you kind of have to cancel that out and say, kind of, but not really, because all they're really doing is just picking up shares. So essentially what we have going on then is it's still kind of a $5 to $7.5 closing price range. Ooh, that's some serious puts that are being bought in the money there. All right, take you guys over to the other page. My price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.46. We do have volume falling off for the day today. as it usually does. Wait a minute, something doesn't look right here. Is this not updated? We are well past this time. This is not updated. Hold on a second here. Oh, don't give me the blue circle of death. Don't you do it. You son of a... I hate you, TradingView. All right, well, we'll take a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape here in a minute, but TradingView is being a little biatch today, so yeah, go figure. All right, taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see what we got going on here. AMC, Ape, and GME have all had heavy buying orders, putting us on the top buying list. GME actually making it into the top 10 most heavily traded stocks in the market right now, with 92% buys to 8% sale ratio, looking amazing. AMC just slightly below that on the list with 79% buys to 21% sell ratio, and Ape also being on the list as well with an 84% buy to 15 or 16% buy sell ratio. So amazing amounts of buy order. This is what I've been talking to you guys about. When price gets too low, they're not going to be able to resist the buying pressure that's coming in at too low of prices. And so what ends up happening, you end up having major volume coming through because of such low price. This is why they've been afraid to drop the price too low. SSR triggered today at $5.06 for AMC. It triggered for Ape at $1.44. Shares borrowed and returned. They returned 30,000 shares in ETFs earlier. Still nothing new showing up on Stonko Tracker. Nothing new here. Last known fee amount for borrowing was at 17.8%. NASDAQ is down 2.1, Dow Jones is down 1.52, S&P 500 is down 1.6. The market is on fire like hot lava. Don't touch the floor, it'll burn your feet, because we got 4,894 decliners to 1,814 advancers. The VIX is up 2.04%, VTI is down 1.74, IWD is down 1.32. Actually, let me go to the other page real quick here and check out some of these others. The dollar is up 0.69%, nice. Oil is down 12.91. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.1314%, and SPY is down 1.59. Tesla is down 6.08. Amazon down 4.44. Cinemark down 3.69. Doge is down 10.81. Bitcoin down 10.77 at 16.5 a coin. GME is down 12.09. HYMC is down 2.9. Hood is down 12.32. CS is down 4.19. NCMI is down 4.59. Ape is down 19.69. And AMC is down 8.91%. I was almost out of breath there. And let's see, we've got, $2.3 million more inflow than outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. Excuse me here. Volume, well, let's see what kind of pace we're on here. Man, I'm reading these numbers late today. It's because I had to tell a story. Stupid stories. 60 minus 3 minutes, so 57. After 252 minutes of trading, $17.94. We're on pace for 27.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today for AMC. That is within the 10 to 30 million share range that I suggested in pre-market predictions. Taking a look at the hourly, we've got a lot of selling pressure going on here on the hourly compared to buying pressure, but both are headed up. RSI is at 36.37, which is below average. So more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI at 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.91, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.93, which is pretty much average. Taking a look at Ape. So far for the day-to-day, about $500,000 more in inflow than outflow. It's really like 450, but whatever, I'm rounding. 16.15 million shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day, divided by the 253 minutes of trading so far, times 390 gives us a pace of 24.89 million shares traded so far for the, or pace that we're trading for the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested 5 to 25 million. We're actually on the high end of that for this time of the day. I'm really kind of surprised to see that. On the hourly here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.6, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.88, which is signaling oversold. I don't know why I paused on that. I was looking at the numbers. And then actually, I'm looking at the TD9 that got printed, and then three candles below that, and all these heading in the bottom side of this Bollinger Band here. We should see a reversal on this here sometime soon, because that is huge amounts of market manipulation right there to get priced down this much, that hard, that fast, with that little volume. Looking at a 5-minute interval here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.07, which is below average. Oops, I'm still on a 5-minute. There we go. I was like, I don't see enough barcoding here for this to be the right stock. Yeah, it's because you can't see it in a 5-minute interval, Casey. Let's see, what do we got going on here? Yep, bit of barcoding on Ape as well. Fancy that. Didn't see that one coming. Jim, I wouldn't suggest that anybody really is. Honor says Ortex was showing 30%. They returned a bunch of shares. AMC Jakey said, man, all these new names. AMC Jakey says, can AMC see all-time lows again? No, I don't think we'll see all-time lows. Maybe lows like, maybe slightly less than $5 are possible. But if you look at last time what happened when we hit those kind of numbers, it took off. Annie T, welcome. Looks like your profile picture matches the one from Twitter. Rowan McCormick's post that, again, when Casey's done with the numbers, so I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. My shares aren't DRS, but curious nonetheless. Let me go back up to what Rowan said. Hedgie's naked shorting as usual. Yes, they do. They do that. They do that. They do the doo-doos. So Annie, whatever it is that you want to know, I'd be more than willing to answer. Whatever questions you may have. Einstein saying BTC flush. Certainly looks that way. Steven says, so how do we barcode with over 80% buy? I'll tell you, Steven, we don't have control of price. We never have. Annie T says, I have zero plans to DRS my shares, but people considering it might like to hear about this. I'm not sure what it is. I've talked about it like all day long today, but I'm more than willing to answer any questions that you may have. Roan, they actually reduced the limit order down to 3,500 like months ago. It's been a long time since they did that. Bitcoin 16.5. Do you see under 16K today? Man, I mean, we could take a look at it and see, but I mean, I doubt I'll be able to kind of. Well, we hit my box. I can tell you that for sure. Look at that baby. Called that one, didn't I? I know the box was really big. I've got a box here that was set from 11.1 to 11.21. But you know that box has been there for a hot minute, so I definitely got this one wrong here, but I think I'm getting this one right. This one went the wrong direction. I kind of felt like price was going to start moving down here and make it down into this box by this time frame, but it actually did one last pump up before coming back down. So yeah, I mean it's hitting the box. You know what that means. Let's see here. Roan says, Casey, my question was about the limit order cap computer share has imposed on AMC. It wasn't just AMC either, Rowan. There was actually a couple different stocks, if I remember correctly. I think it might have been like 2 or 3 stocks. I know it was GME and AMC for sure. I think there may have been one other one in there. I can't remember for 100% sure. But the thing is that one of the things you need to remember is that if they're submitting cap limits, right, and the most that somebody can sell shares for is 3,500, what's that going to do? Let me hear what you think a cap limit of 3,500 is going to cause happen in the market if people decide to sell their shares through computer share and they have a cap limit. By the way, those cap limits, Woodstock, don't come from computer share. They actually come from the broker that they're dealing with. Here's the interesting thing about it. They're supposed to have multiple brokers that they use. So it shouldn't be just one broker that's telling them 3,500 for a cap. It should be multiples. It's like, dude, like how stupid do you think we are? Come on. It's really funny, you know. We use multiple brokers to do our positions, but we've got our broker says that we've got a cap for 3,500 on these 2 specific stocks. Okay, 10Ds plus plus says limiting the order price effing screams helping out the hedgies F them. But why? I think more importantly, 10Ds plus plus. I understand the wanting to just say F them because you know they're doing that, but understand the reason why that is the case. What would happen by capping a limit at 3,500? What would you see end up happening? How do you? Corey says, why did you switch Vance? Somebody asked me to switch Vance, Corey, so I did. I'll put the Big Tramp back up here, but the Big Tramp got a paint job, so no big deal. Let me see if you guys understand the mechanics behind what a limit order does. Why would a limit order at $3,500? I've mentioned this on several occasions in the past, guys. What happens when you set a limit order right now? If I were to set a limit order right now on AMC for $5.10 to buy, if I were to set a limit order to buy at $5.10 right this second, what's going to happen to price? Where's price going to try to go towards? Roan says, why has Adam Aaron chosen to go with computer share? Sometimes it may. I don't. That's a great question, man. Somebody should ask him that. I have no idea. Maccabee says huge sell orders at those amounts may be cutting the squeeze short. But why? You're real close. That's really, really close, Maccabees. That is really super close. Why would that be the case? I mean, you're on the right track. But why? It will drop. Okay, I'm going to go with what Donald Young. I think Donald Young's kind of saying it in a roundabout way. I mean, he's saying it very simply with 3 words, saying it will drop. So the point being here is if you're going to sell shares into the marketplace, right? Let's say price gets up to $3,500, okay? And all of a sudden it tries to jump up a little bit to 3,501, right? And I'm just throwing out, I mean, it's probably, if it's up in that range, it's probably going to be jumping by more than that. But let's say that you get an order that goes through at 3,510. Okay, but then you have another batch of orders that are going through at 3,500. What's going to happen to the price of the stock? Each order that comes through at 3,500 is going to knock every bit of that buying pressure going upwards back down to 3,500. It's every single bit of the buy orders that are going in at 3,500 or 35 plus, 3,500 plus is going to be knocked back down by those sell orders at 3,500 because there is a limitation or a cap on how high you can sell for. So they're essentially capping the price of the stock because they know that there's going to be people who are wanting to sell at some price around there. They know there's going to be batch orders of prices that are going to be selling off at that price range. So cap it by setting a price and saying no, we're not going to allow anything to come through higher than $3,500. End of story. CPE said, see, that's the problem, CPE. That's almost like a circuit breaker, right? It's almost like how a circuit breaker works because then you stop flow, right? If the price isn't still skyrocketing, who's going to be buying at $3,500 a share? So now price starts skyrocketing back down. And I shouldn't say skyrocketing, it's more like plummeting back down. So you've capped it, right? You've capped it off and you said, right here is the stopping point. We're not going to go any further. Rowan says, so it kills the squeeze. I don't know, Rowan. Some people would say $3,500 isn't killing a squeeze. But there are people who believe that the price can go much, much higher. And so based off of what you're saying right there, I think you're saying that you think that it can go higher than $3,500. And so I would have to agree with what it is that you're saying. Yes, it could absolutely go higher. It just depends on how long people hold for. That's going to be the key factor. Donald says, if you tell people you're only allowed to sell at this much, simple math tells you exactly how much you need to bet against retail or sure up the numbers to bet against all odds. Yep. So congratulations, Donald. You've just realized what DRS really accomplishes. It accomplishes a level of knowing where it is that you have to go to, right? It gives you an ability to understand what the total amount of losses are going to be, right? And who wouldn't love more to know exactly what their losses are going to be before they actually happen, right? But I'm telling you guys, you could see more than that. But if you have your shares locked up in DRS and you decide to sell at some point and it's less than the ask price, less or more than 3,500, you're only going to get 35. And I don't even know what'll happen to the rest of the money too. Because if the going rate for the shares is actually higher at the time and they actually sell your shares for a higher price, but they cap you at 3,500, they might just start collecting the money on the other portion of that, scalping it. I don't know. I have no idea what they're going to do. Ron, if you go to my description box, there is actually a great breakdown on different types of order types and how they may work or not work for you in a squeeze. I'm not gonna tell you which one is the right one. I want you to go read that. It's a pretty good breakdown of how to look at order types and how they may work best for you, and then let you decide, right? Because my job here is about recording history. It's not about telling you what to do. I'm just going to give you data. You can make your own choices. It's your money. It's your choice. Björk says, is this even rational? I know, right, man? No kidding. Roan says, Casey, exactly. They will scalp the excess. I don't want to make that claim, Roan, because I don't know that for a fact. But it seems to make sense. I just don't know that. Hey, Ron, you're welcome, man. Melting Faces says people can say what they want, but most wouldn't have the nuts to hold to 35 once this thing kicks off because of the massive swings we'll see. My hopes is that if I can reach enough people to what I have for information is that won't be the case. But you might be right. You might be right. But I'll tell you what though, my decision making process is not going to be based off of guessing. It's going to be based off of actual information. So I'm going to watch and see what people are doing. It could Easter Beast, but initially, right, you're going to have a period of time Easter Beast where there's going to be a wall at 3,500 or yeah, 3,500. There's going to be a wall at 3,500. Now, if it rockets past that wall, then you're right. It could go well higher, and then perhaps, and again, this would be speculative of me, but perhaps either ComputerShare would raise their limit amount, maybe, I don't know, or you end up maybe getting scalping off of the orders. I have no idea. I have no idea. But I'll tell you what though, ComputerShare is not one of the most happy friendly places in the whole wide world. The only reason that ComputerShare is a direct registry agent is because they were caught by the SEC doing fraudulent transactions as a broker when they were not licensed to, and the SEC basically banned them for life from becoming a brokerage and told them that the only thing that they could do is become a direct registry share holder or direct register, so registrar. And so essentially that's what ended up happening. They were limited in their access to the markets and what they could do. But I have a sneaking suspicion that in the near future I may have some more information for you about that and what they've been doing in the background to still trade in the markets but not trade in the markets. Mitch says how high it can go depends on how many people hold out for high numbers. Enough just have to hold. That's correct. Hypothecation. Donald, you're making me young, or not young. I said your last name. Donald, you're making me laugh. ComputerShare's limit order was set to 2 million a while back. Obviously, they have set the 3.5K limit order for a reason and will not be lifting it again. You know, I don't know. See, that's the crazy thing, Rowan, is that I will never ever tell anybody that any of the brokers. So I've had plenty of people ask me which brokers they should invest into, Rowan, and I won't give them that answer. And the reason for it is that I can't tell anybody for certainty that any broker out there is going to be a great broker because I don't know what's going to happen. Right? I have no idea what's going to happen. Why in the world would I tell anybody that you should go invest your money with some broker because when I don't know what the future holds? I would never do such a thing. That would be stupid. I don't even know if my broker is going to be a good broker. Who knows? Tank Dog says, Casey, thoughts on the Ape order book? Let me look at it. Bunch of buys. A bunch of buys that aren't going to allow the price to move any further down. That's what it looks like right now. Looks like they're stopping the price right where it's at. Woodstock, I'd have to go through and take a look and see. I'm not positive. Ooh, it's 1 o'clock, guys. It's time to take a look at our numbers. No, I hear you, Roan. I hear you. Dutch, it's up to you, man. You're never. It's not my position to decide what's safe for your shares. It's not. It's not. Ultimately, it's not my position to tell you. It's your money. It's your choice. You decide what you want to do with them. But know the information, understand the information, and understand, what it is. I can't promise you that any broker out there is going to be safe. So, we're dealing with a very corrupt system, and you can go if you want to go to Dutch. If you want to go to my link in the description box, there is a list of what the brokers did in the past. It's under the rule number 3. It's at the very end there, stock list of brokers and what they did last year. And so, maybe that can give you some insight as to what maybe brokers will do this time, but I can't even assure you that that'll be the case. Thick says reverse repo for today is 2.237, a little bit more elevated than yesterday and the same amount of counterparties. Thank you, Thick. Yeah, if Casey makes a recommendation of a broker and they take away the buy button, oh man, I would feel bad. I would feel bad if I did that, because I mean, that would suck. Hypothetically, Gorilla, yeah. All right, I'm gonna try to get to the end of the number of what it is you guys are writing, so I can go ahead and cover the numbers for the hour. Pantheon makes a very good point. I actually talked about with that when I came back from my break earlier, about some of the doxing that's going on within the community right now, and knowing where that came from, more than likely, and it is what it is, guys. They're trying to break us up from within and destroy a good thing, and they're using bad actors in order to do that. So, if there are people within this community who are trying to tear stuff up, take a look at who they are. Take a look at who they are and call them out. Call them out for their shenanigans and hold their feet to the fire. Don't let them get away with what it is that they're doing, because there are good people that they're trying to destroy. Let me take a look at the numbers here, guys. I'm going to take you over to the other screen. Yep, shenanigans. Thank you, Brian. So until you guys see the A tramp back up on the screen again, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those thoughts or comments until that's the case. Let me go ahead and move a couple of screens around here, and we'll take a look at our numbers for one last time. Oh no, we have I have my break, and then we have one last time. I just forgot about my break. I was so excited. I was like, I was like excited. Oh shoot, I can't show you guys. Son of a biscuit. I'm having problems with TradingView right now. I have had problems in the past like this before, and I'm not sure what's going on with it. So I won't be able to show you guys what the combined price of AMC and Ape is, unfortunately, until I get that resolved. But let me go ahead and go over the rest of the data here. Off exchange for AMC so far has definitely been increasing as the day moves forward. 55.87% of our volume going through off exchanges. EDGX at $9.99, $99, 99%. For combined total 65.86%, that is elevated, and actually it's really about where it should be for this time of the day. CHX volume is 0 shares going through AMC. For Ape, we have 57.64% of our volume going through off exchange. and EDGX at 9.36. For a grand total, 67% of our volume going through like off exchanges. That is about 1% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume 0 on Ape as well. GME CHX volume has 0.19%. That's lower than 0.19% of the daily average volume. Excuse me. Ooh. And that's just lower than normal, so nothing unusual to report there. HYMC is at 0.05% and NCMI is at 0%. So nothing happening crazy in the off exchange, or not off exchange, but the CHX exchanges currently. Let's take a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago for AMC, there was 420,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's now 1.04 million. That's going to be an increase in shares that are on loan for the day today. That's going to raise the short share interest of the free float to 20.34%. Cost of bar average at 59.94 and definitely elevated from what we've been seeing. Shares on loan for the day today is at 184.03 million shares. That is 1 million shares more on loan today than there were previously. Ortex is estimating that about 360,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at taking a look at Ape. We were at 3.12 million shares having been borrowed an hour ago. It's now 4.78. The estimated short share interest of the free float now at 10%. Cost of our average at 8.89. Shares on loan for the day today is at 46 million shares on loan. Day over day, that is a 1.5 million shares more on loan today than there was previously. Man, I'm excited, guys. I'm excited. I really don't know how to tell you how excited I am by seeing some of these numbers. I think they're pretty exciting. I know maybe it just doesn't feel like it because maybe you're looking at your account or whatever, and you're seeing down numbers. Don't look at those. Those are the wrong numbers to be looking at. Be excited about the numbers that tell you that this is still a valid play. Those are the right numbers. Hold on one second. Apparently I wasn't logged into my broker and I thought I was, so now I'm having to log back in. Okay. That worked.
That was easy.
we haven't done that in a while. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Options. At a $7.50 strike. At a $7.50 strike an hour ago, there were 17.1 thousand contracts. There's now 17.2. On the put side of this, at a $7.50 strike, which means that they're buying. Yes, that does mean they're buying in the money puts. There's 15.3 thousand contracts. Highest amount of volume that's out of the money, though, is at a $5 strike. So I really kind of look at that as more of the range that we're looking at for closing price on AMC, somewhere between 5 and 7.5. Taking a look at Ape, or taking a look at Fidelity orders by customers, because I can't show you the combined price right now. AMC, Ape, and GME are showing up on the list today because they have really high amounts of orders in contrast to the rest of the market. 92% buy orders for GME and 8% rather, sell orders. So GME is doing really, really well with their numbers. AMC is also on the list here. We have a 79% buy order to 21% sell order ratio, and Ape is sitting in here with an 84% buy to 16% sell ratio. Looking really strong on our orders today. I'm loving what I'm seeing. These are the numbers that you need to look at to tell you whether or not we're doing the right thing. SSR is was tripped today for both AMC and Ape. AMC triggered at 506. Ape triggered at 144. Shares available to borrow. Stonko Tracker has not been reporting any shares that have been borrowed so far today at all. Zilch. The last time we had a borrowing of shares was on 11:30 of yesterday. There were 30,000 shares returned to the ETFs as of 10 o'clock this morning. That's about it. NASDAQ is up, or sorry, it's not up. NASDAQ is down 1.86, Dow Jones is down 1.37, S&P 500 is down 1.41. We have 4,919 decliners to 1,792 advancers. Look out, this market is like hot lava. Do not touch the floor. It'll burn the crap out of you. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. We got the US dollar being up 0.76, oil down 15.22%. Mortgage-backed securities are breaking even. SPY is down 1.39. VIX is up 1.84. VTI is down 1.52. IWD is down 1.17. Tesla is down 5.94. Amazon down 3.76. Cinemark down 3.2. Doge is down 8.51. Bitcoin is down 9.91. GME is down 10.94. HYMC is down 2.91. Hood is down 13.55. CS is down 3.95. And NCMI is down 6.15. Ape is down 20.05. It changed to 20.53. AMC is down 8.55% and heading up. Let's see, we've got on AMC about $3 million more inflow than outflow, with $18.9 million traded. What am I saying? I can't talk. 18.9 million shares traded for the day today. After, let's see, we got about, what do we got? We got an hour, 95 minutes left to go. Is that right? I think that's right. I can't math. I don't know why I'm even trying. Oh. We've traded for 265 minutes of the day today. Is that right? Why do I feel like my math is way off? That is way off. I think that math is way off. Give me a second here. We've got an hour and 44 minutes left to go. 104 minutes left. 286. I don't know what number I just said, but 286 is the right number. That's how long we've traded for the day today. Don't know why I can't math right now. Thinking about something else, I think, off the top of my head. That phone call kind of messed me up a little bit too. $19 divided by 286 times 390. We're on pace for 25.9 million shares traded on AMC. I suggested 10 to 30 million shares by the end of the day, and I think that is going to hold true, provided there's not some kind of very large amount of volume at the end of the day. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.48, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.85, which is above average. So short term, we have a big swing going the other direction. On Ape, we've got $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 18.14 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 287 minutes of trading, puts us at a pace of 24.65 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I suggested 5 to 25 million. It's actually picking up the volume. I might actually end up being a little bit low. It's possible. We could see some additional volume coming in here. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.98, which is below or signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.35, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 37.76, which is below average. And And let's see here. Taking you guys back to the main screen. Kind of want to get like the big picture of what's going on right here, all like captured in one shot, if I can. Can I do that? Let's see. Yeah, I guess that kind of works. Alrighty. Mass wants to play movie trivia. He's always welcome here. But movie trivia is not until 2:30. It's not until 2:30. Meep says theory that stocks are barcoding to hold while they get money from crypto for margin calls. I mean, anything's possible. I don't want to. I mean, I need to see some kind of like data that proves that. I mean, other than the fact that we're seeing prices just absolutely tanking out of crypto, which I've always said they would need that as collateral. Every time we've ever had massive run-ups, they've had to drop. They've had to dump some of their collateral that they have in holding in cryptocurrencies to meet those margin requirements. We've seen that's the entire reason why crypto has dropped in the first place. So whether or not that's the case, I'm not 100% certain, but it makes sense. Woodstock says, I'm just trying to understand if Ape is the value of AMC, does that mean that AMC's value is significantly under $2? No. No, it's just that Apes. So here's the deal, Woodstock. Look at the amount of shares that are available to borrow, right? The utilization is low on it. So because that utilization is low, it means that they have the ability to be able to, and they have access to more shares to be able to short price lower. So holding price down is a little bit easier. Now, Adam Aron sold 19.4 million shares between the date of Ape creation and the 30th. I believe the third. I don't remember what date actually they set on that final date for those shares, but they've sold 19.4 million, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so there's additional liquidity in the market. And all I would suggest to you is that oftentimes when there's additional liquidity in the market, it allows them to suppress price easier. But do note what's happening to short interest as that's happening. Short interest is starting to drive through the roof. And that's where you start having the effects of seeing the market break down, right? When they start shorting positions that they don't have shares that they can get because there's so many shares out there that they can't manage everything, they start running into problems. So, and it's literally, I know price is moving downwards, but it's literally what you want to end up seeing happening is that short interest rising. And we were stuck at like 5% short interest for like a long time, or maybe even less. I don't remember how bad it was, but now we're like double that after these shares have been injected into the market. Do I think it's going to be violent is the question. It depends, Six Sun. There's two different things. If it margin calls is what kicks us off, yes. If it's just a slow bleed up because they're able to meet margin requirements with the collateral that they have on hand, then it'll be slow. So it all depends. Wait, Bird Eye, where did you get the 149 million from that the institutions own? Hold on a second. I gotta pull something up here. You got me curious now. I don't think we actually have those numbers yet, do we? Maybe we do. Hold on a second. I don't know. Okay, I don't have that as the case. So I'm looking at Fintel right now, and I don't recall them having numbers before. But as it stands right now, institutions only own basically it's just under 1.3 million shares. You're looking at AMC though. Remember, you're looking at AMC. You got to look at Ape, APE. It's different. Institutions won't own the same amount of Ape as they did AMC. There's a secret answer there and why things are happening the way they're happening. You guys are saying we're going plaid. Plaid, played. Wasn't that the company that was bought out by, isn't that the one that did, Chad said, wait, what, Casey? So, you guys are saying creepy. All right, I'll say it a little bit louder. I'll try to say it like I'm whispering, but I'm not really whispering. All right, you ready? Pantheon wants me to do the Spaceballs one. Wait. All right, hold on a second, Pantheon. Hold on. I'll do it. Wait, I gotta find it. Here we go. Wait, I don't want to blow you. I don't want to blow your eardrums out. So hopefully this is the right sound level here.
What about Bitcoin? No talk about Bitcoin.
Angry Bitcoin people. Why so angry? We don't talk about Bitcoin. Oh man. All right. Let me go back to what it was I was talking about. I think Casey's lost. I haven't lost it myself. I promise I haven't lost it. That was a clip from the past. And Pro Jeweler says Trey. Yeah, I know, right? No. I'm okay, guys. I'm okay. But let me show you something real quick here. So who said that? I think it was American Trader that said this. Let me scroll back up here. No, it was Bird Eye View Photography. Sorry, Bird Eye. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember the names altogether, and so I got you mixed up. But Bird Eye View Photography says it's not 1-to-1 in preferred shares, though. See, if all their shares, remember we're at 100% utilization, Bird Eye, right? So the important thing to remember about 100% utilization is that when those shares are loaned out, they don't get the Ape share. They don't get them. They get money in lieu of, which means that all of those institutions that were borrowing, all the hedge funds that were borrowing shares, anybody who was borrowing shares had to pay cash to the brokers for the loaned out shares that they had, and they're 100% utilized, which means that they didn't get a single share. Institutions did not get a single share. Take that in for a minute. They did not get a single share. Okay? Think about this for just a second. You guys have to draw the lines here. You have to understand the relationships between the numbers. All right. And so when you go and you look at Ape, this is the secret right here, right? This is the secret. When you go over to Ape and you look at Fintel's data and you see that the institutions only own 1.3 million shares, you should be like, dude, you want the golden grill handed to you. You guys are talking about share counts and all this crap. You don't need share counts. Adam Aaron gave it to you in Ape. Let me draw that conclusion for you one more time. You have 100% utilization. When your shares are loaned out, you don't get a share dividend. You get money. How many shares were issued of AMC or of Ape? Do you understand the connection? They issued every share. They issued every share. If institutions weren't getting any Ape shares and they hold 30% of the total amount of the float, guess what? That's your proof. Adam Aaron already gave you the proof already. Checkmate. You guys don't understand. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm just talking sometimes here. He already gave you the proof that you need. You don't need to DRS your shares. He gave you the proof already. The count was already in. Can you do a cartoon? Can you do a Bigham style cartoon for us? I'm really not an artist though. Like I really don't. Well, he's not either. Who are we kidding? He's no artist either. Chad says that's why the short data is so different. Yes. Yes, Chad. Yes. So much different. You guys are I'm glad you guys are getting the numbers now. Yes, let it sink in. Tom says Adam Aaron gave him the best hot catch. He did. He really did. Junito, good to see you, buddy. I didn't get it wrong. Every time I read your name, though, dang it, it always comes through my head saying it different. But thank you, I appreciate it. Props goes to Manjit. Manjit did a wonderful job of explaining things this morning. My hat's off to her. She did a great job. She doesn't like doing interviews. Well, at least I don't think she does. I might be putting words into her mouth. I don't think she wants to do interviews. Let me just say that. I don't think she wants to do interviews, but she did it for me, and I appreciate that. She went outside of her comfort zone to do something for the community, and I think I think that's powerful, right? Like legitimately, like going outside your comfort zone and doing something for the community. That speaks really loudly. You know, that shows people who care, people who are doing things. She spent 50 minutes talking to us, guys. A professional. It's 50 minutes talking to us. So my hats off goes to her. Point Break Thor says, "How do you know they just didn't sell Ape? Because they never got the Ape in the first place. There, anytime you have a shared dividend and shares go here's what you need to do. I'm going to tell you how you can figure this out. Point Break. Go look up and do some research on what happens to share lending when there's a dividend, right? And go find out what happens. Specifically look for what you're really specifically looking for is what happens when there's a share dividend. What happens, and what you're going to find out is that there's cash that's paid in lieu of distribution of a share, meaning that every single share that institutions own didn't get a one for one. They got payment in cash. Yes, Yucca. Yes. She came on at 9:30 in the morning, Jathan. And so hold on a second. Give me a second here. I got to do some math in my head. Go to the 3 hour and 30 mark on the video, and that's when she should be starting the interview. 3:30. How much per share? It would have been they would have gotten the amount that would have been paid out, Doug, would have been however much the share value would have been worth, right? And I think at the time we were 1802. Hold on, I'll tell you how much. Times 0.365. They would have gotten $6.5758 per share, right? So institutions have. Hold on a second here. I can tell you how much money that is. If that's what you're curious about. We'll round. Let's round down just for argument's sake. So we'll say 657 a share times 148,719,860, which is how much is currently being reported by Fintel. I don't know how many shares were actually on loan at the time, but we're just going to do it based off of what we're seeing right now. So the total value on that would have been close to about $1 billion that would have been paid out. Close to about $1 billion. 977 million. All right, I got to go to break, guys, or I'm not going to get one. Ro, it should be 3 hours and 30 minutes into the stream because I start at 6 and she came on at 9:30, so it should be at the 3 hour 30-minute mark. Should be when she came on. It might be slightly before that. It might be 3 hours and 28 minutes, but it'll be right around there. ABC says, Casey, the part I don't understand is if institutions loan a share, the corresponding Ape share goes to the buyer on the loan share. So why would institutions get No, wait, no. I don't think so. That's actually a really good question. Let me think about that for a second. If the loan no, it doesn't. It actually nullifies any share that should be distributed for the loan share. The loan takes care of that whole process, and the person who bought the share. Oh, no, you're right. The person who bought the share gets the Ape share. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. The person who bought the share would get an Ape share. However, it's still in the contracts though that the payment in lieu of, because the person who's loaning out the share has to receive compensation as well. So it's a double tag, right? They sold out the position to somebody else who's getting the Ape share, but they do have to make payment to the lender or the loaner. Sorry, the loaner, the loaner, the lendee, the lender, the lender. It would be the lender who would be receiving payment for the share that they lent out, and that's why it's payment in lieu of, because you're right, the Ape share would go to the person who's buying on the other end. You're absolutely correct. Why is Casey trying to play Lou? No, I just had to think it through. Give me a payment in lieu. Oh, got it. I didn't see that one. Okay. Good one, Yucca. Do you have a timestamp for the interview? Yeah, I'm going to guess it's like at 3 hours and 28 minutes or thereabouts, if I had to guess. Man, I don't do no Lou brackets. That's a bunch of horse crap. No, I don't believe so. So the problem, Cracker Mac, is the only way that you would ever have the only way that brackets really work for you is if you have a target, right? And so let me ask you this question, Cracker Mac. What's the price going to get up to? And if you can't tell me what the price is going to get up to, then you can't create brackets. It would be absolute insanity. And I've referred to it like this before. If you're going to shoot a building, and I'm telling you that you can blow up the building in one shot with a shotgun, and you don't know where the target is on the shotgun. Have you ever played It's like Angry Birds. You ever played Angry Birds before? Let's assume that you're playing Angry Birds from the other building across the way, right? You're on the other side of the other building, standing at ground floor. And if you set up targets when you're on the ground floor, and you're shooting at brackets that are set up on ground floor, congratulations. You just hit a target at ground floor. Good job. Awesome. Amazing. That's not going to knock down the building. Because in Angry Birds, if you want to knock down the building in one shot, you got to hit the TNT, right? The only way you're going to hit that TNT is by knowing where the top is, right? And so you're going to ride, what you want to do is you want to get in a scaffolding, okay? Because somewhere in that building on one of the floors is a TNT box. So you get into the scaffolding on the first floor on the other building, and you ride it all the way up, right? All the way to the top, and you look in through each one of the windows as you're going by, and you look at them, and you go like, nope, and then floor number whatever it is, floor whatever, who cares where the floor is, right? Whatever floor it is, you see the TNT box. You go all the way to the top, and then you start coming back down. When you see the TNT box on your way back down, you're going to be heading back up, and you can shoot that TNT box. You shoot the TNT box, whole building comes down. Whole building, one shot. That's when you set up your brackets. Don't you dare set your brackets up at the bottom. You set your brackets up on the bottom and you're shooting at a target at the bottom and you're not going to hit anything. Good luck. Ride it to the top. Find your brackets on the backside. It's the only way that you'll maximize your profits. But I'll tell you what, Cracker Mac, because I haven't seen the name here before. If you go into the description box of the channel, there's like 26 minutes of your life that I'm gonna waste in videos that are in there. There's 2 specific videos. You need to look up what is a synthetic price failure, and then you need to look up how will I know when I'm on the backside of the squeeze. Those 2 videos equal about 26 minutes of your life. That's gonna be that's me wasting your time. But will probably be some of the most valuable wasted time you have ever spent in your entire life. Go check them out. Go and look for yourself and research what a squeeze looks like and verify for yourself that you can find a good selling point on the backside of a squeeze. I could have said, Canapian says, wasn't that on the Die Hard movie? It might have been. You're welcome, Cracker Mac. You're quite welcome, man. I want to see retail win here, Cracker Mac. I really want to see retail win. So I'm on your side. Which time frame do you use to exit the squeeze? I'm going to be looking at from a 1 minute time interval. I don't think any other time interval is a better time to watch than 1 minute. Mitch says Die Hard would have made more sense. I like the Angry Birds. I think that's so much better. Because, I mean, you're trying to target the TNT. I don't know. Whatever. Best Christmas film ever, Die Hard. That's the GWP movie that we went and saw at one of my business at Samsung's GWP meeting. All right, I gotta go to break, guys. I've already missed 10 minutes of my break time because you guys are so funny and I like spending time with you. All right, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys back at 2:10. We'll do a toast out for the day. We'll run through numbers one more time, and we'll do some movie trivia to end out the day. See you guys in just a bit.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military
Hey,
court
it's
for a
Benji
crime
from
they
All
didn't
Good Folk.
commit. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-Team.
Oh man, it's hilarious. So I got to see the post, guys. The actual post that went out that had my information out there for everybody to see. So I've officially been doxxed, which is really funny because it's the funny part about it is that everything that I've said is true. So I am who I say I am, and I haven't told you guys any lies at all. There might be a little bit of a twist on one of them is that my name is not spelled with a K and a C. It's spelled with a C-A-S-E-Y. But that's not, the thing is, guys, I have always done that my entire life. Anytime you have a name in life and people don't know how to spell it, they always spell it however they want to. So for my entire life, I've always just put KC because every time I go to Starbucks or let's see, where else do I go? Any place you go where you tell them your name, they always go like, and how do you spell that? And I just say KC. Because it's just like, it's pointless to like have them spell it all out and everything. And so I'm just sitting there going like, yeah, okay. So big surprise, guys. My name's really Casey. Oh my gosh. Ah, imposter. Imposter. It's not really Casey. It's Casey. So who's doxing people? Well, right now it's Darth, who I think is supposed to be or supposedly maybe Merritt's Rants. I'm not positive about that. I don't know who really truly it is, but they're going around doxing people, and they may be printing out some of it true. I mean, at least the stuff that I saw on me was true. It's true. In fact, actually, I'll tell you this too. There are people who are in this channel who know that my real name is spelled Casey. I've told people within my inner circle, I've said, guys, by the way, my name's not really Casey. It's Casey with a C-S-E-Y, but it is Casey. It's still Casey. And my entire life, it's always been just easier to just say Casey. The ironic part behind that is that Kansas City happens to be, and oh, by the way, part of the reason why I like Kansas City Chiefs is because it's got KC in it, right? And so I've always been a KC fan. It's just KC. That's my name. It's my name. I've never lied to you guys about who I am, what it is I stand for. I've told you guys before that I'm a musician. You know it. You've heard me play songs. They're telling me now that I have a degree apparently in music. I don't have a degree in music, by the way. Yep, the Shaw part's real. That's completely real. I don't have a degree in music. I never got a degree in music. I've actually told you guys I never received a degree. I've got like 60, 80, I don't remember how many credits I have. I've got like, I'd have to go look at my resume and pull it up again, but I think it's like 60 or 80 accredited units. It's in the profile. Go look me up on, see, that's why I hate it, Danny. That's exactly why I always just put KC, because everybody's always spelling it wrong. They always put KAY-C or they put KAYCEE or some stupid thing like that. So I make it easy for everybody. I just say it's just Casey. It's Casey. It's real simple. Let's just make it easy. Who cares how it's spelled? It's still said the same way. So it's, guess what? Mystery out of the bag. My name's Casey. Ah, yay! They caught me. But I've always told you guys that there's nothing special about me. I've always maintained that. I've always told you guys that I say I am who I am. There's nothing special. The one thing that I'm really surprised about, guys, and I kind of say that whoever's been doing their due diligence and searching us out, trying to find out who we are, one thing that they didn't notice, I'm going to go ahead and point it out myself in that picture. Notice the picture of me. Did he actually include? Let me see if he included the picture. If he didn't include my beautiful looking face in that picture, I'm gonna be pissed. Hold on a second here. I gotta see if if my face was included in that. Because if it wasn't, I'm gonna be angry. Hold on a second. I gotta go back and find it. Hold up. I gotta go see what the picture shows on my LinkedIn profile. Dude, Oh, that's not my LinkedIn profile. That's somebody else's. Hold on. Scrolling. Oh, here it is. He didn't put my picture in there, guys. He edited this picture. That is not my profile picture for my LinkedIn account, by the way. My picture that shows up on my LinkedIn profile account is different unless he couldn't get into it unless he was registered as somebody else. Which is interesting because I've only had contact with one particular individual, but I'm pretty sure I vetted him pretty well. I doubt it was Marantz or anybody else. But anyways, it really doesn't matter. The interesting thing about my real profile pic on my LinkedIn account is that there's a picture of me, and in the background, and I thought for sure this would come up at some point because I know I kind of figured at some point somebody's going to search me out and want to know more information about who I am, or if I am who I say I am, and which is why I would never in a million years think to lie about any of that stuff because it wouldn't make sense. People can just search stuff out. So, but the interesting thing about that LinkedIn picture is that there's a picture of me standing in front of a sign that says Wells Fargo, which that could be one of those things where people go like, oh, Casey's an insider, he's from Wells Fargo. The interesting thing about that picture was it was taken, I think it was taken here in Austin when I went to go see, what's the name of that Wizard of Oz play that's about the witch? I can't remember the name of it. Somebody help me out. Oz. Yeah, okay, Oz. Wicked. That's it. Wicked's the right one. So I was at a play for Wicked. It was a good picture of me, and in the background was a Wells Fargo sign because I guess Wells Fargo was hosting the production of the Oz here in Austin at the time. So it just so happens that there was a Wells Fargo banner behind me at the time. But it was a really great picture, and that's the LinkedIn profile picture that I've always used. I'm really kind of surprised that that they didn't do their due diligence and find that, because that could have actually stirred up some shit right there, because people would have been like, oh. What I really find funny is that they say that he points out that it says that I went to Point Loma Nazarene University 1995 to 1996. It says NA Music, which means that you didn't get a degree, but he says I have a degree in music. I will gladly accept. No, I won't. That's not fair. I would never accept a music degree if I didn't actually have one. But it would be kind of cool if I did. But he didn't have all the other information in here other than what's in my about section. Yeah, it's all there though. It's there for you guys to see that you can verify that I've said I am, who I say I am. Everything there is correct, and I won't delete it. You'll never find me deleting anything that it is that I've ever put out. The reason for that is because I am who I say I am. I don't need to go and delete stuff because I don't have anything to lie about. I got nothing to lie about. I got 5 kids. We're a blended family. My wife is Melissa. I've got it's a blended family. So I'm divorced once. I don't lie to you guys. I never have. There's no point in it. I have nothing to gain. This is simply a discredit. This is an attempt to go through and discredit people in order to kind of create division within the community. I'm telling you guys, they're working on it. They're really trying really, really super hard. But the problem is with me, they're not going to find anything. And it's because I've never lied to you guys. I don't have anything to lie about. I just don't. I don't have anything to gain from it. So, I'm going to cheers. I'm going to cheers to having integrity and being it is who you say you are. And I have that integrity. And I love the fact that they searched me out because it makes me know that I live in somebody's head rent free. And they had to go and search it out and find out that I am who I say I am. Surprise! Casey, who writes songs, has some music background. Who'da thunk? I've even told you that before. Cheers, guys, to integrity. I can't wait for them to find other things too. I hope they find the picture of my house with my car with my Challenger sitting in the front of it. That would be really cool. Because I've told you stories about my Challenger, and I would love to see them post a picture of my Challenger sitting in the front. It's not going to be there, obviously, on current pictures because I sold it. But I hope they find that, and I hope they post that too. Jabib says, Casey, he took your info off the tweet. Well, that sucks. He can't link me in there then, huh? Bummer. That sucks, man. I thought maybe I was gonna have some level of fame there for a minute. I can be found, guys. I know I've been found by a couple other people before. It can't happen. I know there's no way for me to entirely, hide who it is, who I am. But I'm gonna take a little bit of precautions here and there, right? It makes sense. One of the things that I've always done in my lifetime is that part of the reason why I call myself KC most of the time is that whenever somebody calls me up and they, especially like a solicitor, and they say, "Is Casey there?" and I'll say, like, "How do you spell that?" If they say KC, then I know whether or not that person's a friend of mine, or I know if it's just an acquaintance or somebody that I don't even care to talk to. There's a big difference, right? So it's kind of fun to be able to have like an alias that has the same exact sound, but be able to identify between people who are your friends and aren't your friends. So it's a good thing. Jabib says, Casey, the only dishonest thing that I've found about you is your trivia. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. No, there's probably no good videos for that meep. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Again, you're more than welcome if you feel that I've intentionally tried to fool you or deceive you in who I am. You don't have to be here, right? This is not about me trying to make something of myself. This is not about me. This is about me recording history. We're making history here, and I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly. And I'm gonna do everything that I can. It is in my power to be able to do that with you guys as we make history together. And if I can provide you guys some information along the way, great. But if you feel like leaving, I'll understand. I'll understand. Yeah, I deceived you by telling my name was Casey without it being Casey. Yeah, that's the best part. Dude, I've gotten that so many times, Joe. Casey Jones or Casey at the bat. Oh, you don't even understand how often I got Casey at the bat. That's one of the biggest ones. Casey at the bat, striking out. Oh man, I've never heard that story before. Geez, that's a new one. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm gonna move on here. I feel a little famous though. I know somebody had to spend some time looking me up here, and it makes me feel. I'm still going to continue to call myself KC, and the reason for it is that that's how I've always done it. I sign emails that way all the time. Whenever I have to initial things, I initial things with a K and a C. You can go and look at the signed documents that I put in for. Oh no, that's not true. It depends on what it is. If it's a home loan, I can't do it. But if it's other things, and I usually if it's like a bill or something like that, KC is what gets put in there. But anyways, wait till you hit 100K subs. Yeah, they're gonna try and dig out stuff. I mean, I show you my mom's come on here. I'm sure she's easily searchable. It'd be funny to go see him search out my mom, see what kind of background her history shows up as, because that they won't post. I guarantee you they won't post that because it's going to give her credibility. The beard's hanging out the window. Yeah, it waves around. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I got to get this done really quick because we got trivia coming up. Just know, guys, that there are people out there who are trying to destroy this community, though, and they will find a way. They will absolutely try to find a way. Unfortunately, they might scare some people off who are good individuals in this community. I don't know if they will or they won't, but I'm not one of them. I know they're not going to scare me off because it doesn't matter. I'm still going to be here one way or the other. There's nothing they can do to change that. Alrighty, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after the A-Tramp shows back up on the screen again here. And I find it comical. I just think it's so I feel special a little bit, you know, getting in the minds of somebody like that. It's kind of cool. It is really kind of a little bit. It's legit a little kind of cool. Like literally living rent free in somebody's mind like that. That's awesome. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. Off exchange 55.29% and EDGX at 9.86 for a grand total 65.15% of our total amount of volume going through those exchanges. That is about exactly what I would expect for a normal day for us. CHX volume, nothing special to report on AMC. On Ape, we've got 57 point. Let me refresh this, make sure. On Ape, we've got 57.93%, EDGX at 8.38, putting us at 66.31%. That is elevated by very little. That's almost close to what I would expect for a normal day. CHX volume at 0. GME CHX volume is sitting at 0.25. CHX volume for HYMC sitting at 0.05. And CHX volume for NCMI is at 0. Taking a look at Ortex data. Man, I wish I had a music degree. That'd be cool. So far for the day-to-day, we've at least an hour ago, we had 1.04 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.11. That's going to raise very slightly, but probably actually it's not even noticeable. It's 20.34%. Cost to borrow currently at 70.61. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it like 58 like an hour ago? I'm pretty sure. That's high. All right, I got to keep moving on. I'm going to get past trivia time here. 70.61% cost to borrow right now for the average. Shares on loan 184.03 million. Day over day, that is an increase by 1 million shares. 360,000 shares of that was in new short interest. That is reported by Ortex. Uh-oh. It's blowing my mind here. I don't even claim to be anybody special, and they're like, coming after me. It's like, wow, that's cool. All right. An hour ago, there's 4.78 million shares borrowed. The change is now at 4.98, so just slightly higher. That's not really going to affect the short share interest, the free float, although it did go up. It went to 10.02%. Cost of our average is at 8.85 shares on loan for the day-to-day at 46 million shares. That is 1.5 million more shares on short interest, new short interest day over day out there. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, the highest amount of call volume was at a $7.5 strike price. It went from 17.2 thousand contracts to 17.3. For puts, the highest amount of volume also at $7.5 strike price. It went from 15.3 to no change. They're buying in the money puts, which is bullish in my opinion. That means somebody needs shares really, really, really bad. But let's take a look at Fidelity's order by their customers. GME very high on the list here with a 93% buy to 7% sell ratio. AMC is also on the list of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks with a 79% buy to 21% sell ratio. And Ape also being on the list here with a 85% buy to 15% sell ratio. So definitely elevated numbers on all three of those with buying pressure. SSR trips today at $5.06 for both AMC and Ape. They both tripped. AMC tripped at 506, Ape at 1.44. And shares available to borrow. We have not seen any shares borrowed for the day today. None. NASDAQ is down 2.23. Dow Jones is down 1.73. S&P 500 is down 1.88. We currently have 5,153 decliners to 1,599 advancers. The market is definitely on fire. Hot lava. Look out. The bottom's dropping out here. Let's see here. We have the VIX. Well, actually, let me start with the dollar. The US dollar is currently up 0.75. Oil is down 17.24. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.03. SPY is up, down 1.84. The VIX, like I said, up 1.96. VTI is down 1.97. IWD is down 1.65. Tesla down 5.61. Amazon down 3.71. Cinemark down 2.87. Doge is down 6.43. Bitcoin's down 9.99 at 16.7 a share. 16.7K. GME is down 9.07. HYMC down 5.98. Hood is down 13.4. CS is down 4.19. NCMI is down 12.86. Ape is down 20.31. And AMC is down 9.52. Inflow versus outflow on AMC roughly has about 2.3 million more dollars on inflow than outflow, with 21.47 million shares traded with about 28 minutes left to trade, which puts us at 362 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 23.18 million shares traded before the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested in the pre-market hours. Taking a look at Ape, we have $1.6 million more inflow than outflow, with 23.58 million shares traded so far for the day today. Looks like Ape's going to out volume AMC. That's cool. Oops. 363. We're on pace for 25.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape, which is actually more than the 5 to 25 million I suggested. We're going to see some accelerated volume going on today compared to what pre-market would have suggested. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.65, which is below average. 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.16, which is just about signaling oversold. It's coming up though, as price is rising. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.12, which is slightly above average. That's actually above. It's at 55.92 now, so slightly above average. And it's time to rush into getting into trivia. So here's the thing, guys. When you're going to do a life documentary, right? Like when you're documenting history being made, why? Why in the world would you ever lie about who it is who you are? Wouldn't you want to be a part of it and like let people know who it is that you are so that everybody knows? Like you wouldn't document history as a fake person. Doesn't make sense. It's kind of crazy. For IRS, what about IRS? Let's take a look at our, actually, I'm gonna put in here, get ready for trivia. Donald says, what happens when YouTube goes bankrupt? We're in trouble. Oh, to hide from the IRS. Oh, Well, I would never ever do that, Joe. That doesn't make any sense. I can't even imagine why I would want to do that. That seems like the dumbest thing you could possibly ever do. Like literally, like that just seems like an accident waiting to happen. Let me see here. Hold on one second. Alrighty, here we go. Are you guys ready? I see a bunch of readies. First question for the day. What was the first Andrew Lloyd Webber musical to be filmed? Oh dang, Brian Carpenter was he already had like an answer. It wasn't Cats. He already. How in the world did you do that? How in the world what? No, it wasn't Cats, but dang. That was kind of weird. No, it wasn't Kittens. Ali, that's all right. So Brian Carpenter, I'll give it to Brian Carpenter. It's close. Joseph is in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. It was not. It was Jesus Christ Superstar. I'm going to give it to Brian. He was the first one to put in Jesus Christ. Oh, he did put Superstar. Never mind. Just kidding. He did put the whole thing in there. For some reason, I thought you were trying to just swear there, Carpenter. That is the correct answer. It's crazy. All right, here we go. Next one. What was the first horror movie to win an Oscar? So, Ali got it correct. Sahad Ali got it correct. That is Silence of the Lambs is the correct answer. Shajad. Ali got it. Got you down for a point. Let's see here. What is the first foreign language movie to win the Oscar for Best Picture? I actually have never heard of this movie before. I don't think I have. What is the first foreign language movie to win the Oscar for Best Picture? Mr. Bean. Parasite right for Christopher Rodriguez. Parasite. Christopher Rodriguez, congratulations. Alrighty, next one. In Back to the Future, how fast does the DeLorean have to go to time travel? Thick flare for the incorrect answer. That's right, Thick. 88 miles an hour is the correct answer. I just saw somebody write Valley Girl. I'm like, what was that from? Was that one of the questions? Oh, man. All right. I will give you a point for either one of these as the answer. Whoever gets either one correct first. I'm looking for either the. Actually, no. I'm just going to look for the name of the title of the movie because I don't know who that. All right. So here we go. Who is the first film star to earn $1 million for a single film? Actually, so you can get okay. You can get either the actor's name or the movie. Either one. But what was the first film star to earn $1 million for a single film? This might be a tough one. I might have to move on from this one. I feel like this one's going to be a tough one. Ooh, nope, that was close, but not the right name. I think some of you guys are getting a name that's close, but it's not it. Unless they got this name wrong. If they got this name wrong, then, because like I said, I don't recognize it. You know what? I think I might have to award a point, because I have a feeling there's something wrong with this question. I think that whoever said Marlon Brando, I think is correct. But they put Marlon Brandon on this. So let me scroll back up here just a tad. Hold on. I'm putting it. I gotta scroll back up and see who said Marlon Brando first, because I'm pretty sure that's the correct answer. Give me a second while I look through the answers real quick here. I gotta find the right answer. Pretty sure Marlon Brando is the correct answer. I got Arthur Martin for Brando. All right. By the way, the name of the movie on that was Mutiny on the Bounty. I'm pretty sure it was Marlon Brando. I think his name is like printed weird in here. Which famous British comedian voiced Zazu in The Lion King? The guy with the bad teeth. Oh man, no, that's not correct. Pantheon for the correct answer is Rowan Atkinson. That is correct, Pantheon. All right. Which actor originally cast in Juliet opposite Leonardo DiCaprio in Romeo and Juliet? Which actor was originally cast as Juliet opposite Leonardo DiCaprio in Romeo and Juliet? I did not know this. I'm really surprised. Claire Danes was the correct answer for who was cast. I want to know who was originally cast. And I did not know this as an answer. Actually, I don't even know if I believe this to be correct. I might have to research this one because that seems like she might have been a little too young for that. You know, I feel like these answers are incorrect because there's no way she was. I'm gonna have to look this one up, guys. She would have been way too young, I think, at this time. I don't know, man. Maybe it's possible. Think Star Wars. There it is. Saeed Ali for Natalie Portman is correct. I'm going to have to research that and find out if that's true because that doesn't sound. I feel like she would have been way too young for that. So Natalie Portman was supposed to be the answer there, but I feel like she would have been too young then. I might have to look that one up. Who was the only designer to make a cameo in The Devil Wears Prada? The only designer to make a cameo in The Devil Wears Prada. Joe Pont says Versace. Versace? No, that is not correct, but it is a V letter. It starts with V. Oh, wait a minute. Is it Valentino? Valentino Gariavani, I think is correct. I think Yucca Frida gets it right. Valentino, I think, is correct. So Yucca, I'm gonna give it to Yucca Frida. These are tough ones today. I'm really surprised how many you guys are getting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 2 more to go here. The stage play Everybody Comes to Rick's was adapted for the screen to become what 1942 Best Picture winner? Pantheon for the correct answer for Casablanca. You guys are saying rigged. Did the Versace answer? Or is that what's throwing you off? Did I screw up on there? Maybe I need to have my wife sitting on these. This question is way too easy. What international movie star was born in a bombed-out French village during World War I? What international movie star was born in a bombed-out French village during World War I? This sounds like I actually don't know this answer, and so this sounds like something really old. So it sounds like an old movie to me, guys. You might have to dig on this one. It's three. It's three. I want to say it's 3 words. It's 3 names. Each name consisting of 3 letters. We Too Low. No, We Too Low is not correct. We give up. Pepe Le Pew is not it. Yeah, I think this one might be too tough. Maybe I'll skip on to the next one. I'll tell you guys the answer after I read off the next one. Unless somebody wants to get it. I'll give you 5 seconds more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No answer. The answer is Rin Tin Tin. Don't shoot me. I'm just going based off of the answers that are given to me here. Oh, holy! Wait, what, hon? My wife said it's a dog movie. I have no idea. It says what international movie star was born in a bombed-out French village during World War I? I don't know. Yeah, because it does say movie star, so that would make sense why it's kind of rigged. I agree, Harry Parrott. That's why we're going on to the last question here. How many meters was the Death Adder's thermal exhaust port in Star Wars? Death Adder's. It's Death Adder's thermal Death Star. It's supposed to be Death Star. These people, man, they can't get these things right. How many meters was the Death Star's thermal exhaust port in Star Wars? 2. Censored content was the first one with a 2. 2 meters is correct for censored content. Man, you guys came in hot with the answers on that one. I mean, hot. You guys started pushing in the numbers quick. Shoot, I can't remember who got it. I know it's the reigning champion, but I can't remember his name. Censored content. Okay. Sorry, censored content. I don't know why. I drew a blank. The reigning champ getting a point in for the day. I don't have a 2-point question for the day today. Let me think about it. We had our guest speaker. We had Manjit here today, talking about our numbers for the day today. Actually, I will put a question out here. Hold on 1 second. The question is going to be, give me 1 second. I'll pull it up. Here we go. This is going to be a 2-point question. Give me 1 second. This is going to be a numbers one. So here we go. Good luck, because you're going to have to fish this one out. This one's going to be in the which one was this? This is the AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated reports third quarter 2022 results. It will be in that page, and the question is going to be, hold on 1 second. I got to pull up my calculator. This is going to require some math. How many movie screens did AMC decrease by from ending in this month this year compared to last year? There was a decrease. How many screens did it decrease by? Oh man, the numbers are just rolling in. This looks like a tray screen. Oh my gosh, it is like pouring in right now. I can't read these fast enough. Holy crap, I feel like the answer's in there somewhere and I may have missed it. Lucky number. $13. There it is. I got, unless somebody beat Road Dog, Medianic. Road Dog, I gotta write this down before I forget it. Road Dog Medianic. Road Dog Medianic. I saw it. I could barely even see it before it passed by on the screen. That was crazy how fast those numbers came in. Okay, Belarke says I said 13. Hold on a second, Belarke. I can go back and confirm. I'm going to go back and scroll through really quickly here. I have a Jeff Hamill at 1.3. I feel like if anybody was going to win that instead, it would be Jeff Hamill with 1.3, because of course there wasn't 1.3 screens. But let me see if there's another 13 in here, because those answers came in really quick. And they poured in fast. I'm looking. Give me just a second. I am verifying the winner. I'm looking for the first 13 that I see. Road Dog Media Incorporated. I was close. Media INC. That's the first answer I see that got it correct. Oh man. Alrighty, guys. That is 2 points for Road Dog Media Incorporated. By the way, I'll make sure and give him 2 points here, because that was a bonus question. Censored Content says the first guaranteed $1 million movie contract was Elizabeth Taylor in 1963. He's challenging. He is challenging. I'll tell you what, Censored Content, it's going to take a little extra digging for me. If I find that to beat the Marlon Brando question, I will take that into consideration and award the point appropriately if that's the case. If not, I will just take the point away. Jabib says music degree, wrote a song, can't name the chords. Yeah, you know the interesting thing about that, Jabibs, is that usually when you're taking music theory, they don't really discuss like guitar chords. all that much, right? So like when you're playing guitar, you don't really like most of the chord structures that you have are usually you'd have to take the same chord played on the piano and then look at it and then try and transpose what that chord is based off of a piano, and it ends up being like really difficult to do because it's just not it's hard to do. So, but like I said, you can plug those chords into to a website, and even the websites have difficult times figuring out what the chords are. But yeah, you'll never hear me say that I read music very well. That is not my strong point in music. Point Break Thor says, Casey, I want to know which YouTubers are going to jail in the buy versus sell put scam. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe that's down the road. Well, guys, Yucca Frida says synthetic answers. Do you guys know how much time I'd have to spend in this if I had to like actually go through and like filter through all the questions that I went through? Like it would take too long. I can't do it. There's too much. Blarkey says crypto 16.2 on Bitcoin is just absolutely tanking right now, guys. Absolutely tanking. All right, Yucca, I'll look into it. I will look into it and see if that's the case and see if I need to reward points differently. So alrighty, guys. You know what time it is, right? Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets for walks because they like to get outdoors too. And go see a movie. This is Casey Shaw signing out. Don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Danny, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
My name is
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy